Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of What If Naruto was in Cyberpunk 2077. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Groaning, Naruto cracked his eyes open and once again found himself hating his own existence as the pain in his head went from a moderate 5 out of 10 to an excruciating 10 out of 10. Where the hell am I? He squinted and looked around, fighting the urge to vomit as he took in his surroundings. Oh yeah, I stayed with the nomads. He wasn't exactly sure how he ended up on the ground, one leg on the overturned cot and half tangled up in a blanket, but he was certain of one thing. Too early. He wasn't alone. Laying on the ground next to him, hair a mess and half covered up with a sheet, he spotted Panam laying on her side facing away from him, her smooth tan back marked with a trail of small bites leading from her neck and disappearing down to the small of her back underneath the sheet. If he didn't feel like throwing up and dying all at once, he'd have enjoyed the view a lot more. The woman groaned a bit and rolled over, tossing the sheet aside as she sprawled out next to him with a snore, her arm flopping down and hitting him in the chest with her elbow. Huh, what the? She grumbled in her drowsy state and turned to look at him, her puzzled eyes quickly focusing on him. Morning, he groaned, looking worse for wear in her eyes. Naruto. She grumbled back, making him nod slowly. Panam looked down at her bare chest, then over to him and smirked, looking a little worn out, their hero, feeling a little sicker. How the? He stopped to fight back a wave of nausea. How are you not? He had to stop again and covered his mouth with a fist. You drank just as much as me. I stuck to shots and brosifs. You downed shots of the old man's white lightning, then matched me drink for drink. The girl couldn't help but laugh at the end. Also, pro tip. Drink some water before bed. She flopped back down next to him and huffed. Not bad though, I haven't seen many gonks match Cassidy like that before. Really? He groaned out, pressing his forearm over his face. Yep. She scooted closer and patted him on his stomach, laughing, good work. How the hell does he do it? Got himself some chrome a while back, all connected to his old army biomonitor and filters out the booze if he drinks too much, she told him, making him grumble about the old guy cheating. Hee, it's not that bad, sides you were pretty preem last night. Huh. Most guys get whiskey dick after that much booze, she sighed. Naruto tensed when she reached down under the blanket and patted his crotch. Nova work last night, chum, you too Naruto. He snorted, wincing as he did. About that, I didn't say anything weird last night, did I? Just proclaiming you undying love to me and promising to make me an honest woman, she told him with a dreamy voice, which made him freeze. Feeling that, she rolled over and draped herself over his chest. Oh, I can see it now. We'll have a good old-fashioned nomad ceremony and, unable to hold it together, she snickered and laughed, patting his chest. Just fucking with you, chum. He deflated with a sigh of relief. Like I said, you're a novale, but I'm not looking to settle down or anything. The pair laid there for a while in the dim light of the tent, Naruto trying not to move his head while Panam enjoyed just laying half on his chest. Actually, you told me to believe something last night, can't really remember what though. His eyes widened and cheeks darkened a bit. Ah, beats me, he grumbled, playing dumb. What time is it? She shifted and checked her holo. Still pretty early, around 3, almost 4. Camp won't be up and running for a couple hours at least. She readjusted herself and closed her eyes, resting against him for a bit. Hey Naruto. Before everyone gets up, you wanna fuck one more time? He shifted and looked down at her. She pushed herself up on her arms and gave him a perfect view of her chest pressed against his. Hell yeah, hangover or not, he was still a man. XXX. The Aldecaldo camp was a hive of activity when Naruto finally came crawling out of his tent, having taken much longer than normal to get dressed and fold the bedding so as not to be a rude guest. Panam had left him a couple hours or so back, having ridden him hard and hung him up wet with a grin and a skip to her step as she went. Mornin' Naruto. The blonde slowly turned to look at who called him and found Mitch and Scorpion passing by holding a couple crates loaded with bottles, the sound of the glass clinking together making him wince. Hee, check it out Scorpion, looks like our guest hit the bottle a little too hard last night. Bottle wasn't the only thing he hit last night either, the hooded man mused with a smirk, making the blonde's face turn red as he tried to act like he didn't know what the man was talking about. Both men burst into laughter. Choom, if you're gonna deny it, you gotta hide the evidence. Shifting the crate over, Scorpion tapped the side of his neck and motioned at the blonde. Looking around, Naruto stalked over to a nearby truck and looked in the mirror to see a purple and blue bruise with teeth marks on the side of his neck. The two laughed even harder when he covered it with his hand and looked sheepish. Ah, about this, he stuttered out only for the pair to wave it off. It's all good dude, we caught Panam slinking out earlier so we know what's up. Mitch shrugged, and besides, y'all weren't exactly sneaky last night. Naruto wanted to disappear as his face glowed bright red. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if the whole camp knows by now, you two were all over each other last night. Scorpion snickered and fixed the ninja with a smirk, thought we might have to hose you two down when you were dancing. Oh God, just strike me down now, he cried in his head. Embarrassed, head-hurting, and dehydrated, Naruto didn't know how much more he could take. Anyway, we got a Delta Choom. Got some warm food at the canteen if you want, Cassidy's working the flat top so you're in luck. The pair started to turn and walk off. Oh, and before I forget, those two lovebirds wanted to talk to you before you delted. Naruto nodded to the pair and gave them a little wave as they continued on. Making his way through the camp, Naruto caught a few older nomads shooting him knowing looks, giving him the distinct impression that Mitch hadn't been messing with him earlier. Hey Ryan, got my shit all ready to go, you need a hand with yours. He heard one woman ask as she approached a man busy taking down his tent. I know that old frame gets wedged easily if you ain't easy with it. Naruto felt pretty good seeing that, even after a night of partying, they were all still happy to lend a hand to each other and many were even cleaning up the mess they'd made, picking up any trash left from the night before. Oh Mr. Naruto. He turned his head and saw Amelia sitting on the steps of the large trailer topped with antennas and radar dishes with several murals painted along the metal sides with a sign reading, "The dock is always in," hanging from a hook above her. Hey Aim, looks like you found some new threads, he chuckled, making her look down at herself with a small uncomfortable smile. Gone was her gray corpo blazer and skirt, replaced by a pair of brown leathers pants just a bit too big for her and a threadbare gray long-sleeve shirt with a few holes here and there sporting the "Ride and Shoot" logo many aldecaldos like to put on their stuff. It's definitely different, she admitted, picking at a string she noticed dangling from the neck. Not bad though, just different from what my father made me wear. Looking up at him with a nervous little grin she asked, how do I look? You look like someone who'll be a lot happier now, besides, you shouldn't give a rat's ass what me or anyone else thinks right now, he shrugged making her look at him baffled. You went against your father and took the steps to strike out on your own with the man you love, hell, you even had to escape the goons your old man sent after you. After doing all that I say the only thing that should matter is what you think, and Sid too. She looked down with a little blush on her cheeks. Yeah, you're right, father never asked me what I wanted. He didn't care so long as I was his perfect daughter, but to think he'd send those people to kill me. The girl sniffled a bit and looked down at her feet only to flinch when he patted her head. You don't have to worry about him anymore. The blonde told her with a smile on his face, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. He'll be out of your life and you'll be able to live your life with Sid however you like from then on. Looking around, he continued, speaking of, where is Sid? Sniffing, she wiped her eye and gave him a little smile. He's up there, she motioned up the steps behind her. The doctor wanted to give him a quick checkup and replace the bandage on his leg before he got his gear put away for the trip. Head on up if you want, he'd really like to talk to you. You coming up too? She shook her head. No, I don't have anything against the doc but the antiseptic smell gets to me you know. I'll just wait right here. He nodded and started up the steps, seeing the thick strips of plastic used to keep the docks trailed mostly cut off from the outside. Hey Aim. She looked back at him over his shoulder to see him looking down at her. I promise you won't have to worry about your dad after this. Thanks Mr. Naruto, but I'm thinking about changing my name as soon as I get the chance. Maybe it'll be Amy Garcia one day. She blushed even harder when she said that, making him smile harder. I could see that. He took the next few steps up. Talk to you later Aim. And returned the little wave she gave him before knocking on the metal support next to the door. When he got the call to enter, He pushed past the plastic dividers and was hit with that antiseptic smell the girl had mentioned. There wasn't a ton of space inside, but the man known only as the Doc had set it up as best as he could, and honestly, Naruto could see himself getting some work done here if needed. Hey Chum. Sydney called out with a grin as he saw the blonde walk in. I'm glad you stuck around, Holmes. No offense to the Aldecaldos, but knowing we had a chilled gato like you hanging out helped me sleep like a baby. He was sitting back on the reclined chair in his boxers and tank top. Yeah, and the roach definitely didn't have you drooling like an infant, the Doc grumbled from beside him. The Doc was a pale bald man dressed in the standard nomad leathers and had some kind of chrome in his head, as evidenced by the skull plate covering the top of his head with little metal spikes jutting from the top. He looked to take cleanliness seriously as a medical practitioner and looked the new arrival up and down. So you're the outsider I've been hearing about. The man seemed to be analyzing him by the way his eyes glowed behind his mirrored shades. Nothing looks out of whack. Feel free to chat, but stay over there. Don't need you tracking that dirt over here. Naruto looked down and grimaced at the dirt still stuck to his clothing. Sorry about that, Doc, but wait, what do you mean a roach? Sid grinned and pointed at his bare leg, showing a small red patch stuck to his thigh that the blonde could see had a small crude-looking cockroach drawn on it. A cockroach, Holmes. Slap one of these on and damn if you don't feel better. The derm only lessens the pain, the doctor interjected, shooting the former Valentino a look which made him look away sheepishly. Doesn't do anything else for the wound though. Naruto looked at the two and wondered what happened but didn't pry. They're not exactly used by other professionals in the medical field, but we have to make do out here. Naruto could understand that. Nomads had it a lot rougher when it came to, well, everything, so they'd probably had to make do with a lot of different things over the years. But why call them cockroaches? The two shrugged. Hell if I know, before my time. The Doc grumbled, finishing up the scan on Sid's thigh. Looks like your leg is good enough to handle the trip. I'll grab some clean bandages and you'll be good to go. Naruto stepped back and let the doctor pass to go into the other side of the trailer, where he started going through some boxes. Hey Naruto. He turned back to Sid and found the man grinning at him. Heard you hooked up last night, Chum. The fuck? Even you know. He grumbled, making the man laugh hard. No, but I thought I saw you and Ms. Panam got pretty close last night. You just let me know I was right though. He continued to laugh a bit at the face Naruto made before calming down. But listen, I know I told Cesar he could have all of my stuff, but there's one thing he doesn't know about. The man pointed to the folded pair of pants across the room from him next to the door. Check my pocket, there should be an old key in it. Naruto did so and found it, holding it up. Yeah, that's the one. When the blonde went to step over, holding it out to give to the man, Sid waved him off. Nah Chum, I want you to have it. Goes to a old Harlan Dawson motorcycle my dad had. Fucker's old as hell, made like 40 years or something, but I've kept it in good shape. Why don't you keep it then? Not my style. He shrugged, and Aim's afraid I'll break my neck on it, but I just couldn't bring myself to get rid of it yet. Sid looked lost in thought for a minute, then snapped out of it. I want you to take it, Holmes. Man, you sure? Naruto looked at the key, then at him. I mean, it's your dad's bike. Dad was a gonk son of a bitch, Sid replied as the Doc returned and started removing the old bandage around his leg. Giving you his bike would be the perfect slap in the face. Or he'll just sell it yourself, worth 20k at least. Wait, then why don't you sell it? That got a shrug. I just couldn't do it myself. Hate the old man, but couldn't just sell off the last thing I had from him. Sides, I did try, and the collector's a son of a bitch, some corpo fucker, and I'd rather it rust before letting his ass touch the antique leather seat. Seeing how serious Sid looked, Naruto nodded and stuck the key in his pocket. Alright dude, I'll take it, thanks. Bikes in a storage unit in Haywood. His eyes lit up and Naruto received a message from the man over his holo. There's the address and my contact, if you feel like hitting me up sometime in the future. He said with a hopeful grin. Yeah dude, I'll check in on you and Aim later. Just know that if I don't hear from you after a while, I'm coming to check on y'all in person. The doctor cleared his throat, getting both men to look at him. As nice as it is to meet you, outsider, I need a few minutes with my patient. Nothing serious, Doc? Sid asked, a little apprehensive. He shook his head at his patient's question. No, just some standard health-related questions I need to talk to you about, and well, no disrespect to our guest here, but he's not family to you, so he's got a delta. No problem, doc, the blonde mused, setting Sid's pants back where he'd picked them up before. Send me a message whenever, dude, I'm gonna go talk to some people. As he walked out, he heard the doc mutter something that made Sid chuckle. Yeah, doc, I bet he's looking for her too. XXX. Looking over the data slate from his people, Faraday smirked as he read over the deets from his patsy on the hijacked Militech convoy. 3 trucks loaded with some of the best tech, all headed for the Noosa military, missing without a trace, and one Meredith Stout's name on the paperwork, making her responsible for its disappearance. Damn, it had been way too easy to set up. The bitch had already rubbed people the wrong way, and he barely had to go a thing to get someone to act against her, namely one Anthony Gilchrist. The man had already reached out a few months back to get in contact with 6th Street for his little co-op against Morton, so when he reached out to the man and mentioned how the man could get back at the woman, he snapped at the opportunity. Gilchrist had reached out to Maelstrom and leaked the deets on the convoy, and before they knew it, the Chrome junkie friends were chomping at the Chrome for a chance to kelp some military-grade Militech hardware. Sure, they butchered the guards, drivers, and several unlucky bystanders, but oh well, he got what he wanted. Stout hadn't contacted him at all. The bitch was too busy trying not to get shitcanned by her own bosses for losing their biggest client's shipment, and if Gilchrist was to be believed, he'd be taking her position soon enough. Oh, he couldn't wait. Maybe he'll even arrange a little meeting with her afterward to mock her before she was flatlined. XXX. Hey outsider, Naruto right? Looking over, Naruto saw Saul stalking over to him and took a moment to study the man as he approached. Saul didn't look any different from before, still wearing his black and blue Nomad road leathers with several belts and the usual body harness that most Adlicaldo adults seem to wear. The man didn't seem to be carrying a weapon of any sort either, so hopefully he wasn't about to try and attack him for sleeping with Panam the night before. He didn't know why, but Saul gave off a weird father-brother vibe when it came to Panam from the few times he'd seen them talk last night. Yeah, what's up, Saul? He took a few steps forward and met the approaching man. Walk with me, the ninja gave the man a look as he motioned for him to follow, but did so. Hopefully the man wasn't leading him into an ambush of some sort. Look, what you did yesterday, killing those wraiths and keeping Panam safe, I can't say thanks enough. Me and that girl have our differences, but she's family and I don't want anything to happen to my people. The two of them walked through the camp and Naruto took the time to notice that much of the camp was packed away now. Look, I don't take what you did lightly, the Aldecaldos owe you a debt as far as I'm concerned. I just wish there was something we could do to make us even. The man then motioned around them. We're heading to Nevada for now, if you want to join up, you're more than welcome. That threw him for a loop and he didn't know what to say. The one night he'd been here had shown him just how much the nomads cared about each other, and it was like night and day when it came to the people of Night City who actively ignored any suffering so long as it wasn't their own. But could he just up and leave like that? He'd be leaving the people he knew pretty well for a group he barely knew at all. He'd be leaving Kami. Naruto struggled with the thought and rubbed the back of his head with a grimace. Saul, I have to be honest, the offer sounds really good, but I still have stuff to do in the city, still have people there. He nodded, crossing his large arms. Yeah, I get that, figured I'd offer at least. But that brings me to my next point. Naruto internally worried what that might be. I was speaking with Panam, he felt his heart speed up a bit and prepared for a threat of some sort. She mentioned you had some decent connections in NC, something about getting an escort from 6th Street. I mean, I know a few people. Naruto shrugged as they continued to walk. Me and Morton have an understanding when it comes to 6th Street, but I'm usually doing gigs in Haywood with the old man, I mean the Padre. Saul got a look when Naruto mentioned those names casually. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. He stopped and looked around before leaning in closer. The shit with the Raffin yesterday, that wasn't the first time they pulled some shit on us, and I'm afraid it's gonna get worse. They walked past a large tanker truck marked Aldecaldo Fire Water. Not for drinking, we're only staying in Nevada for a couple months tops, then we're coming back, can we work out a deal for an introduction? Huh, what do you mean? We need connections in Night City, Saul grumbled, not liking having to admit it much less explain. most gonks in the city won't deal with us unless it's to do grunt work. Fixers don't know us so they don't trust us, and as far as most gangoons go, they see us as rival gangers thanks to assholes like the Wraiths. He turned to face the blonde and put his hands on his hips, looking Naruto straight in the eye. So what'll it take for you to put in a good word in an intro? Man, if you want me to put in a good word then all you have to do is ask. Naruto laughed, surprising Saul, the look on his face making the blonde snort. I've only been here one night and I can already tell you guys are, what's the word, Nova. Yeah, you guys are pretty Nova compared to a lot of bastards in the city. He grinned and mirrored Saul by butting his hands on his hips. I'll talk to the old man and see if he'd be interested. I'll even send Morton a message when I get the chance. Morton. The Aldecaldo patriarch asked. The name seemed familiar and he must have some high position in the gang if he could make a call about working with an outside group. Yeah, you know, Rick Morton. Naruto asked, the name going over Saul's head at first. He's the general of 6th Street. That made Saul freeze. Oh, and now that I think about it, maybe Gustavo would be interested too. Gustavo. He is a member of 6th Street too. Naruto snorted. I wouldn't let him hear you say that. He snickered, already seeing the look Gustavo would make in his mind. Nah, he's like one of the top guys with the Valentinos. I think him and his cousin Campos run things pretty much. Haywood's top fixer, the general of 6th Street, and one of the bosses on the Valentinos. What's next? Would he offer to introduce him to the head of Arasaka next? How the hell are you close to both the leaders of opposing gangs? He had to ask. Oh, long story there. Naruto laughed, putting his hands behind his head before looking down a bit as he thought about it again. Morton pretty much owes me and Gustavo. He looked thoughtful for a minute and gave the nomad a sad smile. Well, Gustavo, had things been different, we would have been brothers-in-law. XXX. When Naruto found Panam again, he found her standing on top of a large truck they called a hauler with her Thornton truck chained in place and several large parts of another truck loaded in the back of hers. The woman herself was grumbling and poking at several bullet holes in the side panel from what he could see. Was wondering where you got off to. She looked over her shoulder at him and huffed. Look at my baby Naruto. She groaned, motioning to all the damage it showed. Goddamn Wraiths are lucky you zeroed them. If I could just get my hands on them. She growled and clenched her fist before sighing. Well, at least you have some spare parts. He nodded towards the panels and parts nearby, making her laugh. Those are from the truck that hit me. She stood up and stepped off the back of the hauler, landing next to him. Naruto reached out and steadied her as she landed, keeping her from staggering forward. Ever the gentleman, he smiled back, but lucky for me, the gonk that wrecked my warhorse drove a slightly older model like mine. Couldn't salvage much, but I can use these parts to get my baby up and running again, and check it out. She nodded to the panel closest to him. New Hood has an ungraded onboard cam. I could probably drive this baby remotely with it. He didn't understand a bit of what she said. Here y'all are headed out pretty soon, he stated, changing the subject and making the woman nod. Yep, probably be a few hours at the most. She trailed off and smirked at him. Saul said he wanted to offer you the chance to join up. I'm guessing you said no. You gonna miss me? He joked. Panam hummed to herself, looking thoughtful. Maybe a little bit. The girl leaned in close and whispered, a small, wet part of me, making him blush and laugh. But seriously, you're a chill dude and I had a blast. Might hit you up when we come back to NC. She nudged him with her elbow. Oh, speaking of the city, Scorpion's letting me borrow his ride to take you back. Wow, getting rid of me already. He gave her a look of mock hurt and got another elbow in return. You gonk. The woman shook her head with a little smirk. I don't really have much to pack now. She motioned to her truck, and since Saul wants me running lead on the trip this time I kinda need to get back here. Yeah, sure. Just let me say bye to folks. She nodded. I'll go grab the key, then laughed, and I'll get you a barf bag too. XXX. Strolling into the Coyote Coho from the alley out back, Jackie hummed a tune as he stretched and looked around the empty bar to find his mother sitting on a stool going over her notebook and various paperwork. Manana mama, he called out before yawning as he headed over to her, wrapping an arm around her. As he did, he spotted an old baseball bat laying just behind the bar top and whistled. Already had to break out La Chancla this morning. Mama Wells leaned into his hug and gave him kiss on his forehead as he leaned down. Good morning mijo. She snaked her arm around him and returned the hug before motioning behind her with a thumb, just the usual morning pests. Jackie turned to see a pair of gonks laid out in the middle of the floor and shook his head. Want me to toss them out in the street? No, it's okay mijo. They'll handle themselves once they wake up again, it's just Reuben and Sharky. Ah, they were regular old nomad barflies and had been old drinking buddies of his dad's back in the day. He actually liked them back then because his old man acted like a decent human being when they were around, not wanting them to know what a burro he was to his wife and kids. He had only just recently found out why they'd stopped coming around his old man. Apparently they were the ones that tried killing Raul when he beat his mother in the bar that day. He'd bought them several beers after he learned that. They still drunk from last night? He asked, walking over to them and staring down at the pair. You know how they are. Woke up when I came in and started annoying me. Figured I'd give them a little more time to sleep it off. She sighed, returning to her work. Jackie did know exactly how annoying the pair could be. He'd carted them out of the bar numerous times growing up, and while they were mostly harmless, they were loving drunks to the max. He'd knocked them out a couple times himself when they got to be too much. Hey mama, did you? I sure did mijo. Looking at their turned-out pockets, Jackie chuckled and headed back to her. Their stuff is behind the counter, don't give it back till they pay the tab. He leaned over to see what she'd taken from them and found a small pile of cards, cheap jewelry, their phones, and a pair of cheap pistols. Hee hee, I love you mama. He grinned while shaking his head, then started looking around a bit more. She gave him a little smile and went back to her work. I love you too mijo, what brought you here so early? Nothing much, figured I'd come by and see you. She snorted as he lifted a few things. What's that about mama? Oh nothing mijo, nothing at all, looking for something. She put her pen down and watched as he tried to search for something without being too obvious. While he did, she reached into the pocket of her synth leather vest laying on the bar on her other side. Something like these. Hearing the sound of keys, Jackie Winston turned to see his mother giving him an innocent little smile while dangling the key to his garage home. Oh, that's where that got off too. He gave her a nervous little laugh and accepted them when she held it out. Thanks mama. No problem mijo. So, who was she? Feeling a cold sweat, Jackie tried to play dumb. What do you mean mama? Only for the woman to shake her head slowly, still smiling at him. Jackie, mi querido niño, you know you can't hide anything from me. Closing her notebook, Mama Wells turned to face him fully and propped her head up on her palm. You smell of a woman's perfume, so unless you're planning on telling me that I need to start calling you Jacqueline, she trailed off as he grumbled, I stayed with Misty last night mama, he finally admitted, already knowing that his mother didn't really like the other woman. Went to Vic's after I left here and kinda lost track of time, as he said that he could see the disapproval in her eyes. Mama, look, Misty isn't bad people. I didn't say anything mijo. Yeah but I know you too mama. He gave her a look of his own which she returned with just as much sass. Look, let's not get into this, okay? Jackie, you're old enough to make your own choices, she mused, reopening her notebook while he rolled his eyes and muttered, no matter how much I disagree with them. Mama, please. He groaned, look, can we talk about this later? I really want to go and get changed out of these threads. Really? But you smell so nice. She leaned forward and sniffed. Oh, sweet pea. At least she's got good taste. Seeing her son blush, she grinned. Oh, before I forget, have you spoken to Naruto yet? No, not recently, not since he brought you some of Camilla's stuff. Actually, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in a while. Wonder what he's up to. XXX. The ride back to Night City was much smoother this time around for him as the pair blazed down the hills towards the highway, leaving a huge trail of dust in their wake as Pan Am pushed Scorpion's ride to the max. Turns out that being in the front seat didn't make him feel he was about to be sick, so at least he knew that now. Not gonna spew this time or ya Naruto. Laughed the woman as she tore around a large rock while a whoop, glancing over to her passenger with a grin as he held onto the strap above the door so as not to be slung from his seat. Feeling a little green again. He couldn't stop grinning as she shifted from her drift and spun donuts in the sand afterward. Gonna take more than this to make me sick, Panam. He cheered, gripping the strap as she spun out and did a figure 8. Since we're checking up on each other, how's your ass? All this bouncing around has to be making it a little sore, especially after I almost broke it last night. She snorted and burst into laughter, cheeks turning a little darker. Wow, you're lucky you're cute. They went over a small hill and caught a second or two of airtime, and I'll have you know, my rear is perfect and it'll take more than that to break me. Oh, I don't know about perfect. I seem to remember a nice little crack right down the middle, he joked before both snickered, although I was drinking quite a bit last night. Shifting in his seat, Naruto grinned at her. I'd be happy to take another look if you want. Ha, I bet you'd love that. They climbed up a small ridge not too far from the ambush site and slowed down to take in the sight. Tempting though, she mused with a thoughtful look on her face while looking down the hill. Naruto looked at her, then down to what she was staring at, and found her looking at the remaining wrecks from the ambush. The other nomads had buried the wraiths from the looks of things and salvaged what they could from the cars that wouldn't move. At most there was just a few skeleton-like supports and frames left to rust and a small line of burial mounds with simple posts marking them. He couldn't help but think that the Aldecaldos treated them a lot better than the wraiths would have had the shoe been on the other foot. So what do you plan on doing when you're back in the city? Glancing over to the woman, who eased the car down the slope before speeding back up near the bottom, Naruto shrugged. Sid gave me a bike that belonged to his old man. Probably go take a look at it, then go check on my place. Maybe go shopping, my apartment's pretty empty. Gonna get you some of those fake flowers to brighten up the place. She chuckled before gunning the engine again, quickly tearing through the Badlands towards the highway which could be seen in the distance. Actually, now that you mention it, I wonder if I can find a nice house plant. Ooh, or maybe a tomato plant. If not, I'm sure I can grow one. Panam looked at him like he'd grown a second head. What? You're just gonna go and try to find a real live houseplant? She deadpanned, getting a nod and a half-confused look. Do you know someone or something? Damn things cost more than a luxury car and a real vegetable plant. Peef, you're gonna rob one of Biotechnica's greenhouses. Oh yeah, he thought after a moment. Real fruit and vegetables were a luxury only the richest could afford to eat, much less try to grow. Corporations like Biotechnica went out of their way to control all they could when it came to growing plants, either through whatever means they wanted. Legal threats or outright murder, it didn't matter to them so long as they maintained their monopoly. I didn't think of it, but now you've given me the idea. He smirked at her only to get an eye roll. But I'm serious about a houseplant. If nothing else, I'm sure I can find something. Why do you want one? Those things are damn expensive to take care of. Don't you need to find clean soil and shit for it, right? Well, I don't know about shit, but I've taken care of plenty of plants before. Some I found out in the wild. Grew some from seeds when I was young. He got a far-off look in his eye. I kinda miss them, to be honest. Hell, they were my best friends growing up. Glancing over at him, Panam wasn't too sure what to say at the change of mood. The orange-wearing man just looked downcast for a few moments. I was so proud of them. Every time I saw one blossom and grow, it was like I had proof that I was doing something right, you know. Even if it was just a plant, it felt good to be needed by something. It couldn't abandon me or betray me. It couldn't yell or insult and make me feel like shit. They were there when I left in the morning and they were there when I came home at night. Naruto sighed and leaned his arm against the door. I guess I'm saying it's just nice to be needed. He rested his head on his chrome knuckles. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to kill the mood. Nah, I didn't mean to sound like I thought it was stupid. The highway was coming up, but instead of slowing down she started speeding alongside it, following alongside a section of guardrail before coming up on a gap. Hold on. He did so, not exactly sure what she was planning. This is a little something I picked up from Cassidy. The nomad laughed as she pulled the handbrake. Had Naruto not been holding on to the strap once again, he'd have ended up face first in the windshield as she hit the brake, but did end up kissing the window when she spun the car into a drift between the opening. The moment the tires hit the blacktop, Naruto felt the entire car shudder as she once again whipped the car around, fishtailing a bit as the tires smoked and squealed. Ha ha ha. She giggled like a mad woman. Scorpion's gonna be pissed I'm smoking his tires. The smell of burning rubber filled their noses and soon, the pair were speeding down the highway, Panam grinning ear to ear while Naruto wiped the face print he left on the window. Woo, what a rush. She idly hoped that the adrenaline rush would make the blonde feel a bit better after the last bit of their convo. A wild ride always perked her up when she was feeling down. XXX. Pulling up to his favorite scop shop, Jackie could already smell the barbecue flavoring wafting through the air as he backed his bike into a parking space near the door. He'd skipped breakfast earlier, only having snagged some of his mother's synthcaf tea when she wasn't looking, and the flickering neon lights of the sandwich-shaped sign bearing the name, Chubby Buffalo's BBQ, called to him. Jackie. Hearing his name, he turned his head towards the call and grinned, seeing his old chum, Yo V. He hit the switch and shut his bike off, kicking the stand out. It's been forever, Hermana. Don't your corpo overlords ever let you leave? It was a rhetorical question and both knew it. The redhead rolled her eyes as she walked over from where she parked her own ride. If they could make me work from home without having to spend a ton on security, they'd have me going non-stop. She looked thoughtful and grimaced. Don't repeat that, can't give them any ideas. Jackie snickered. I'll try not to. He then looked over her shoulder. I see you're doing pretty well, new wheels huh? She turned slightly, her red-trimmed black suit jacket folded neatly over her arm. Kinda, company car. Climbing off his bike, the larger man walked over to her ride with her next to him. Archer hella huh? Not bad, although they definitely don't make 'em like they used to. Outside of car nuts and other gearheads, few people knew just how true that statement was. Back in 2023, the Archer company nearly drove itself into bankruptcy when they launched the first of their Hella series, a car so reliable and generously affordable that those who bought them found themselves never looking for another car. Hell, even after more than 50 years those original Hellas could still be found going strong, if worn and rusty from age. Jackie could tell that this wasn't one of those masterpieces, but it was still a nice car. They hooked you up with a company car. He repeated after looking at the interior and snorting, look at you, you'll be up high in that glass tower looking down on the rest of us in no time. Standing up, he turned to her and looked her over and frowned, you good V. Looking a little rougher than before. The corpo fixed him with her usual deadpan stare, her red hair bobbing slightly as she tilted her head. Where do I start? She had dark circles around her eyes and looked a little paler than he remembered. I don't know if my boss has it out for me or if I'm his favorite. Guy's a certified sociopath. Stepping up to her, Jackie chuckled and slapped her on the shoulder before pulling her into a friendly one-armed hug. How about we go grab some grub and you can tell your old chum all about it? My treat. He grinned at her and pointed his thumb at himself. That got a raised eyebrow. Jackie Wells offering to pay for lunch. Her voice was full of mock shock. Oh my, what's the occasion? She sniffed the air. Wait a minute. She did so again before leaning closer to him. Well, Jackie, don't you smell pretty? The man pulled away from her as she tried not to laugh. Mirda, I thought I washed it off. He grumbled, sniffing himself, which only made V laugh harder. Oh ha ha. She returned his earlier gesture and slapped him on the shoulder. Come on chum, let's go order some grub. I'll tell you all about my woes and you can explain why you smell like. She sniffed again, making him grumble, that sweet pea. The pair made their way into Chubby Buffalo's and found a seat in one of the booths. The scop shop was the same as always, with a few customers seated around occupied with their own food and or convos. Several hollow screens mounted to the wall showing various ads or news with the sound turned way down, no one really paying them any mind at all. So, wanna tell me what's been going on? V started off with a innocent grin that Jackie knew was anything but, her tone almost sickeningly sweet. You're either getting in touch with your feminine side or someone's got a new output. The way she nearly sang that last part made Jackie nearly choke on his drink. Damn girl, how the hell did you know? He coughed, pounding his chest once while the redhead looked at him with a shitating grin. I know your job has you being all super spy and shit, but there's no way you would have known. The merc trailed off and looked thoughtful. You and mama aren't spying on me, are you? Unable to hold it, V laughed out loud, which drew the attention of several other patrons who quickly lost interest. Not chum, I'm way too busy for that. Why do you think so? She listened as he told her about his earlier convo with Mama Wells and how he'd started seeing Misty on a more personal level than before. Want me to look into her some? She asked jokingly once he finished, making him roll his eyes. Joking, I'm joking, but just so you know Jackie, all your mom had to do was look at you to know you were with someone last night. Huh. The corpo smirked and pointed to her neck, just below her ear, looks like Misty marked her territory. Looking around, Jackie grabbed the napkin dispenser from the table and rubbed the shiny metal case on his shirt before holding it up to try and see what she was talking about. It took him a few tries and a couple different angles, but there it was, a nice dark hickey, no, a couple of them on the side of his neck. Once the shock wore off he couldn't help the grin that spread across his face, esos caliente. I'm happy for you Chum, she continued, shaking her head at the look he had, congrats. Hee, thanks V. I've known her, shit we grew up on the same streets. Ran with different groups though, kinda wish I'd got to talking with her sooner. He shared a few small details, about how he started talking to her more when he started going to his Ripperdoc, how she'd helped him when he was in a darker mindset after splitting up with Camilla and how they'd grown closer ever since. That's pretty much the gist of it, not to jinx it but I'm really hoping things keep going the way they are. By now their food had shown up and the pair started eating, so, how's it going with you? Oh yeah, that, V looked like she wanted to talk about anything other than that. Looking around, she leaned closer to him and he did the same, knowing that she didn't want to be overheard. Get this, my psycho boss calls me into his office and wants me to hire some muscle to put some guy in the ICU. That made Jackie blink, eyes wide, yeah, insane right. I don't know if he's setting me up to fail or testing me, or, I don't fucking know what his deal is. Watching her angrily take a bite out of her sandwich, a CB classic barbecue scop sandwich with extra barbecue flavoring sprinkled on top, Jackie whistled, damn chica, guy sounds like a great boss. Sarcasm dripped from his words while he took another bite of his own, whatcha gonna do? Hell if I know, I don't have the connections to get a meeting with any fixer this quick. Pausing mid-bite, she looked at Jackie for a moment, hey, that guy you were telling me about, you think he's up for some work? Who, Naruto? She nodded, looking a bit hopeful. Don't know, Vato's been running gigs non-stop ever since Camilla was zeroed. Jackie grumbled, I think he's taking stims too, wasn't sure at first but he brought mama some of Camilla's stuff and I spotted a bottle of pills. Well who could blame him, she shrugged which Jackie nodded too. Oh yeah, not saying I think bad of him for it. Shit, the Vato nearly killed me when we first met and I consider him a chum now. But I looked at what was in the bottle and it looked like Sin. Sin was a popular yet highly illegal capsule that the cops hated. It was a powerful antidepressant, aphrodisiac, and an uninhibitor that had the occasional side effect of sending its users into a psychotic killing frenzy, thus why the cops hated it and the drug remained highly illegal. But hey, he might not be interested but I know a guy who is. Waiting until she motioned for him to spit it out, Jackie gave her a grin of his own and pointed at himself, this guy. You. Oh yeah, your old chum Jackie has been doing some gigs of his own, he chuckled, leaning back in his seat and crossing his arms with a smug little grin, even did a few bigger gigs with Naruto and got some street cred to my name. So tell me, who needs his teeth kicked in? XXX. You sure this is the place? Glancing over to Panam from his spot in the passenger seat, Naruto shrugged, I guess so. The place Sid's coordinates sent them to was pretty similar to his old storage unit home, a poorly maintained self-storage building with a couple dozen or so tiny units cramped together in Haywood. Several units looked like they'd been broken into and were being used as makeshift homes by downtrodden individuals and some seedy gonks. So which one is it? The woman asked, looking down the row of units from over her steering wheel and eyeing several of the folks that lingered around and leered back. Panam had been interested upon hearing that Sid had given him a motorcycle and wanted to see it for herself after learning that it was over 40 years old. Naruto fished around in his pocket and grabbed the key, Unit 14. He read. She drove down further and looped around to the back side, stopping as a dazed-looking man staggered in front of them, slack-jawed and twitching as he drooled on himself dressed in a filthy brown overcoat and a pair of ragged boots. Ah, she grimaced, looking away from the man as the coat shifted and exposed his nudity, I did not need to see that. Snickering, Naruto looked away, kinda sums up Night City huh? She huffed and continued down the row once the man got out of the way. 16, 15, here it is, Unit 14. Unlike the others that looked like they had been damaged in one way or another, these units were covered in Valentino graffiti and largely left alone. The markings probably acted as a warning that it belonged to Gangoons, so most gonks knew to leave them alone unless they wanted trouble. As Naruto climbed out of the car, Panam following suit, he heard several loud clatters and turned to see that the guy from before had stumbled into several trash cans and was now clutching his head and shaking. Hey Panam, he motioned for her to come over and nodded towards the guy as she did, might wanna keep an eye on that guy. Looks like he's got the glitter shakes, she muttered to him after a moment, watching the guy while the blonde started unlocking the unit. Least I hope so, don't want to deal with some random gonk turning into a cyberpsycho. She nudged him as he squatted down to lift the door. You carrying though? The rollers in the door squealed and clattered as he raised it, having to use extra force when one stuck. Wouldn't really need it, he answered with a shrug, making her roll her eyes with a little smirk at his words. You. Nope. Left it in the car. Naruto jumped when she suddenly slapped his ass with a laugh. I'll just hide behind you if the gonk snaps. Looking at her, Naruto shook his head, a small smile on his lips. Fair enough, I don't mind you hiding behind me. He stepped past her and into the tiny storage unit, stopping to lean a little closer to her. After all, I spent plenty of time behind you last night. Her inhale let him know that she wasn't expecting him to say that, and Panam punched him lightly in the arm. You gonk, you're lucky you're cute. So you've told me. The unit itself was a little smaller than his old one. Several old trash bags were piled up along one side with several pieces of clothing spilling out of one. An old mattress was sagging against the other wall, smelling strongly of old mothballs and chemicals that they were able to ignore after a few moments. But in the middle of it all, covered in a faded military green tarp, was what had to be Sid's motorcycle. Oh hold on, Panam stopped him as he started to reach for the tarp. Let me do it. Giving her a look, he shrugged as she walked forward and cocked her hip. You ready to see your prize, Mr. Hero? She joked, making a little show of motioning to the bike and grabbing the cover. Woo! He chuckled, clapping softly and playing along. Show me, show me. Are you sure? She cooed, picking up part of it with 2 fingers teasingly. Are you ready to see it? Come on, take it off. He fake cheered. As she lifted the tarp he grinned harder. No, not that. He started making her look at him confused. I meant your shirt, take it off. Woo. Face darkening just a bit, Panam clutched the tarp and slung it towards him with a laugh. You gonk. When it got caught on the handlebars of the bike she snatched it up with little difficulty and balled it up, once again throwing it towards him as he sidestepped it with a laugh. Looking to toss something else at him, a smile of her own on her face, Panam looked down at the bike and her eyes lit up. Whoa. The bike was nothing like the ones on the streets today. Whereas most were covered in plastic that shielded the engine and had the rider leaning forward, this old bike showed off all the chrome of its engine and pipes while the rider leaned back. A Harlan Dawson cruiser, she whistled, running a hand over the tank as the blonde walked over. Damn, I've only seen one of these in old mags. The once shiny chrome had lost its luster over time, but it looked well maintained for the most part, but the bike itself only needed a little TLC to make the reddish burnt orange tank and fender shine again. Naruto threw one leg over it and sat down on the seat, getting a feel for it as he did. He had to admit that while he was certain he'd be able to run circles around this thing, it looked fun as hell to drive. This feels a lot nicer than the last bike I rode. He mused while taking the handlebars in hand as Panam watched. It felt a lot nicer sitting on this one compared to the one he drove the day before, probably because it didn't have all the boxes and tech strapped to it. Looking preem, the nomad told him with a low whistle, may I? Giving her a confused look, Naruto wasn't ready for her to climb on, much like him, scooting him back with her rear so she could sit in front while he sat. Bitch. Hee. This is Nova as fuck. After a few moments, she had her fill and got back off the bike. Whether or not she meant half sit in his lap he didn't know, but wasn't planning on complaining. Fire it up. Let's hear this bad boy sing. Alright, let's see. He turned the key and kicked down on the lever to crank it. The first few times it struggled, and after a quick tweak from Panam, he tried again and they both instantly regretted it, as inside the tiny metal storage unit, the roar of the engine starting up deafened them. XXX. Wincing, David looked at himself in the reflection of his cracked bathroom mirror and cursed. Katsuo, that corpo asshole gonk fuck hadn't liked him snapping back and had cornered him after class had let out for the day. While he could normally hold his own in a scrap one-on-one, that asshole had a surprise in store for him this time and beat the shit out of him, boasting about a martial arts chip his dad bought him. As far as his mom knew, he only had a black eye and a busted lip since he didn't want her to worry. But in reality, Katsuo and his gonk friends kicked the shit out of him, leaving his chest and back pretty bruised, but luckily nothing broken, so that was it. Thankfully, Mom had left for work earlier and he didn't have class over the weekend, so he could take the time to rest and heal up without the risk of her finding out just how bad it was. I'm hungry, he grumbled under his breath, checking his holo to see how much he had on him. Could go for some noodles, he mused before standing up from the couch, turning the holoscreen off and starting the annoyingly painful process of getting dressed. Mom must have gotten a new detergent, he thought while sniffing his shirt. He couldn't exactly name the smell, but it was nice enough. Wearing his street clothes, gray cropped sweatpants with a black t-shirt and his white tennis shoes and of course, the gold chain with a cross that his mother had given him years ago, he left the apartment and locked up before wandering down the halls to head out and down the street where he knew a half-decent vendor sold some pretty preem noodles. Ignoring the usual piles of trash, gangoons, gonks, and the usual smells of filth and decay, David hopped the ledge and fell down the street level, instantly regretting it as he landed and pain shot through his body. God damn you, Tanaka, he cursed, gingerly rotating his arm. What he wouldn't do to be able to wipe that smirk off that gonk's face. It was a short trip, really it was only right around the building, but with the amount of garbage and homeless people he had to weave through, it felt like more. An open cargo container that was left to rust next to the building had quickly become home to several random gonks. How they dealt with living in a metal con like that during the sweltering heat in summer he didn't know, but suspected drugs had something to do with it. Several others set up tents or even just slept on ratty, filthy mattresses nearby, but none of them ever made a move to harass him over the years, for some reason. But what he was here for was the small street vendor set up in front of these people, a simple covered stall held together by old grease, tape and a dream. Hey Aiko, he greeted, waving at the older Asian man with a scruffy beard with a plain gray headband tied around his forehead. Let me get a bowl, spicy as you can make it, he called out, grinning at the vendor who looked up at him from his lawn chair. Davy, it's been a while, Aiko greeted, fanning himself with a small cardboard fan. Spicy noodles. That scop's gonna burn out your guts, kid. The man pulled himself up from his rusty chair and stretched, taking a good look at him. Fuck kid, you look like shit. Just some assholes at school. He rubbed the tender spot where his lip was split subconsciously. The man went around to the back of his stall, which was surprisingly clean for being where it was and what shape it was in. Oh yeah, you got into that fancy-ass school. David grimaced, you ain't gonna give me shit about it too, are you? Several people around the megabuilding had made comments about it, ranging from playful teasing from some to downright hateful comments about him trying to be better than he was. Me? Hell nah kid, Aiko snorted while heating up the small flat top. I think it's a good thing for ya. Hell, I went there for a little bit. You did? Yep, before my parents disowned me. They made me go there just like my sister and brothers, but well, he flexed his arm and showed off a burn corpo shit tattoo down his forearm. I wasn't exactly a good student, fought and got kicked out before the end of the year. Damn sorry to hear that, Choom. The man waved it off, spraying something on the grill. Meh, it's all in the past. Sides, I fucking hate my family. Getting disowned was about the best thing that could have happened to me. A rumbling sound caught the mont's attention. Well fuck me, Aiko mused, letting out a low whistle looking at something behind the teen. Turning. David spotted a familiar orange-wearing blonde grinning from ear to ear atop an old motorcycle while Aiko continued, haven't seen one of those old things in years. It didn't have any of the sharp edges or swoops like modern bikes did, and from here, it didn't have any plastic guards to cover the motor, leaving it all exposed and shining for all to see as it rumbled. You know him? David felt a bit hopeful when he asked, wanting to know more about the strange guy who helped him out the day before. From where he was standing, he could see the blonde start to maneuver his bike towards the parking garage near the entrance, where he disappeared and the rumbling of the motor started to fade. Aiko nodded, then looked thoughtful. Well kinda. He tossed a scoop of scop noodles on the flat top with several different processed ingredients. Heard about him from some of the gangoons, apparently he's some hotshot cyberpunk that's off limits. That made David's eyes widen, which the man saw and grinned. I know right, here the order came from pretty high too. Kinda want to know what he did, but you know the saying, curiosity killed the cat. Which was true, you didn't live long in this city by putting your nose in someone else's biz. But David still really wanted to know, maybe he'd get a chance to ask the man one day. The smell of spice started to fill his nose, so David turned back to see Aiko working the grill, his noodles taking on a light red hue before being tossed into a bowl. Here you go Davy, one spicy noodle bowl. As always, the man seemed reluctant to hold the bowl due to the spice. I swear I don't know how you eat that. David had already taken a bite before he'd even finished talking. I don't know what you're talking about, this stuff's Nova. Man, I tried some after you asked the first time and that scop nearly killed my ass. Aiko tossed some water on the grill to clean it, leaning away from the cloud of steam that wafted into the air. Like literally, I thought I'd have to go to a Ripper and get a chrome asshole or something. That made the teen nearly choke on his noodles. The hell is that smell? They heard someone call out. Still holding his bowl and coughing, David turned to see Naruto walking around the corner, sniffing the air as he did. The blonde locked eyes with him and grinned. Hey, David, right? As he got closer, the blonde noticed the bruises and frowned. Hey, those guys from 6th Street didn't hurt you, did they? Aiko looked between the two of them and kept his head down, scrubbing the grill clean while subtly turning his head to listen in. David didn't know why he felt ashamed. He'd gotten into fights before and used to wear the bruises like badges of honor, but now, under this guy's gaze, he felt like his mom was about to scold him or something. No. Hearing the kid grumble something, Naruto raised an eyebrow. What was that? Couldn't hear you, man. No, it wasn't them, it was some bullies at school. Oh, Naruto nodded slowly, a look of understanding on his face. He hadn't expected to run into David again, but seeing him bruised like this made him worry that those punks had come back for revenge while he was gone, and while he was glad that wasn't the case, he understood how shitty school bullies were and could empathize with him. But hey, all they did was this, David quickly added, pointing to his face and ignoring the twinge in his chest and back. Why he was trying to downplay it he didn't understand. David never had a male role model in his life, as it was always just him and his mom, and even then, she was almost always working to support him. Every time he had to deal with a bully growing up, she wasn't really able to help except to give him a hug or try to soothe the pain, but this guy had actually stood up for him, made those gonks back down. Even if he didn't know it or recognize it, he saw the blonde as someone to be like. I see, dense he may be, but Naruto could see how David wasn't trying to move his torso and could see more bruises peeking out from his shirt sleeve. Oh hey, you want to try some of Aiko's noodles? The teen asked, making the vendor's eyes widen as he'd been scrubbing the same spot mindlessly to listen in, quickly scrubbing the rest as not to look suspicious to the merc. Chum cooks some preem stuff. Nodding, Naruto turned to the man. Aiko, right? The vendor nodded. I'll take a bowl too. Just. He glanced at what David had, and while it smelled nice, the spicy scent was a bit off-putting. Not spicy, please. Nodding, the vendor finished clearing the flat top. One normal bowl coming right up. Noticing another customer coming up, Naruto motioned for David to follow, then turned to the cook. I'll be over here, to which the man gave a thumbs up. He led the teen over to a concrete barricade and leaned on it while waiting for his food. You wanna talk about your bullies? What do you mean? Seeing how the teen glanced away, Naruto shifted his weight and crossed his arms. It's worse than you let on, I can tell. When David continued to play dumb, the blonde huffed, if you don't want to talk that's fine, but it's not just a black eye and a busted lip. He reached out and poked David's chest, making him wince. You got the shit beat out of you, didn't you? Face turning bright red at being called out, David grumbled some more and stuffed more noodles in his mouth. Hey, it's nothing to be embarrassed about, he told the teen. Hell, I've got my ass handed to me more times than I can count, and every time I did I came back stronger until I could beat them back. I wish I could beat that jackass, he grumbled again, this time around a mouthful of spicy noodles. I used to be able to defend myself from him, but he got some martial arts chip and I couldn't do anything. What do you mean? His dad is some corpo asshat, spent a bunch of eddies on some chip that taught him some martial arts, one day he's just a pain in the ass. Then yesterday he and his gonk friends corner me and he's moving like he's in one of those kung fu BDs. Naruto had heard of chips like that but from what he'd seen they were outrageously expensive, even second-hand. Rico had an old Nusa army training shard which was basically just a target practice sim that he'd used a few times, just to learn how not to blow his own foot off. But it was still just a simulation, it gave you the knowledge not the experience. Why not practice and kick his ass? He spotted Aiko waving him over and left to grab his own food, returning to his spot to dig in. He wants to fight then give him a fight to remember. David scoffed, can't risk getting kicked out. He groaned, Tanaka could get away with fighting but I'd get busted and land in a ton of trouble. Don't want my mom to have to deal with that. Naruto tried a bite of his food and hummed, it wasn't ramen but it was still pretty good. Then don't fight. What? Just run away. The young man scoffed again, they already look down on me for being poor, I'd rather take a few hits than be mocked for being a pussy. Shaking his head, Naruto finished the bite he took and turned towards David, resting the plastic bowl on top of the barricade they were leaning on. No, I didn't say run, I said don't fight. Seeing the look he was getting, the ninja clarified, I've used one of those shards before, it only teaches you how to do things. Yeah, like how to kick someone's ass. True, but it doesn't mean his body can handle what his mind knows. Does he have the actual physical training and stamina to be pushing himself like that? David thought back and tried to remember. Tanaka wasn't physically active from what he knew, which wasn't too much to be fair but he remembered how sweaty he was after that first fury of blows. Oh shit you're right, he gasped with wide eyes. He might know how to fight but it doesn't mean he can, and it probably wouldn't hurt for you to learn how to defend yourself either. Too bad I can't afford lessons, the only other option was to just go out and pick fights and he wasn't gonna pull a gonk move like that, he'd end up dead in some alleyway or worse, facing his mother when she found out. Naruto finished a few more bites of his food, looking thoughtful, you know, I could teach you a few things. He stated looking around at the folks nearby before looking back over to David, the teen looking shocked and hopeful. I mean, you won't be kicking ass and taking names but who knows, if you're good maybe I'll teach you a few more things. Really? The teen felt excitement welling up in his chest, grinning when the blonde nodded. Excuse me, Mr. Uzumaki. Both Naruto and David turned to look at who called the blonde out. The man was taller than him by a bit, dressed in what looked like an armored leather jacket with dark cargo pants and boots. He had a serious look on his face and stared down at him from behind a pair of mirrored sunglasses and rocked a crew cut, checking off many points from the how to look like someone's hustle checklist. David got quiet as he felt the man look him up and down, letting out a breath as he turned back to Naruto. Hey Marcus, greeted the orange-clad ninja, you here for some noodles? It's not ramen but they're pretty good. He stated before giving the cook, who was still serving several construction workers, a thumbs up. Marcus looked at the bowl then to the cook before back to him, no, maybe some other time. Naruto slurped another few noodles up, then what's up? He asked with his mouth full. The man stepped to the side and motioned to a dark blue Villefort Cortez V5000 Valor parked a little ways down the street, making Naruto's eyes widen, little far from Haywood EH. The man nodded slowly, I do not like it, but the Padre insisted on speaking with you in person. That gave the blonde pause, really? Marcus nodded, hey David, give me a few minutes. I need to go talk to someone. He quickly shoved the remaining noodles into his mouth and followed the taller man back to the car. David, who'd been quietly finishing his noodles while listening in, gave him a nod, yeah sure, I'll be right here. This only added more questions to who his new neighbor was. Only a real gonk wouldn't know who the top fixer of Haywood was, and somehow this guy had the Padre himself coming to meet him in person. Not only that but the fixer came all the way from Haywood into Arroyo, which was 6th Street territory, to do so. Watching the Padres hustle open the back door for the blonde, David couldn't help but feel odd. This guy had already made members of 6th Street back down before but now he had the respect of the Padre. Wait. Then it hit him again, he offered to teach him some things too. This is gonna be so fucking Nova. As Marcus opened the door for him, Naruto leaned down and rested against the roof, Hey Padre, never thought I'd see you here in Arroyo. The old man looked as dour as always, fixing him with a stern yet still gloomy-looking stare from his seat. Everything all right. Get in Naruto, this is not a conversation I wish to be overheard, he told him, you, me, and the Almighty, that's as far as this shall go. Frowning and feeling a bit apprehensive, Naruto ducked his head and climbed in, allowing Marcus to shut the door then stand with his back to the window, blocking his view in the door. What's this about Padre? Naruto, I'm only going to ask you this once, the man began, looking straight ahead while smoothing out his cardigan then resting his hands on his knees, and I ask that you be truthful. The name you gave me, one Francis Bennett, that you wanted information on, what do you intend to do with it? Thinking back, Naruto crossed his arms, Amelia Bennett's father. The elderly fixer gave him a curt nod, one in the same. Honestly, I don't know. The man sent killers after his daughter and from what she told me, he's not a good man. I wanna talk to him, I want to know what kind of man tries to kill his own child, and after that, he trailed off but both of them knew how things might end. Turning to fix the solo with a stern stare, the Padre locked eyes with the blonde for a few tense moments then nodded. I see, he produced a single data shard from a small pocket on his shirt and held it out, here is all that I was able to gather for you. Just know that from here on, I will wash my hands of it and will not handle any more requests like this. Naruto took the shard and nodded slowly, I got it. He would be able to handle it on his own from here anyway. All he really needed was a face and a general location to be brutally honest, everything else was just a bonus. I like you, Naruto, but I want nothing more to do with this. The Padre continued, going after someone with Arasaka is more trouble to me than it's worth. Turning his head, he called for his driver who moved from his place in front of Naruto's door and opened it. I wish you well Naruto, go with God. Hearing the Padre's preferred way of saying to leave, Naruto nodded, thanks for the info, he started as he climbed out, leaning down to look at the man as Marcus went around to the driver's seat, catch you later, old man. He shut the door just as the fixer turned to him, grinning at the window with a little wave. Later Marcus. XXX. As he climbed back into the driver's seat and got back onto the road, Marcus glanced back at his employer who kept looking out his window. He'd been with the man for long enough to know that something was bothering him and had an inkling as to why but also knew better than to bring it up. Sir. I am fine Marcus, the Padre's tone left no room for argument, his way of saying to leave it alone. He nodded once and silently continued to drive. You must think I am a cruel man. Glancing back, the driver found his employer still facing his window but could see the man looking at him from the side of his eye. I've been your driver for a long time, sir. You are only cruel to those who deserve it, but, he trailed off. But, if there were ever a man who deserved some cruelty, it would be that corpo. The two fell into another silence as Marcus drove back into Haywood, taking the highway to be a bit quicker and avoid any 6th Street hotspots. The truce between 6th Street and the Valentinos may still be on, but that didn't mean they trusted each other, and while Sebastian Ibarra had been many things, a fool wasn't one of them. Francis Bennett signed his death warrant the moment he sent his people to kill my distant nephew, the man stated, face never changing, that is the only reason I gathered such information, and in doing so, I have put me and my people in enough danger as it is. And if someone could get to him. The man nodded at his driver's words, it would be him. XXX. Pocketing the data shard, Naruto returned to David who'd finished his own food and had tossed the plastic bowls into a nearby trash can, which was much better than what the others did, most just dropping them on the ground. Sorry about the wait, he called out, looking around and noticing one homeless man had picked up a discarded bowl and was picking out some of the scraps. It's Preem. David grinned back, excited to have seen something like that. While he didn't know what was said, it was like watching one of those old vids or even being a part of a Edge Runners team. You said you'd teach me some stuff, can we start now? Naruto snickered, making David confused, sorry, didn't mean to laugh. How about we hold off on that for now? When the teen started to protest, the ninja poked his arm, getting another wince, at least until you heal up some more. David grumbled some more so Naruto sighed, but I can at least show you a few things, isn't there a small gym here? David nodded after a moment. Yeah, it's in the common area. Alright, let's go. The pair started to head inside but Naruto stopped, making David look confused. Just a second, he walked over to Aiko, who'd just finished serving the last construction worker. Hey man, would you do me a favor? When the cook gave him a curious look, his eyes lit up as Naruto once again transferred some eddies. Feed these people, will you? Several of the homeless heard him and shared looks of shock and hope, including both David and Aiko. You sure, Chum? Naruto nodded. Yeah, my treat. Those around gave an excited little cheer and the man shrugged, getting back to cooking while Naruto returned to David and joined him at the steps heading up. Why spend your eddies like that? Everyone deserves a little help every now and then. Life in a mega building was far from easy. You paid rent to live there. You paid for credits to wash and dry your clothes in your own apartment. Some had built-in vending machines you not only paid to use but paid to have and paid to be restocked. Some argued that at least you got free net access and cable, but little did they know that the cost for that was tacked onto your rent whether or not you used them. No matter what you wanted or did, you were almost always paying for it some way or another. The only thing that seemed to be completely free was the gym. One long-time resident had gone around and somehow managed to source a bunch of equipment and had it set up in the communal area on the first floor. Nothing state-of-the-art, of course, just some punching bags, a couple of training dummies, weights, sparring mats and the works. All thanks to one old man simply known as Old Coach. The old man was long since dead, murdered by a member of the animals years back for some senseless reason, but while the man himself was gone, the people he lived with still enjoyed the fruits of his labor and management knew better than to try anything. Alright David, Naruto called out as the teen led him to the gym. You wanna see some moves, huh? The teen nodded quickly with a grin of his own, maneuvering around a few locals hanging around a weight bench talking to the person lifting weights. Well, any requests? Looking thoughtful, David looked around and motioned towards the sparring mat. There's usually some chums up to spar, how about that? The blonde nodded and the pair headed that way. There was already a pair on the mat, a man and woman grappling with each other while another woman pointed out various flaws in their technique. She was a beast of a woman, sporting several implants on her neck and face, her arms bulging with muscle or tech he wasn't sure, but the metal plates on each knuckle pointed to her having cyber arms. That transition was sloppy Turk. My old man could have done better and he's fucking dead. The woman barked, stalking around the pair like an animal on the prowl. Tina, what kinda gonk shit was that? Are you trying to pin him or suck him off? Several of the others around the mat snickered and joked but were ignored. Naruto and David watched the pair grapple for another few moments. Girl's gonna win, he said, leaning over to David, making him look back at the blonde who nodded towards the pair. He's almost out of steam. Turning, David studied the man and noticed how hard he was breathing, sweat pouring down his face. You think he'll? David stopped short, seeing the woman flip the man onto his back, trapping him in a arm bar. Oh, damn that was. He stopped once again as she grunted and yanked, the man's arm making a loud pop followed by the man screaming. The surrounding crowd let out a mixture of laughs and groans, the woman, Tina, releasing the man who rolled around on the floor holding his dislocated arm while she laughed and cheered, raising a fist in the air. Ha ha, the beast of a woman laughed, fists on her hips, that's how you fucking do it. She turned and pointed to another man nearby. Flacco, take this gonk to get his arm fixed and bring him back, I ain't done with him yet. Said man, another jacked man, stalked over and grabbed the screaming man by his leg, dragging him off the mat. Tina, good work girl. Go grab a drink and hit the weights, you still owe me at least 30 reps. You're not gonna train me like that, are you? David questioned, grimacing along with the blonde who watched the smaller woman stagger over to a bottle of real water before heading to a weight bench. Right. Hell no, Naruto quickly answered. I don't know exactly what she's going for, but the training is more likely to kill someone than get them in shape. His answer must have been louder than he thought because the beastly woman whirled around to face him and stomped over. David saw this and grimaced, taking a half step away as the woman stopped in front of the ninja and towered over them both by at least a foot. You got something to say about my training, shrimp? She crossed her arms and sneered down at him. Naruto met her gaze without flinching. That wasn't training, that was torture at best. Yeah, you were giving them pointers, but that whole thing was over the top. He went further by stepping up closer to her, their bodies separated by less than an inch as he looked up at her face. If you call that training, then I say you'd be better off just to pumping iron. A tense few moments passed between them, everyone waiting with bated breath to see what would happen. David went to open his mouth but was cut off when the woman let out a laugh and smirked down at his new chum. You got a pair on you, huh, shrimp? She uncrossed her arms and put her hands on her hips, looking over at David behind him. That kid said you're training him. She looked him up and down, then did the same to Naruto. What are you gonna teach him, how to jerk off? What can you do with those scrawny ass arms, huh? Wanna find out? Naruto shot back a grin of his own, splitting his face. How about a bet? She offered, making his eyes narrow. You win, I'll tone it down for those punks, but when I win, the woman pointed over at David, who gulped, I'm making that kid my new trainee. Huh? David gasped out, looking at the woman in fear. Deal. Wait, what? The teen shot looks between both Naruto and the woman, sputtering. Ha ha ha, you got balls, shrimp, I'll give you that. She turned and stomped to the other side of the sparring mat. I'll tell ya what, I'll try not to crush em. Shrugging out of his orange vest, Naruto turned to David and held it out to him. You mind holding this? The teen nodded slowly and took it from him. This isn't exactly what I was thinking, but hey, at least you'll see some moves, huh? Are you sure you can take her? David asked, looking between the two. She's chipped with a ton of chrome. She was a hulking beast of a woman compared to the blonde, standing over what had to be 7 feet tall and packed with synth muscles and other chrome from the way her body looked. Naruto, on the other hand, looked to be mostly organic, his arms showing the telltale cyberlines that it was cybernetic but nothing too special. Naruto reached over and patted the teen on his shoulder. Don't worry about it, just enjoy the show. She might have a few implants, but I got skill. You ready yet, shrimp? I'm getting bored over here. XXX. Everything hurts. Everything fucking hurt. Blurry eyes opened and looked around the room he found himself in, but trying to move only shot waves of agony up and down his entire being. All he could do was stare up at the cracked ceiling and wonder where he was and how he got here. God, he wished he could move, his balls itched. The man wasn't sure how long he laid there, or how long he'd been there, and had to think that if this was hell, then it was definitely a special type of hell. Pressure on his leg made him wince, a pained whimper being forced from his parched lips. He wasn't alone, someone was here with him. They must have heard him as the pressure on his leg moved again and vanished. Rico. A familiar face filled his vision, and the man found himself looking up at the face of the woman he thought he'd never see again. He tried to speak but couldn't form the words. Just he could hear the panic in her voice as she looked around wildly. Hold on, I'll get you some water. She ran off, knocking something over in the process that sounded like it broke, and came running back with an open bottle of real water. When she brought it to his lips, he felt his body screaming in relief as the liquid washed over his lips. Ortiz? He questioned, his voice still dry and cracking. Thought I flatlined. You did. She spoke after a few moments, her voice sounding smaller than he'd ever heard before. The techie fumbled with his bed for a bit, and he felt the head start to raise, letting him lean upright just a bit. When Morty found you, she grimaced as her voice cracked. You died on the way to the docks. Oh shit, he grumbled, looking around. Is this your apartment? She nodded. Wait, so I died and this is my hell. Spending a hellish eternity with Ortiz in her apartment, he wasn't sure that was how hell was supposed to work. What happened? You don't remember. The man looked thoughtful and went over what he could remember. Him leaving 6th Street, the apartment, Faraday wanting information on the kid, then shooting him and leaving him to die. The looks Ortiz gave him as he went over each thing ranged from annoyance, anger, shock, and side-splitting laughter when he told her what he said to the four-eyed fixer. In return, she told him about how the general himself had led a squad and found him. Had it not been for the medic, he'd have died even sooner, but was able to be revived on the Doc's kitchen table. Doc was far from a licensed doctor, having had his certifications pulled due to some corpo fuckery, but they couldn't take his knowledge away. 6th Street paid the man well to be on call no matter the time. You've been here ever since, she finished, sitting on the edge of the bed with him. I promise I've been gentle with you. He shot her a look and she looked away innocently. Wait, did you happen to get a message from me around that time? Rico questioned, keeping his voice as even as possible. She looked at him from the corner of her eye and nodded slowly. So you saw that. She nodded and he got quiet for a moment. She felt an icy cold pain jab into her heart. Was he planning on taking back what he said? She didn't blame him though. It was probably just a panicked, spur-of-the-moment thing. There was no way he actually meant it. I meant every word. Huh. Her face went bright red. XXX. David couldn't believe what he was witnessing. It was like being at one of those King of Chromefist tournament fights that came on every week or one of those martial arts BDs people liked. Several bystanders had started crowding around and calling out bets as Naruto squared off against the jacked-up woman on the sparring mat and seemed to dance and weave around her wild and violent blows. Hold still, shrimp. The woman growled, swinging her massive arm at the man in an attempt to floor him with a wild haymaker only for him to lean out of the way with a smirk, which made her face start getting redder as each attack she threw at the blonde was dodged in a way that made her look stupid. All those muscles and you neglect the most important one. Naruto sighed, dodging back away from her and putting his hands behind his head. I mean, I'm not the brightest, but even I know you're not supposed to stand there and just take a hit. RARR, she launched herself towards him, hoping to barrel him over and grapple him to the ground. Once there she would be able to snap the little shit in half and there was no way he'd be able to dodge this. Still roaring, she tried to guess which way he'd attempt to move but was unprepared for him to jump towards her, his knee colliding with her cheek like a sledgehammer from Sasquatch herself. The woman groaned, staggering back and holding her face. Hey, you're pretty good for a shrimp. She growled, reaching into her mouth and grimacing as she pulled out a molar he'd knocked loose. And you're pretty tough, that should have put you on your ass at least, he called back, not following her back across the mat as they both ignored the chants and calls from the growing crowd around them. David was struck by what he'd seen in Naruto's earlier words about not fighting started ringing in his ears. That woman had to be a member of the Animals gang or something just from the way she looked and acted. They were known as some of the most brutal fighters out on the street but Naruto wasn't giving her a chance to touch him. If he could move like that and let Katsuo wear himself down and out, he'd have that corpo at his mercy and be able to get back at him. Straightening, she dropped her tooth in her pocket and cracked her neck. What's your name, shrimp? Naruto, how about you? She snorted, Bess. Well, Bessie, hope you don't mind but I'm taking it up a notch. He raised his hands in a stance she didn't recognize but likened it to one of those used by gonks like the tiger claws. Don't take it personally if I embarrass you. Ha! She flexed her arms and took her own stance. Right back at you, don't take it personal if I snap you in half. Naruto grinned, even though he was holding back. These people fought so much differently than any other shinobi and he was enjoying it. They stared each other down for a few moments, the crowd around them tensed up and started getting quiet, waiting to see who'd make the first move. Even David could feel the tension around him as he also waited, holding his breath without even thinking about it. Hey Bessie. Naruto suddenly called out, making her blink. Don't blink. Huh. In the initial shock, she narrowed her eyes and blinked at him. The moment they opened all she saw was his grinning face less than a foot from hers with his arm cocked back. The crowd went wild as the new fighter had to have activated some type of Sandevistan, vanishing from his spot only to instantly appear across the sparring mat, covering the 15 or so feet that had been between them in the blink of an eye. She'd taken hits before from bigger and meaner looking opponents. Before she lived here, teaching these punks to fight to make some eddies, she'd taken 3 blows back-to-back from Matilda Rose herself before flinching. This gonk couldn't be what? 120 pounds soaking wet. She spat a fine mist of bloody saliva as his fist crashed into her stomach. Naruto felt specks of her spit land on his face but ignored it as he continued his attack. She was an asshole from what he could tell but didn't deserve to be permanently crippled so he held back a lot. As Bess hunched forward, hands going to cover her abused stomach, Naruto hit the descending woman with an uppercut that sent the now heated crowd around them into cheers and Bess off her feet. Several drinks went flying into the air as the crowd roared, more and more people having shown up as word got around. David himself had been shocked. While he'd never really spent much time here, he'd never heard of anything like this happening before with. But even with the fight being as short as it was, he could see why they were so wired. Hell, he was excited too. As Bess groaned on the mat in front of him, Naruto held his pose for a moment and basked in the cheers, fist raised above him like a champion prize fighter. Fucking preem. He heard through the crowd and turned to where he left David holding his vest and rubbed the back of his head grinning at the teen. Chum, I can't wait to learn that. Naruto walked over to him and David held out his vest, which he took from David and slid back on. Let's not get too carried away, he told the teen while the crowd around them dispersed. You gotta rest and heal up first, alright? Yo dude, Nova fight. A random onlooker called out as he passed by, making Naruto give the man a wave and a quick thanks. David mumbled a bit under his breath about having to wait but accepted it, still rigging the high from watching a edgerunner take down a much bigger opponent without any problems. Hey, I think I really understand what you meant before. Spotting the woman slowly rolling over on her side, David cut himself off and started motioning behind the blonde he'd been speaking to. Hey she's getting back up, he warned, not wanting her to jump at his chum while his back was turned. The blonde glanced back and turned. Give me a sec, gonna go talk to her. Bess felt like her face was full of static, her optics and head going through their own version of a hard reboot as many would call it. She couldn't even exactly remember what was going on until her vision cleared and she found herself looking at the sparring man below her, slick with her own blood and sweat. Aw fuck, she grumbled, hand going up to her nose and coming back bloody. Feeling the mat below her move a little, she glanced over to see the blonde that floored her come to a stop and tower over her. Gonna talk shit now. Bess groaned, feeling shame at being beaten this badly and in front of so many different gonks. Well, go on, you won. Naruto shook his head and leaned down over her. Nah, not my style. He shrugged, then surprised her by holding out his hand. Let me help you up. She looked at the man for a second and snorted. Do I look like I need help? He raised an eyebrow at her and looked unimpressed. Yeah, you do. That made her eyes narrow at first, glaring up at him like she wanted to swing at him, but a narrowed look from him shut it down. He didn't take his offered hand away and after a moment, she took it. You okay? He asked, sounding pretty genuine to the woman as he helped her to her feet, lifting her up with surprising ease considering she was well over twice his weight and quite a bit taller than him. She rubbed her face, nose still bleeding but feeling somewhat embarrassed again. Yeah, I'm Nova. Nothing like a brawl to get the blood flowing, huh? Naruto raised an eyebrow at her but shrugged. Yeah sure, just remember the bet. Yeah, she grumbled, I'll take it easier on the twerps. Just come back by sometime for a rematch, I just need to pump up some more and next time your ass is done. The woman glared down at him when he gave a little snort. I mean it. Hands raised in a mock surrender, he nodded. Sure, I'll stop by again and knock you on your ass again. Don't worry. Stepping away, he turned back towards where David was standing and waved at her over his shoulder. Till then, later Bessie. Pinching her nose, Bess grumbled and looked over to where her student was sitting. The hell you were looking at, Tina? I'm not seeing you pumping that iron. XXX. Several days later. XXX. Miho, wake up. Gloria grinned as she crept over to her son sprawled out across the only bed they had in the apartment. With how heavy he was sleeping, she knew he wouldn't hear her soft voice as she snuck over to him, holding back little giggles as she did. She felt like she never got the chance to wake him up for school. Her hectic work schedule had her gone or asleep most of the time, especially now that she was worrying about the academy charging for updates and the like. Oh Miho, she sang softly, looming over him with a grin at his peacefully sleeping face. It's time to wake up for school. She'd already turned off the small alarm next to the bed and leaned down. Gloria had to bite her lip as she reached over and grabbed his side just between his hip and ribs. Wake up, it's time for school. His eyes shot open and he let out something between a laugh and a yelp as she continued attacking his side. Stop. What? Mom please. He cried out, laughing, kicking, and wiggling around as she laughed. I am sorry Miho, she sighed, holding her own side as she laughed. I couldn't help myself. Looking over at her, now partially tangled in his sheets, David blinked the sleep out of his eyes and while annoyed at being woken up like that, seeing his mother laughing made him smile back. What time is it, Mom? Just a little earlier than normal, she told him, motioning to the alarm. I haven't had a chance to really talk to you lately. I don't have to go to work for a while so I can drive you if you'd like. Really? That'd be Nova. He sat up with a genuine look of excitement. She nodded, and if you hurry, we'll stop by and grab some breakfast too at Tom's. Preem. He quickly hopped out of bed and started getting dressed, leaving her with a small grin on her face. Her son may have thought he could hide it, but she knew something was going on. When he came home from the academy with a black eye and busted lip, she knew it was worse than that. She'd been an EMT for a long time and knew he was hiding more bruises from the way he acted. It broke her heart that he didn't confide in her, and while she wanted to say something to him, she already knew how he felt. He didn't want to burden her with what was going on. He'd done similar things in the past, like skipping meals and doing all he could to not spend any eddies. While she was proud of him for not going the same route as many kids his age, getting caught up with gangs and getting into trouble at the same time, she felt horrible that he didn't want to bring it up to her. Your shoes are by the door, mijo. She called out, seeing him looking around the small laundry room from where she sat at the edge of the bed. She'd been so ready to sit him down and talk about things again to see what it was that had him down this time, but something happened that made her pause. A few nights ago when she came home, he was a lot happier than he'd ever been before, and while she wanted to know what it was, she felt like he'd tell her when he was ready. After all, he didn't seem to be getting into trouble, and while she wasn't proud of it, she had taken a quick scan of his school stuff and didn't find anything concerning, so let him do his thing. All right, Mom, I'm ready. The pair made their way down to the elevators and rode it down into the parking lot where his mom's little brown hatchback Galena sat. Hey mijo, is it just me or did the halls seem cleaner to you? Looking at her over the roof of the car, David took a second to process what she meant before getting a look of understanding. Oh, that, the teen exclaimed, ducking into the seat next to her and getting buckled in. Our new neighbor offered some guys sleeping in the halls eddies if they cleaned up some of the trash. Gloria hummed, really? A new neighbor? She asked, a bit sheepish for not knowing that they had a new face next door. You met them? The engine to her car grumbled to life. Oh yeah, he's Nova Mom. He wanted to tell her about how he made those 6th Street gonks back off, how they stopped acting like a bunch of assholes around the megabuilding anymore. But he didn't want her to know about how those guys were tormenting him back then. He's actually been helping out a lot of people in the megabuilding. Not sure how he did it, but apparently he got the building manager to finally get the elevator fixed a few days ago. He did. While it hasn't affected her since they lived on the lowest, cheapest floor, having one of the building's main elevators go down had been affecting the others, who had to take crowded rides up and down on the others or suffer a long walk up or down the stairs. No idea how he did it. Building management were the biggest any pinching gonks she'd ever had to deal with. They'd do anything not to spend a single eddy. No clue. She drove around the garage and up the ramp onto the road, stopping to wait for a passing truck to get out of the way. Well, that was nice of him. He probably got something out of it for doing so, she mused to herself. No one just did things to help out. Not in this city. You know his name? Oh yeah, his name's Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. Wait, had she not already been waiting to go? She might have suddenly hit the brake in shock. Naruto, you said. David blinked and then nodded slowly. Ah yeah, you know him. What's he look like? She looked over to her son as he shrugged and gave her a basic description of him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, scars on his cheeks, and a cyber arm. Oh, she exclaimed as he finished, pulling out onto the road and heading towards Tom's diner to grab a quick breakfast. The teen waited for a moment as she drove and cleared his voice. So Mom, how do you know him? She wasn't sure exactly how much to tell him. Definitely not the part where she'd stolen from him nearly a year ago, and what she'd stolen had kept them in good shape Eddie-wise for a while. I actually met him on a call. She told him after a moment. Twice actually. Was he working a job then? Wait, you know what he does? David nodded again. Yeah, well, he hasn't said anything to me about it, but I heard he's a mercenary from some of the guys around the building. He also wanted to mention how he was going to start training him soon now that the bruises were mostly healed, but was afraid she'd put a stop to it. As they pulled up to Tom's diner, the flashing holographic sign above the door acting like an early morning beacon. Come on mijo, let's grab something to go. XXX. The last few days had been interesting to say the least. Annoyed at the piles of trash piled up on the stairs, Naruto had taken it upon himself to improve things a little. First off, He wanted to get the trash piled up taken care of, starting with the pile that covered nearly the entirety of the steps leading to the first floor and only had a small, narrow path along one side. That led to the second problem. Local gangers and the like would routinely try to make anyone using that small path pay a toll, often assaulting the poor gonks that didn't have an any to their names. Flashback. Looking around, Naruto scoped out the halls and spotted a scruffy man huddled in a corner inside a dirty and stained box. While he hadn't been living here for more than a couple of days, he'd noticed that this guy did his best not to stand out too much and tried to stay out of people's way. Hey, he called out, walking over to the mont's box, stopping when he saw the look of fear he got. Whoa, easy there, he said calmly, raising his hand, ain't going to try anything funny, just wanna talk. The man didn't say anything at first, just shuffled a bit and pushed himself harder against the wall through his box. You ain't gonna hit me, or you? Nah, hurting innocent people isn't really my style. He replied, leaning down and taking a knee to speak to him more on his level. Look, the name's Naruto, you wanna make some eddies. The guy's eyes widened then narrowed, and no, I'm not asking you to do anything weird. What's your name? He deadpanned, already anticipating his response. Randall, how much? Reaching into his pocket, Naruto pulled out a freshly prepared pair of $100s, the gray and green cloth-like paper depicting a small city skyline in the center with the words Get Rich or Die Trying on the bottom border. 200 eddies, he stated, pulling the two bills away when the man reached for it. Hold up, he offered one to him, half now, half later. The man reached out again slowly, as if any sudden moves would make the blonde snatch it away again, almost like he was playing a cruel prank. When his fingers touched it, he snatched it and looked ready to fight if he tried taking it back, but Naruto just stayed there, a small smile on his face. What do you want? Pointing down the hall, Naruto said, the steps leading downstairs, I want them cleared. He could have done it himself in a few minutes with some clones, but he didn't really want to advertise his abilities more than he had to, and even if he hanged them, he felt that it would be better for the people to do it themselves and earn a little money while they did. They won't let me, he grumbled, looking nervous as he said that while Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who? The gangers, he sniffed and held the note close. They like extorting us. Don't worry about them, I plan on talking to them pretty soon. Flashback end. The small crew that were running that little extortion scheme certainly didn't like being told to stop, and after having a good laugh at him, tried to shake him down as well. But after some firm words and an even firmer ass-kicking, they got the message and made themselves scarce. They probably wouldn't come back around for a while, especially after their very public beating was witnessed by a few dozen of their victims who taunted and jeered at them while cheering for the blonde. Afterward, he left the mega building to go run some errands, mainly to run to his storage unit to grab his and Cammy's old pillows and comforter after finding and buying a few necessities he needed for his new apartment. Staying just long enough to see the guy he'd paid start trying to clear the stairs of trash. In all honesty, a small part of him expected the guy to take the money and not do the job. Had that happened, he'd already made up his mind not to try and get back at him or take the bill back, he'd just make sure he'd never get the chance again. There had to be plenty of people willing to do something as simple as clearing out some trash bags for decent cash, and boy was he right. Upon returning, the stairs were mostly cleared and said trash had been taken and dumped in a few dumpsters around the building. While the job wasn't exactly finished, he went ahead and paid Randall the other 100 much to his shock and told him that he appreciated it. While not exactly sure, Naruto felt like the man was close to tears, not because of the money but simply being told that he was appreciated. Then Randall mentioned that he had a few chums who wanted to know if he'd be willing to extend to them the same offer. Now he had 7 people going around cleaning up the first floor, taking all the piled up garbage and filling up the dumpsters across the road at the construction site, which he thought was pretty funny honestly. It cost him a pretty 1,600 eddies in all, but the halls looked a lot nicer now and they could afford to eat for a week or so, that is if they didn't spend it all on drugs. Just because he gave them a chance didn't mean he was stupid. Knock knock knock. Looking up from his little project, a small cutting from some kind of fern that he'd acquired from Reconciliation Park near the old meditation spot, he spun the small pair of scissors he had around on his fingers and called out, "It's open." He doubted anyone would be foolish enough to do anything stupid, but you never knew. Hey Mr. Naruto. He heard Randall call out from the other side, it's me. I said it's open. He called out again. He could sense that the man was alone on the other side of the door and connected to it via his holo, causing the door to slide open on its own with the man standing on the other side looking a little sheepish. I said come on in Randall. He repeated. I know, the man grumbled, taking a single step in but looking incredibly uncomfortable at doing so. I just don't like going into others' homes. Naruto gave him a look then shrugged. Oh well, we can talk outside if you want. No, it's preem. Really? He sounded as if he was afraid of angering the blonde, which made him sigh. You've been really Nova to us and I really don't want to cause any. Randall. Naruto's voice was firm yet gentle. Take a deep breath. The man nodded and did so while Naruto walked over to a small fridge he'd gotten to replace the vending machine that had originally been in his wall. You want a Nicola? He tried to deny it as Naruto took one out but ended up accepting it. A cold Nicola was a rarity he couldn't afford often. Thank you. Cracking it open, he almost cried at how nice it tasted. Sitting on the corner of the small desk next to the door, pushing the keyboard to his terminal back as he did, Naruto let the man enjoy his drink before continuing. So Randall, what's going on? That got the homeless man back on track. He gripped the can in both hands and stammered. When we were cleaning, some weird guys were hanging around asking about you. Seeing Naruto's eyebrow raise then narrow, he quickly added, I promise we didn't say anything to them about you, we'd never rat on you. He looked back up at the man who still looked afraid and shook his head. No, it's okay, look I appreciate the thought but don't get yourself hurt, okay? The man nodded slowly. Now what did they look like? Naruto seriously doubted it was 6th Street. If they really wanted to get up with him then they had his contact and he really doubted any other gang would come this far into their turf. They looked like mercs, he told him. I don't really know how to explain them. They had chrome and guns but didn't look like any of the gonks from 6th Street. They tried paying for your location. They did. Randall nodded. Yeah, but we didn't take it. Promise. His tone made Naruto sigh internally. He didn't know exactly why the guy seemed afraid to disappoint or annoy him. They still around? The man shook his head. No, they coming back. A nod. Of course they were coming back, probably either with another offer or with threats to get what they want. Alright, when they do, send me a message and let me know, I'll come and talk to them. As Randall nodded, taking another sip of his cold drink, Naruto handed him a couple 20s, here, for your trouble. When Jiraiya had been teaching him about building a spy network, one of his lessons had been about how a few kind words and actions could gain so much more from loyalty than simply trying to buy information. He hadn't been going for that at the time, but he seemed to have gained a small following here in the mega building over the last few days. What if you're not here? Don't worry, I'll be around. Even if he was across the city, he'd be able to make it back here in no time at all. Looking at the display on his dataterm next to him, he saw the time and cursed, shit, hey I gotta get ready Randall. The man nodded and made his way back out into the hallway, saying goodbye, which Naruto returned. Kirk had a small gig for him, something to do with a girl going missing on Jig Jig Street. He'd have to recheck the details in a bit but the job shouldn't take too long, he hoped. XXX. Every city needs its red light district, right? Growing up in the seedier parts of Konoha, Naruto found himself in the village's red light district more often than not, using twists, turns, and eye-catching distractions to escape from pissed-off civilians he'd pranked as a child and other ninja, mainly Iruka, as a student. As for Night City, it had Jig Jig Street, located in a section of Japantown where not only can you buy love by the hour, but also encounter some suspect dealers offering exotic, rare and often very illegal wares. Jig Jig Street doesn't have a reputation for being safe, more than a few random gonks found out the hard way, entering with full wallets and leaving with a black eye and empty pockets. But in spite of its reputation, it's popular with corpos who like to get their game on before venturing deeper into the city's many attractions. Well, don't you look delicious? Naruto's head turned to the voice and he found himself looking at a leering hologram of a woman in a short red dress that was revealing yet still somehow more modest than the clothes others were wearing. How about you let me take a lick? She purred at him. How the hell would that work? He wondered, deciding to ignore the hologram as he noticed the ad behind her and started to walk away. He wasn't prepared for her to answer him, "Hook yourself into my BD and find out sugar. I'll suck your balls up through your Mr. Stud before you know what's going on." That made him nearly trip over his own feet as he continued on past the hologram. The entire street was aglow with dozens upon dozens of neon lights that stood out despite how early it was, many of which in suggestive shapes that only got worse the further you went in. Starting off with simple glowing hearts and XXX signs, further down he could see a flashing sign in the shape of a woman getting a money shot from several other glowing neon cocks. He was here looking for a woman by the name of Charlene Fox. Her boyfriend or output hadn't seen her for over a week and apparently she'd been seen on Jig Jig Street. The guy tried to come down here to find her but some tiger claws scared him off when he asked for her. It sounded iffy to him to be honest but Kirk begged him to look into the gig so he agreed and was sent a picture of the woman. She was pretty enough, but the picture he was sent of her was of the girl partying with the guy. Several different drugs and bottles of alcohol could be seen in the background and it looked like they were in a club. He was keeping an eye out while looking for her but the damn place was busy as shit with both men and women coming and going nonstop. Hee, there's a lot of coming going on around here for certain, he joked to himself, seeing one man being led away by a joy toy towards a tiny motel down the way. No, focus, he grumbled to himself, imagining old pervy Sage grinning at him for getting distracted like that. Why is it so damn busy this early? It's not even noon. He needed more eyes on the street. It was a lot bigger and a lot buster than he anticipated and he didn't want to chance the woman just walking by in a crowd and him missing, if she was even here in the first place. Heading towards an alley near the entrance to Jig Jig, Naruto found a thin young man in very tight pants and a fishnet shirt looking him up and down as he neared. Well hello there Poppy, the man purred, stepping over towards him and blocking his way. Wanna have a little fun? Sorry I'm kinda in a hurry, he stuttered, not having expected another guy to come out and ask him that so blatantly. He'd seen and dealt with joy toys when he was staying at the no-tell motel but they generally left him alone there, seeing as he looked and was homeless. Just taking a shortcut through there, he motioned to the alley behind the man. I'm down for a little pump and dump if you are, he proposed with a little wink. The man reached out and tried to touch his chest. I promise I can make you bust fast. But Naruto caught his wandering hand before he could touch him. I'm flattered, really, he stated, gripping the man's wrist firmly, but I'm in the middle of something. You got a nice grip there Poppy. The man pouted, giving him another wink as Naruto let his hand go. I'd love to know how that grip feels in my hair, or around my waist. Naruto deadpanned at the joy toy and shook his head. Maybe some other time, he stated, walking around the man who gave him a little pout as he did. Fine, he sighed, following to take his spot back against the wall next to several dancing holograms behind a shop window. If you're planning on going through there you better know how to fly. Naruto stopped. Sorry to say Poppy, that alley's a dead end. Thinking about it for less than a second, Naruto headed on in any way and upon making sure no one could see him, jumped up and ran to the roof. Several minutes later, a confused joy toy would walk in and look around, having waited to see if the blonde would walk out in shame but to his shock, no one was there. Later on, rumors of a ghost haunting that alley would circulate and draw the attention of several paranormal investigation groups but mainly just a bunch of dumb kids wanting to have fun. Up on the rooftops, Naruto took the time to look around to make sure he was alone on the ragged Japantown buildings. He couldn't sense anyone around and didn't see any of the annoying flying drones buzzing around, the only sounds coming from the streets below and the nearby overpass. The rooftop was quickly engulfed in a plume of smoke that cleared to show several clones which quickly vanished in another plume as they hanged themselves into their various random disguises of random people he'd seen on the streets over the time he'd been here plus a few old familiar faces from way back. Already knowing what to do, the odd bunch of men and women on the rooftops scattered to make their own way down onto the street below to search through the crowds and hopefully find this missing woman. XXX. Charlene? Naruto asked, stepping up to the woman dressed in a leopard print one-piece that showed her thighs with matching knee-high boots, fishnet stockings and a shiny green plastic overcoat. She was leaning against a concrete divider at the edge of a small bridge next to a small pachinko parlor smoking a cigarette. Hey, she voice soft and airy as she blew out a puff of smoke. You looking for some company tonight? No, I'm not. He deadpanned, having the memories of being propositioned at least a dozen or so times already fresh in his head. Your output's been worrying about you and. Whoa, hold up, output. She started, cutting him off while taking a drag from her smoke. What kind of gonk shit are you talking about? Already having a inkling as to what was going on and taking out his hollow, Naruto flipped to the photo Kirk had sent him and showed her. This guy you're in the picture with, he's been trying to find you, said you were his input but let me guess. Once again she cut him off, letting out a loud, drawn-out groan. Stupid gonk, he ain't my output, he's just a customer, she told him in an agitated huff. He paid for some fun and kept it going for a week till the eddies ran out. Tossing the smoke to the ground she stomped on it. Freak kept on hounding me, wanting to take me out and got all possessive and. Naruto felt someone shove him and staggered over, whirling around ready to see who did it and ready to swing if needed. The fuck's your problem? He snapped before even turning. It was a man with long green hair wearing a white suit with gold pinstripes and a green grinning mask over his face. You're harassing the Tigerclaws girls, the man snapped, opening his coat to show the grip of a pistol holstered under his belt. How about you walk your stupid ass outta here before I flatline you bitch? He went to shove the blonde again. Huang, it's not like that, the woman tried to say, looking afraid now. He's. Naruto caught the man by his wrist and twisted it, making him gasp before snatching the pistol from his belt and shoving him away instead. Unprepared, the Tiger Claw Gangoon tripped over his own feet and fell into a passing pedestrian, sending both down into a puddle. Holy shit, Charlene gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Do you know what you've done? Naruto shrugged, looking down at the pistol he'd taken, found a new pistol. He joked, popping the mag out and unloading the bullet in the chamber. Turning, he threw the mag up onto the rooftops of the building around them, then did the same with the gun in the opposite direction. Or not. The man scrambled to his feet, pushing the man he fell into aside as he did. You must be fucking gonked in the brain. The Gangoon snarled, stomping up to the blonde again. Do you know who the fuck I am? They had drawn a crowd by now, many stopping to watch what was going on, one or two even trying to record it. A fool in a gaudy suit. Naruto answered, making the joy toy by him look horrified. Wait, did you hit your head and know you don't know who you are? He knew he was pushing buttons, but the guy pushing him and threatening him kinda pissed him off. Huang growled and inched closer. No one fucks with the Tiger Claws, he hissed, getting in Naruto's face and jabbing him in the chest with a finger. If you don't want to find out what happens to our enemies, you'd best pay off. Naruto caught the man's wrist for a second time and twisted it again, making the man stand on his tiptoes to lessen the pain. Maybe you did hit your head, he mused, glaring at the man. I mean, this is the second time I've twisted this arm. Maybe I should just. He trailed off and twisted it some more, getting a loud wail from the man but not breaking it. Now, if I let you go, are you gonna try something stupid again? He would have snapped the man's arm with ease, but being shamed in front of all these people would be enough for now. Several people in the watching crowd cracked a few jokes and laughed at the Tiger Claw's predicament. A few, paper tiger, comments making their way to their ears, which made the masked man seethe until Naruto twisted his arm once again. Fine. Naruto suspected he only wanted to be released so he could attack, and upon letting the man go, was pleasantly unsurprised to find just how right he was. You won't get away with your disrespect. Huang snapped, spinning in place to hit the blonde with a kick to his head. Charlene cried out as it nearly hit her, but Naruto only sighed and ducked under it, moving in closer, which made the man visibly panic and started to throw punches left and right. Catching a sloppy jab, Naruto slapped the man upside his head, knocking the Tiger Claw mask off of his face. Enough, take another swing and you'll regret it. He growled but could see that while the Gangoon really wanted to, he was also afraid since none of his attacks had landed. Fine. Miss, he started, looking at the pale joy toy. Sorry to bother you, I'll let some people know what's going on. I doubt he'll try looking for you again. She stuttered something to him, but he'd already turned to the man he slapped. I'm leaving, you try anything and. Yeah, the man spat, I'll regret it. They glared at each other for a moment and Naruto turned and started away, bringing up his hollow and contacting Kirk while the surrounding crowd parted for him to pass. Hey Rudo. I've been waiting for your call. You find our boy's output. Oh, I sure did, Kirk, but he's not her input. He's just a customer, he snapped, annoyed at the whole waste of time in general. He caught feelings after the money ran out. Oh, and the tiger claw that ran him off. Pretty sure he's charging her protection. Oh damn, well I guess the gig's closed then. But since you can't bring the girl, then I guess I can't pay you. Kirk, you really don't want to screw with me right now, he grumbled. I found the girl, so I did the job. Don't make me hang you up outside the bar naked this time. Hearing a cry, Naruto glanced back to see the tiger claw standing over Charlene, saying something to her as he pointed his finger before kicking her as the woman cowered. Kirk, I'll call you back, I'm about to do something stupid. What's going on? He cut the call and turned back, stomping over to the pair. The crowd hadn't dispersed much in the few seconds since he left, and most had gone from watching him make the Gangoon look like a gonk to watching on as he assaulted the Joy Toy with grim looks, no one willing to step up and stop it. You stupid Joy Toy bitch. He heard the man seethe as he kicked the woman again, her cry after each strike making his blood boil as she curled into a ball and covered her head. You're nothing but a worthless piece of. Before the words could leave his mouth, Naruto had shoved through the crowd, who quickly realized what was about to happen and made way for him again as he sailed into the Gangoon. Grabbing his shoulder, the blonde snatched him back and spun him around, bringing his chrome fist into the man's cheek, which sent him into a trash can next to the pachinko parlor. You want to beat on someone, you bastard. He snarled to the man, who spat out blood. Well, you reap what you sow, now get the fuck up. The man shook his head and scrambled to his feet after a moment, swinging a glass bottle he'd found in the trash, but Naruto raised his right arm and the glass shattered against his cybernetic arm. The crowd around them backed off even more upon seeing the man wildly swinging the broken bottle, but Naruto dodged the first few swipes and stabs with ease. What's wrong? Can't handle fighting someone better than you? He mocked. Fuck you. He tried to strike the blonde with a spinning headkick again, but Naruto ducked and swept his leg out from under him, making him lose the bottle as he crashed down to the pavement with a grunt. Naruto leaned down and picked up the broken bottle, having some trouble. He mocked again, must be tough fighting someone who can actually defend himself. Huang crawled backwards to get some distance between them. Back the fuck off. He yelled, voice trembling. As his back touched the wall, he used it to help himself stand. You're fucked, you hear me? He turned to run into the pachinko parlor, violently shoving a man sitting near the door out of his way and knocking him onto the floor, his stool clattering to the floor as he fell. I'm not finished with you, Naruto called out, all but vanishing in a flash that wowed the onlookers who clamored about him having a high-end Sandevistan. From her place on the ground, Charlene was amazed that someone had taken a stand for her as a couple of her friends and fellow Joy Toys rushed over to help her. Following him into the shop, the ninja scooped up the fallen stool by the door and threw it at the retreating man's legs, sending him tumbling across the floor in the middle of the pachinko parlor. You can't run from me. He mocked, hopping over the fallen bystander who was sitting on the floor, looking shocked and confused as to what happened. Huang tried to jump back to his feet, but a strong grip on the back of his suit ended those plans before they could even begin. Grabbing the man by the back of his tacky pinstripe suit, Naruto hauled the man to his feet and slung him around, slamming the front of his body into a nearby pachinko machine which set off the anti-cheating soft. You think you're tough? He growled out over the high-pitched beeping of the pachinko machine, its screen flashing out a warning. The others in the parlor quickly vacated the area as soon as they could, leaving Naruto alone with the Gangoon aside from a horrified-looking attendant hiding behind the counter and an old woman in a suit that watched from a doorway in the back. He ignored them since they weren't a threat and proceeded to beat the man senseless, slinging him around like a dog's chew toy into a few other machines before standing him up again. I've seen assholes like you all over the city, shaking down good and honest people just trying to make it, thought to the next day. He hissed in the other man's battered and bloodied face as he held him up by his ruined suit. Fuckers like you piss me off. He roared back and headbutting him once in the face, breaking his nose. If I ever come back here and find out you've laid a hand on anyone, I'll make what I did here seem like a walk in the park. Looking around, he saw the glass window over the back counter and got a slight running start, dragging the man with him before throwing him. The cowering attendant panicked behind the counter and quickly scrambled to hide as they approached, ducking underneath just as Huang crashed through the glass and landed in a groaning pile behind the counter. oh God, please don't hurt me. The blonde could hear the other man whimpering from the other side, followed by shuffling. The attendant came crawling out, hands cut up from the glass, and scurried away, bolting past the old woman and out through a door marked private. The sound of someone clearing their throat brought his attention to the straight-faced old woman a few feet away, dressed in a dark brown business dress with dragons embroidered around her shoulders. Well now, Uzumaki Naruto, she started, drawing out each syllable of his name, I would ask what you think you're doing, but I believe it's pretty obvious. Sorry about this, he responded, looking around at the parlor around him and grimacing at the sight of the damaged machines. Wait, do you know me or something? The woman walked out from behind, beads hanging over her doorway with her arms crossed. Of course I do, young man. I make it my business to know the names of all up-and-comers. She stepped on several shards of broken glass as she approached him, looking around the room. You have a reputation as a man that can get things done, a dependable man, one that knows the virtue of stealth and discretion. I must say, you do not live up to your reputation. He winced at the tone she used and had to agree. He may have gone a little far with beating the man. Sorry, he ran in here and one thing led to another. I'm sure he's got the eddies to pay you back. I know what happened out there, she sniffed, having seen the entire thing over her surveillance cams. The woman narrowed her eyes behind her large round-rimmed glasses. My grandson will indeed be paying for his part in damaging my pachinko parlor, but I am holding you responsible as well. He started to tell her just what her grandson was going, but remembered just how fucked up the people's moral compass here was. She hadn't even checked on her grandson aside from a cursory glance. He doubted she'd care at all about him assaulting a woman, and even in the street in front of her shop. Fine, I'll pay my part. She scoffed. I have no need of your eddies. The woman rolled her eyes and stepped closer to him, looking him up and down. You will do work for me. I'm certain to have a need for a man of your talents. That is how you will repay me. XXX. Wakako Okada, the Lady of Westbrook. Naruto had heard of her before but never had a face to go with the name, and as he wasn't hurting for gigs, never tried to go out and find other fixers. She reminded him of the village elders if he was honest, kinda like how the Padre reminded him of the old man. But she struck him as a lot more vicious than either of the old man's old advisors could be, seeing him beating her grandson like he did as an opportunity for free labor. The deal was simple enough. In return for the damages he caused to her place, he would have to do 3 gigs for her without pay. She originally didn't want to specify the number, pro-baby to try and force him to keep working more and more, but he wasn't gonna fall for that. She demanded 5, but after a bit of back and forth she settled for 3, never bringing up the bleeding lump that was her grandchild a few feet away. As he left her pachinko parlor, Naruto found himself once again the center of attention as he walked down Jig Jig Street. The crowds that congested the roads parted for him as he walked, with various joy toys, shopkeepers, and passer-bys gossiping about him. It gave him a bit of a flashback to his childhood, but from the snippets he caught, they weren't scorning his actions but applauding them. Through the crowd, surrounded by a few of her fellow joy toys, Charlene watched the blonde walk out of Wakako's place and met his gaze. Her eye was already starting to swell and her arm ached from where she'd been kicked, but she nodded to him and offered a little smile, which he returned with one of his own before disappearing behind the crowd. XXX. As the blonde solo left her place of business, Wakako walked back around the counter and looked down at her grandson, who rolled over slowly and laid on his back. Huang, you foolish boy, she muttered, looking down at him with narrowed eyes. I told you about your temper. Now look at you. The man's eyes fluttered as he shifted, looking up at her with a groan. I suppose you've done something right at least. She'd have to make a call and have someone come and pick this little brat up at least. After all, his inability to keep his temper in check had gained her quite a bargaining chip. Shame she couldn't nail him down and keep the merc on permanent retainer, but she hadn't become the top fixer of Westbrook merely because of her sons. He tried to move but could only whimper as he shifted. Stop whining, she snapped, as if you weren't a big enough disappointment as it is. Looking at him for a few more moments, she scoffed and turned on her heel, heading back to her office. An EMT will be here soon enough. She needed to contact some people to replace her machines and clean the place up. And you won't be doing rounds on Jig Jig anymore, Huang. Someone with more self-restraint will take over from now on. It was poor practice to beat a working girl in the middle of the street. It scared away the kinds of customers you wanted to attract. Only freaks and animals liked their meat bloody after all. XXX. Kirk, I'm not seeing any transfers into my account. Naruto called over the holo with a sing-song voice. I can either go home or I can come and visit you at the bar. He continued while stepping over to where he'd parked his bike. It may have been slower than running, but damn if it wasn't fun as hell to ride around on. You're not bringing the girl back to the client, Rudo. You failed the gig, chum. Rolling his eyes, Naruto mounted the bike and drummed his fingers on the tank. The gig was to find the girl. If she was being held against her will I would've, but as far as the gig goes, I've done my part. He fished the key out of his pocket and turned on the ignition. Check the deets you sent me yourself. There was some humming and hawing on the other end as he hit the kickstart, bringing the engine to life. I hope you're not self-conscious, Kirk, because this time I'm hanging you upside down from the Coyote Coho's sign naked. He stated, voice full of annoyance. I'll see you in a few minutes. Wait, eh? Cutting the call, Naruto grinned and pulled out onto the road after waiting for another car to pass and headed towards the overpass that would take him towards the city center where he could cut through into Haywood. It probably wasn't much of a shortcut, but riding on the overpasses above parts of the city felt pretty awesome if he was honest, and the lack of people walking let him really open it up. As he pulled up to a stoplight, he accessed his holo again and dialed Pepe's number. After a few beeps, the small screen in the corner of his vision changed and Peep's face came into view, looking a bit surprised. Naruto. Hey, Mono, what's up? Hey Pepe, Kirk at the bar. He asked, letting off the brake and twisting the accelerator as the light turned green. Pepe looked at him with a raised eyebrow and turned to look. Yeah, looks like someone just kicked him in the cojones though. Why, what's up? I'm about to come and have a little chat with him. Naruto chuckled darkly, turning and going up onto the on-ramp of the overpass that would take him into the city center. Just did a gig for him and he's trying to skip out on the pay. That made Peep's eyes widen before he snorted, shaking his head. You'd think he'd learn after last time. You gonna do it again? Worse, butt-ass naked. The scary-looking bartender snickered and held back from laughing as he noticed Kirk pace by the rails above the bar, looking worried and annoyed. I'm certain Hefe has the rope you used last time somewhere in the back. Want me to get it? Before he could respond, a notification popped up, alerting him to a banking transfer being sent through, earning him a decent little payout for today's work. Actually, he just paid up, he snorted, making Pepe roll his eyes. Of course he did. Guess he won't be hanging around again like last time, Naruto joked, opening up the throttle to zoom past another car. Whatcha been up to, Pepe? The man shrugged, picking up a glass and cleaning it as he spoke. Same old shit, different day, Mono. Cynthia wants to go to some spa thing for her birthday, and of course that shit costs an arm and a leg. He sighed and finished wiping the glass clean. Kirk's been offering to loan me the eddies and. Naruto snorted, course he did. Yeah, I know, the man grumbled, but I can't exactly afford a loan from a legit place. Sides, it's been something she's wanted to do for years and I really wanna do something for her. I'll help you out, the blonde offered. He had a decent amount of eddies stashed away from selling a bunch of the random guns and equipment he took from his various gigs, especially the scavs. Just pay me back whenever. You don't even have to pay interest or anything. Really? Naruto nodded. Shit, I won't turn that down, Mono. You sure? You've been a chum ever since I met you, Pepe, he told the man with a smile, passing another truck as he blasted down the overpass, and I still feel kinda bad about dragging you over the bar back then. Water under the bridge. Pepe looked like he was preparing a drink, and knowing the people on NC, Naruto didn't doubt for a second that the bar was probably already in full swing despite being around noon. Besides, chum, don't you remember? I've been spitting in your drinks to get back at you for that. Ha ha ha, that's funny, dude. Pepe gave him a smirk. Pepe, you're joking, right? The call ended. Pepe. He really hoped Pepe was joking and started to call him back, but his holo chirped with a notification telling him he had a message. Mr. Naruto, it's Randall. Those guys are back. With a sigh, he sent one back. On my way. XXX. Randall wasn't a brave man, far from it. He'd seen what happened to people brave enough to stand up for themselves, and more often than not they were quickly tossed into the garbage in separate bags by the local gangoons. The best lesson he'd ever learned was that around here, the strong made the rules and you could either listen, stay out of the way, or suffer their wrath. For the last couple of years or so since he'd lost his job, ending up homeless in the very mega building he once had an apartment in, he'd made it a point to stay the fuck out of everyone's way and not fight back. If anyone tried to mess with him, it was always easiest to curl up and hope they got bored of hitting him than to fight back. That always made things worse. So when the brightly dressed blonde man had approached him earlier this week, he'd been afraid that he was like the others, here to hurt and torment him for fun. He didn't have anything valuable aside from a hollow older than he was, so he'd already been prepared for the worst, so imagine his surprise when the man turned out to be a good soul. If he was honest, when he offered him a job his first fear was that the man was some freak wanting to get his shard slotted. Rumors of gonks going around wanting to use unfortunate souls like himself for XBDs have been circulating for years, and he'd heard of more than one of his fellow homeless being used like a joy toy for a few eddies. But thankfully, all Mr. Naruto wanted for him to clean up, even paid him €100 on the spot. That was enough for him to eat for days. He even paid some of his chums to help out too and went out of his way to keep the more violent elements in line. He was definitely not from around here. So when these two gonks came by looking for him, Randall would be the first to admit to being afraid for the man. These guys had that hardened mercenary look, and when they started asking around, apparently, some asshole pointed them in his direction. Take it easy, Dinah. We were hired to find this Naruto guy, not cause shit with locals, gumbled one merc to the other. Bite me, Sham. This is the second time we had to deal with this gonk shit and I'm still nursing a hangover. The calmer of the two, Sham was a shorter but well-muscled dark-skinned man with a pale chalk-white faceplate with dreads, wearing a nice brown synth leather duster over a armored vest with several wires and devices strapped to the front. He shook his head at his partner and huffed. I told you to cool your jets last night, chum. Keep cruising that fucking high and you ain't gonna come back from the crash. His partner was slightly taller but a lot thinner and pale as could be without going through a chemskin process. Dressed in a red collared shirt with a pair of pistols strapped to his belt, seemed to be a few steps below a maelstrom gonk with how much chrome he was chipping. And I told you, he grunted, crossing his arms and smirking at his partner. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Randall watched as his ancient hollow rang in his ear with a message, looking very much out of place between the two as he checked it to find a message from Mr. Naruto. Tell them I'm at the manufactory, get them to go there. He waited for a chance to chip in. Excuse me. They turned to look at him, making him swallow nervously. He's down the road at the manufactory. He'll probably be there for a while if you don't want to wait. Sham looked at him with a suspicious look, but his partner, Dinah, let out a long drawn-out groan. Fuck, let's roll, chum, he huffed, smacking Sham on his chest. Sooner we find this guy the sooner I can go home. The manufactory was a well-known one-stop shop for various vendors to come together and sell their wares like a flea market or a bazaar. They rented out a small lot, set up shop and hoped to sell what they had to make ends meet. Second-hand clothing, repurposed parts, refurbished tools, guns with questionable histories sold by a guy that swears he can mod just about anything, and even a small-time pharmacy run by a doc down on his luck but still hoping to help the masses. Randall hoped Mr. Naruto would be okay. He's heard the rumors about him, that he was a mercenary in his own right, and remembered seeing him beat up those gangoons trying to use the stairs as a toll road. But even seeing how easily he wrecked those gonks, he couldn't help but worry about the man. He was a good soul. And good souls never lasted long in this city. XXX. So Sham, would you rather? The man in question groaned as they stepped out onto the streets. Dinah, for fuck's sake, chum, not another one of those. Nah man, listen, this is a good one. He laughed as they headed to his car, a four-door Thornton Mackinac Larimore with a camper shell sporting several large bullet holes and a few burn marks he could never quite get rid of. Sham only sighed and motioned for him to continue, crossing his arms. Would you accidentally send your parents a nude pic of yourself full mast or ass Dale them while screwing, and they have to listen to the whole thing? Sham groaned, looking up in the air. Pick a better one, chum, I've done 'em both. He sighed, turning and walking around to the passenger side door and leaving Dinah laughing on the driver's side. Hold up, hold up, hold up. He rushed over to the driver's side and opened the door. You gotta tell me how that shit happened. Both climbed in and Sham grumbled, man, that shit happened on the same day. I was fucking this chick in the backseat and somehow, I don't know, I guess all the bouncing made it happen. I didn't have it connected to my neural, and when we got done I could hear my old man and sister laughing at me. Moms was so embarrassed she wouldn't look at me. Man, one of her chums was there too, and to make it worse, she was a pastor or some shit with mom's church group. Why? The other man couldn't stop laughing. Why was she embarrassed? You screamed her name when you busted a nut or something. Man, fuck you. He punched him in the shoulder. Nah, it was her chum's daughter I was interfacing with. Had to walk in that house knowing they heard everything, and do you know how hard it was to look her in the eye knowing she heard the fucked up shit we were saying? I can't say that I know the feeling. They heard coming from the back seat. Before either could react, Dinah felt something sharp against his neck and froze while Sham turned only to come face to face with the business end of a rather large overture held by a blonde man wearing, how the fuck didn't they see him with all that fucking orange? Whoa now. The man started, eyeing the barrel in his face. From where he sat, he could see the hollow point ready to ventilate his skull in the end of the barrel. Let's be cool, chum. Dinah felt the cold steel against his neck and wisely kept his mouth shut. You two looking for Naruto? The blonde asked, getting a nod from Sham and a tiny nod from Dinah. Why? Got a message for him, from the queen of the afterlife herself. Seeing the man raise his eyebrow, he continued, you know Rogue Amendiers. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I've heard of Rogue before. Jackie wouldn't shut up about her being the top fixer in Night City and how he couldn't wait to make it big and be drinking in the Afterlife bar, maybe even take gigs from the queen herself. Well, good work fellas, here I am. You're Naruto. He nodded from behind the pistol. You don't look like a Naruto. The blonde raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You know, the dark-skinned man trailed off. Never mind. Look, Rogue wants you to swing by the Afterlife for a convo, something about you butting into a gig of hers. XXX. A while back, Jackie had told him about an old saying, there is only one path in Night City worth walking, the one that leads to the afterlife. He thought it was a neat if morbid saying, but honestly, Naruto couldn't see what was so special about the bar that made Jackie go on and on about the place. Hermano, once you make it there, sooner or later, everything else opens up to you, he had said, stars in his eyes. To Jackie and many other edgerunners, the Afterlife is an iconic bar where the who's who of mercs and first-rate fixers gather to kick back or conduct biz. It's also a major nerve center for the city. This was supposed to be a place where the biggest deals were cut and the job rewards have the most zeros slapped on. Stop here to spot big names such as Rogue and that guy who drank with Morgan Blackhand once. Speaking of, if you're one to believe rumor and hearsay, it's said that Blackhand's ghost still wanders the bar, switching off the safeties of customers' holstered guns. A little more than an hour had passed since his little impromptu meeting with Sham and Dinah went down. Naruto had taken the time to personally check in on Randall and the others just to make sure they were okay and that the two mercs hadn't done anything stupid. Luckily for them, they hadn't. Looks like this is the right area, he mused to himself standing on the street corner just over the bridge leaving Corpo Plaza and leading into Watson, or more specifically, Little China. Several large advertisements were flashing across the road, one showing a wrapped burrito XXL with, "It's big," plastered next to it, while the one next to it showed an attractive black woman in a bikini with an overweight couple in the background sitting on a beach offering 15% off the price of a vacation trip. Sunny Somalia, last year's #1 vacation destination. But he needed to go a bit further, across the street and under a connecting bridge to where he found a small parking lot surrounded by towering buildings that kept the alleyway in nearly perpetual shade during the day. Past the graffiti-covered walls and the overflowing dumpsters, he spotted the blue and pink neon lights with the Afterlife's signature stylized above the door that made the entire parking area glow a soft blue. Gonkus's prick wouldn't pay up, so someone had to flatline him. Chum, you gotta check out that new Ponpon BD, shit's preem. Think that skeezy doll gave me a fucking neural virus, gotta go take to my Ripper Chum. Funny, for the club Jackie swears has the biggest contracts, it doesn't seem like much, he thought while walking past the people standing outside, catching snippets of their convos as he did. Through the open doorway, He passed under what seemed to be a broken or deactivated metal detector and chuckled. That probably had to be turned off with the amount of people sporting chrome. It had to be going off every single time someone went through. Halfway down the steps he could hear the screaming vocals of chipping and getting louder and louder the closer he got to the bottom where a pair of steel doors slid out of his way as soon as he neared. The music was loud but somehow not uncomfortably so. Naruto stepped through and down another couple of stairs. A few random armed mercs and gangoons glanced his way before going back to their own business as he approached a pretty tall guy sporting facial chrome and an armored jacket with an orange lining. "And what kinda clown are you supposed to be?" the man questioned, cocking his head to the side and looking down his nose at the blonde in front of him. Naruto rolled his eyes then smirked, taking on an astonished look. "You can see me." He looked around as if he was checking to make sure no one was behind him. "Oh god, I thought I was a ghost." The man blocking his way groaned. "It's too early for this stupid shit," he grumbled, reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. "Either tell me who you are and what you want or fuck the hell off, gonk." "I'm supposed to meet Rouge here today," he shrugged, "was told to meet her here." "Yeah, you and hundreds of other punks," the man huffed. "Name." Some of the other mercs nearby heard him and openly laughed at him, mocking this fresh-faced merc that tried to get into the club with such a blatant lie. Naruto ignored them. "Naruto, and I'm here because." Yeah, don't care." The bouncer cut him off, looking to the side as his eyes lit up. "Hey boss, got some chump here says he's here to talk to ya. Says his name's Naruto." The man's eyebrow raised. "Really?" He looked back at Naruto and hummed, eyes going back to normal. "Well, what you know, she's waiting for you, head on and turn left and she's straight ahead." The man stepped aside and the door opened for Naruto to walk through. The building that the Afterlife was in was supposed to be an old city morgue, and looking around, Naruto could see it. Many of the walls were covered in rows upon rows of morgue drawers which held the bodies of the deceased once upon a time. From the looks of it, several were being used as displays for various bottles of liquor or memorabilia for various people or bands. Following the directions he'd been given and wanting to get this over and done with, he turned and headed past the bar, glancing towards the red-headed bartender that was pouring several drinks as he did. Further ahead, the blonde spotted the only person who could be Rouge, sitting in a private booth with a clear view of the entrance. Silver-gray hair with one side shaved close, two silver patches of cyberware on each cheek, rocking tight leather pants and a short yellow crop top with "Survive" scrolled across the front. The woman kinda reminded him of Granny Tsunade, mainly due to the fact that she was supposed to be pretty old and looked quite a bit younger. But it wasn't her looks that clued him into her being the boss, it was the bodyguard partially blocking the way into her booth. "Uzumaki Naruto." The man droned, looking at him with a large glowing red optic with a leather mask partially covering his lower face. When the blonde nodded once, he glanced back behind him to the woman who waved the blonde in. The bodyguard wordlessly stepped aside and Naruto walked in, finding himself standing next to a long wrap-around couch with a pair of square metal tables pushed together in the center. There were several other people sitting around in the booth as well. From where he stood, Naruto counted no less than 4 mostly concealed weapons pointed in his general direction. "So you're the solo that crashed my gig?" The woman started, sounding half intrigued and half mocking as she spoke. "Most gonks have the sense not to fuck around with my gigs unless they find out not to fuck with me." He snorted, crossing his arms. "I'm the solo that made sure your clients survived," he snapped, instantly feeling the temperature around the area get cooler. "You took their eddies and left them to make it out of the city alone. It seems to me that you should be thanking me." The ninja stepped closer to the edge of the table, ignoring the muffled clicking of a weapon being readied. The woman glared at him for a moment and he matched it. A couple of the nearby mercs looked pretty tense as they watched. "You got balls, I'll give you that." Rouge scoffed as she leaned back. "Either that or you're gonked in the brain." It seemed as if the club had let out a breath it had been holding, everyone relaxing slightly. "Sit down." Naruto slowly stalked around the table and sat down, the woman turning in her seat to face him and laying her arm across the backrest while crossing her legs. "So what do you want?" Rouge raised an eyebrow. "I wanted to get a good look at the amateur gonk that butted into my gig, see whether or not if I should just hand you over to Militech for a reward." That made Naruto's eyes widen and narrow, making her smirk. "Oh, you didn't know they're after you." Holding out her hand to the person behind her, she was handed a data slate and tapped it. Runner pulled this from a Militech server before it was locked down. Look familiar. As she held out the data slate, Naruto took it from her and found himself staring at his own picture. Studying it for a moment, he noticed that he was wearing his old tactical vest and looked like shit. This had to be when he was rampaging against Gunner and his crew for what they did. She let him look at it for a few moments before she continued, what kinda gonk doesn't think of surveillance? Any merc worth a damn knows better. You went in and didn't even get a basic scrambler to blur your face. There were several chuckles at his expense, but Naruto kept his cool even as he had to bite his tongue. He didn't know about such things. No one had mentioned it before, and honestly, back then he wasn't exactly in the right state of mind to be thinking about cams. He'd been struggling not to lose his cool and wreck the city one block at a time, much less worry about being recorded. I'll talk to Vic and see if he has something like that. So, the woman began again, why shouldn't I just throw you to Militech and bank a nice juicy payday, huh? Naruto lowered the data slate. I guess you could do that, nodding idly while tossing it on the seat between them. But I have a feeling you'll regret it pretty quick, he finished by giving her a small smirk of his own while leaning back. Oh. He nodded, leaning forward. Yep, he smirked back at her. Cause there's not nearly enough of you here to stop me, and if push comes to shove. His eyes flashed red, I'll slaughter you all. Optical trick or not, Rouge felt a chill worm its way up her spine, envisioning another monster with a synthetic voice threatening to slaughter all that got in his way. This guy was no smasher, but for some reason he just gave her that same chill. Neat trick with your optics, she stated, not showing just how much it had indeed affected her. But if you think you can get past everyone here, then you're more fucked in the head than I thought. I know I can. The self-confident, bordering on arrogant smirk he gave her said that he believed every word he spoke, reminding her of another arrogant chew-headed rocker boy from her past. Cause I'm the best fucking ninja in Night City. That broke all the tension and she laughed, causing the others to laugh as well. Ninja, you. She choked out between laughs, making him frown at her as she nodded towards his choice in clothing. You look like an escaped con. No, their jumpsuits are darker. You look like a bright-ass traffic cone. What kinda ninja looks like that? Okay, you're getting pranked, he muttered darkly in his own mind, already planning ways to get back at her before smirking. I'm wearing orange to give others a chance to see me coming. He stood up suddenly. But if I'm only here for you to insult me, then I'll be going. Granny Rouge. The others looked shocked that he would openly call her that, even Rouge looked as if he'd just slapped her. Stepping past the random merc sitting between him and the doorway, Naruto stopped as the fixer's bodyguard stepped in front of him. Move. We're not done talking yet, she mused from behind him, and Squama here isn't moving until I say you can go. Naruto could feel her smirking at his back before glancing back at her from over his shoulder. That's so. Snee nodded. Turning back to the merc blocking his path, Naruto cocked his head to the side and said, you sure you wanna listen to her choom? When the man didn't budge or speak, Naruto nodded slowly. Alright, no hard feelings, okay? Rouge watched with an amused look on her face as both mercs seemed to go still. Wayland was as solid and dependable as they came, having watched her back here at the bar for quite a long time. She couldn't wait to see the look this young gonk had when he realized she had all the cards. The blonde seemed to flinch and her bodyguard suddenly cocked his head to the side, making her believe that their staredown had ended in her favor. But as Naruto stepped aside, she was shocked when her longtime bodyguard slowly fell forward and collapsed in a heap on the floor. What the, Wayland? He twitched and groaned on the floor. He'll live, Naruto called, stuffing his hand into his pockets and looking out at the rest of the bar, some of which seemed to be watching in shock. Thanks for the info though, Granny. He started heading to the exit. Oh, and next time, call me instead of sending a couple of people to harass my neighbors. He finished his sentence off by raising one hand and flipping her off over his shoulder. XXX. Nix had seen some shit in his time, even back in another life as just another Arasaka branded cog in the corpo machine. He'd been exposed to the type of paydata that gonks died over on the regular. When Rogue had him on hand for this little meet and greet to bust some poor gonk balls, he wasn't expecting to be doing much, maybe disable his chrome or slap the gonk with a quick hack if things got too heated. What he didn't expect was to see Crispin, Squama, Wayland, son of legendary Solo Andrew. Boa Boa, Wayland get floored faster than they could see. Nix. Checking the vids now boss, he answered, already knowing that Rouge wanted the deets as to what the hell just went down. He'd been tucked away in the corner of the booth, giving him a clear view of everything that went down. Thought you were watching him, she continued, watching as her guard was picked up and carried towards the back where he'd get looked at by one of her other guards that happened to have some medical training. What happened to shorting his chrome if he started using it? Pinged him outside when he walked under the sensors, he stated, turning to look at her through his round-framed sunglasses. Chooms got basic shit but nothing heavy came up. The woman turned to him with an incredulous look on her face. You saying he did that? She motioned to the spot where Crispin had fallen, without chrome. No, I'm saying that it didn't show up. Hold up, the fuck? She raised an eyebrow. Yo Rouge, check this shit. He brought up the feed and connected it to the dropped data slate. Check the slate. She'd picked it up and the screen flickered to the hidden cam she had installed in the wall. It didn't have any connection to the local subnet and only he could access it for security reasons, having packed it with enough ice to fry and refree any nosy netrunner that tried poking around where they didn't belong. He'd already queued up the vid and remotely started the vid. Check it. She saw the blonde flinch in real time with Crispin cocking his head to the side. Had to slow it down but the vid restarted and she saw the blonde move, hitting her bodyguard in the chin with a backfist. Your amateur solo gotta be chipping some next level shit, some sorta ghost Sandy that runs dark. She had to agree. Most cyberware showed up on a scan and she made sure any fucker walking through her doors got scanned before they even walked down the stairs. She'd had him scanned and only his basic shit showed up but that kind of speed outclassed even top spec Sandavistans like the rumored Chian TMK5, nicknamed the Warp Dancer, that she'd been hearing blips about. If he was running that type of tech then that left a blaring question, just where did he get it and who was he? Must have missed something, look into him Nix. The man nodded, standing up to return to his runner's chair in the back to do a deep dive. He was already planning on doing just that anyway. Any cat with that type of chrome could either be their greatest enemy or if they played things right, their greatest pawn. XXX. Returning home from the academy, David couldn't help but feel nervous as he paced down the hallway towards Naruto's apartment a few doors down. All day today he'd been looking forward to his first day of learning from the edgerunner and hadn't even paid Katsuo Tanaka's taunting any mind. As soon as classes let out, he'd all but ran out from the room and bolted from the academy. He'd made it to the NCART in record time and if it wasn't for him having to wait for it to depart, he would have been there even sooner. But after a quick change of clothes, he started feeling his nervous excitement skyrocket as he got closer and closer to the door. Hey there, David, right? He blinked, not expecting anyone to really speak to him and stopped to see who it was. Yeah. He answered slowly, looking at the nervous-looking guy he was about to pass. I'm sorry but do I know you? The guy was clearly one of the many homeless guys that lived in the halls, probably one of the ones Naruto was paying to clean up. Probably not, he replied, rubbing his neck. I'm Randall, I live. He motioned over to a set of boxes where some others were sitting on the ground around a small hot plate, a pot of something cooking on top. Here. He looked a little embarrassed to admit it but David didn't judge, he'd seen guys like him in these halls for years. Mr. Naruto mentioned you'd be coming by. He home. Randall nodded, yeah, I just left. He's on a call with someone though. Said if I saw you to tell you to come on by. The teen nodded, thanks Choom, I'm headed there now. Nova, the man said softly, nodding slowly, nice to meet you David. While a little weirded out that the guy had just up and spoke to him out of nowhere, David gave the man a small grin and a nod, returning the sentiment before heading further down and up to Naruto's door, a green hollow display above it reading rent, paid that made his eyes roll. He hated that damn sign, it was tied into the locking mechanism and more than once the thing had glitched, locking him and his mother out until one of those gonks in building management reset it. Jokes on them though, he'd discovered a way past it and while his mom hadn't been happy, it kept them from being locked outside for the 3 days it took for them to come by. Hey Naruto. He called out, pounding on the thick metal door knowing that was the only way for anyone on the other side to hear, it's me. A few moments passed and he just could hear the sound of the blonde calling for him to come on in. Hold up a second, Naruto spoke, holding his hollow in one hand and one eye glowing as he was connected to the call. Hey David, give me a minute would you? The teen nodded looking around the apartment from the doorway. Feel free to grab a drink if you want, this will only take a minute. Stepping in, David saw that the layout was pretty much identical to his own apartment just without the years of knickknacks and other random stuff they'd picked up over the years. Looking over to where Naruto had pointed earlier, he saw that the spontaneous cravings vending machine had been removed and a small fridge had taken its place. Sorry about that, Padre, Naruto continued, voice slightly lower than before as he spoke. Yeah, that's what I found out. Yeah. David tried not to eavesdrop, but the guy wasn't exactly trying to hide his convo. He was talking to the Padre himself, probably talking about a gig or something nova like that. He really wanted to know more about that but knew better than to even try and get into the blonde's biz like that. Opening the fridge, there was a can of real water, chromanticore, a few different flavors of Nicola, and a half-eaten burrito XXL turquesa on top of a slice of artichoke and avocado pizza. Not being a fan of carbonated drinks, he grabbed a can of water and continued to look around. No Padre, it was. The blonde suddenly stopped and glanced over to the teen. Give me 1 second. He walked from in front of the window and headed towards the small room next to the couch behind a dark sliding glass door. Sorry David, I'll only be another minute. XXX. As the glass door behind him slid shut, Naruto stepped further into the small room he'd been planning on making his workstation for maintenance and most importantly, a controlled area to work on seals. Sorry about that, Padre, he continued, walking over to the workbench against the wall and leaning against it. The man on the other end gave a little hum. It's fine, Naruto. Now, what is it that you are asking? According to Rouge, Militech is after me, he continued, explaining how things had gone down earlier between him and the Fixer Queen on NC, her taunting or better yet, threatening him with handing him over to Militech for crashing her gig. The Padre stayed silent throughout most of his story, chiming in only once or twice asking for deets. You are indeed in a difficult situation, the man muttered over the hollow, making Naruto sigh, messing with a loose screwdriver he'd left sitting on the table he was leaning on. Any ideas? There was a small silence, making the blonde worry. I believe it would be best for you to meet with a representative of Militech, see why they are after you. Naruto grimaced. If they were after him due to the damage he caused during his rampage, then he doubted they could sweep things under the rug and write this all off as a misunderstanding. Actually, I've been hearing rumors lately that Militech lost some rather important cargo. A corpo higher up on the chain seems to be in quite a bind. That made Naruto nod, eyes widening, use it as leverage and have the corpo pull some strings. Indeed. So, any idea where to start? The old man chuckled. When the righteous cry for help, the Lord hears and delivers them out of all their troubles. Naruto could hear the man moving around. I shall make some calls, but I will not put my people in danger again, remember our last convo. Just lay low for a bit, I'll call you back with news as soon as I hear something. XXX. No Padre, it was. The blonde suddenly stopped and glanced over to the teen. Give me 1 second. He walked from in front of the window and headed towards the small room next to the couch behind a dark sliding glass door. Sorry David, I'll only be another minute. It's preem chum. He waved it off, eyes going wide as he spotted what was behind the door as the blonde stepped in. He couldn't see everything and only had a second or two to look, but he could recognize weapons and gear when he saw it. Fucking Nova, Chum's a legit runner. The giddy feeling was back, and after a moment, he calmed himself down and sipped his Nicola, going back to looking around. The built-in shelving all around the room was mostly empty, a few small things sitting here and there, but the strangest thing had to be a small potted plant sitting on the edge of the window. Of all the things he expected a solo merc to own, a potted plant never crossed his mind. Where did he get the soil for it? Most soil was so polluted that very few things were capable of growing. Even the trees lining the roads around Santo had around-the-clock monitoring via attached transmitters and testing devices. Where's the trash can? He muttered to himself, finishing the last bit of his water. With a quick look around, he spotted a small trash can back near the door, sitting halfway underneath his desk. David walked over and tossed it in. Seeing a framed picture sitting next to his terminal, he gave it a look. It was Naruto, except his hair was longer and spiker. A good-looking Latino woman with blue hair was sitting next to him at what looked like a dinner table and they were leaning against each other and smiling at the camera. Must be his output. She was jumping. David whirled around to see Naruto standing behind him and clutched his chest. Oh shit, Chum, don't sneak up on me like that. He hadn't even heard the door slide open at all. Hee hee, sorry about that, the blonde snickered, not looking sorry in the slightest as he walked around him and picked up the picture. But yeah, she was my girl, her name was Cammy. Oh, hearing the past tense, David knew something had happened. I'm sorry. How'd she, you know what, never mind. He didn't want to bring up any bad memories and from the way he was looking at the picture, he got the feeling that things ended poorly one way or another. Like most things in this city. But Naruto waved it off. Nah, it's fine, she was killed in a drive-by while I was gone. Did they get the ones who? He trailed off, wincing as he spoke without thinking. No, Naruto set the picture down and turned to look at David, his eyes icy cold, but I did. A moment passed and Naruto was back to smiling. But what's up, David, you need something? You said you'd start teaching me some things, remember? He thumped himself on his chest with his fist, all healed up and ready to train. You don't have homework or something? Naruto questioned, remembering the few times he'd been bogged down with that hellish experience that made him want to rip out his own hair. He wouldn't be responsible for David blowing off his schoolwork just to train. The irony wasn't lost upon him either. But David shook his head. Nope, they don't do homework, everything's done at the academy. Naruto had to admit that he felt a tiny twinge of jealousy at that. Homework had been the bane of his school years, well, that among other things. Alright then, Naruto stated with a grin, so long as you're not slacking with school then let's go to the gym and see what we're working with. Slapping the teen on the back, they left from his apartment and headed down the hall towards the stairs. For some reason, the grin Naruto had on his face worried him. XXX. Groaning, David sat down on a bench and downed a bottle of water as if his life depended on it. So, how was that? He asked, face red and breathing heavy before looking over to the blonde to see him looking pretty unimpressed. I'll be honest with you, David, you got a lot of work ahead of you, Naruto answered honestly with a shrug, ignoring the squawk of indignation from the teen in front of him. You don't work out often, do you? The teen grumbled but shook his head no. Alright, first off you need to work on your stamina and cardio. I'll teach you some basic stuff but we gotta work our way from there, okay? So are we starting today? The stars in David's eyes reminded him of himself so much that it made him chuckle. Sure, I'll show you a couple of things right quick. I got something to take care of tonight though, so I can't hang out for too long, alright? I could help out if you want, David offered, looking a bit hopeful only to huff when Naruto laughed. I won't get in the way. But the blonde waved it off. Sorry David, this isn't something you can help with, motioning for him to follow. They headed over to the sparring mat, but hey, maybe one day I'll let you tag along. David nodded. So what are you taking care of? He didn't expect the blonde to answer him honestly but he couldn't help but hope for a hint at least. The chum was probably planning on taking care of some badass merc job or something, probably taking on a gang of gonks that crossed the wrong person or something nova like that. Nothing too impressive honestly, he chuckled, just dropping in to visit someone and have a chat. But let's get down to it, huh? Come on and attack me, I'll show you how to defend then you'll try it. Oh, and I promise I won't smack you around or anything, too much. XXX. I do not care what it takes, you won't see a single Eurodollar until I see confirmation. The cold callous voice echoed throughout the penthouse as several lights powered up, brightening the room which sparkled and gleamed with sleek and elegant furniture, sculptures, and paintings. Then you should have sent skilled operatives to kill them, not the worthless dregs you picked up from the nearest street corner. He was a rather average man, dressed in a sleek black suit with a golden lapel pin bearing the Arasaka Corporation logo. He was tanned and well-groomed, taking pride in his appearance. I don't care if one of them was your brother, I hired you for a job and I expect results. The man stopped to look at himself in the mirror by the door and frowned, spotting several small wrinkles on his face. The next time you contact me, I expect you to have better news and to watch your tone when speaking to me. Taking a breath, the man loosened his tie and disconnected from his hollow, Frowning at himself in the mirror, contact Dr. Naram, he spoke, knowing his home's AI would do as it was told as he touched the crow's feet by his eyes. Schedule another rejuvenation therapy. When he didn't hear the soft feminine voice of his AI respond, he turned and stalked towards the open lounge. System status. As usual, when he walked into the open lounge, the massive windows that took up the entirety of his wall shimmered to show the skyline of Night City while the rest of the lights brightened. Hope you don't mind, he heard a voice call out and turned quickly to see a strange man standing behind his bar, but I made myself a drink while I was waiting. Who are you and what are you doing in my home? The man demanded, reaching under his jacket. Security. His hand wrapped around the grip of his personal firearm and he snatched it from his leather shoulder holster, leveling it towards the man. How did you get in here? The intruder turned, holding a jar of olives in his hand while popping a handful into his mouth. So you're Francis, huh? Francis narrowed his eyes, studying the intruder. Short blonde hair, scars on each cheek, black shirt with an orange vest. He couldn't see past the bar but the man had to be some street rat. How he made it past his security he didn't know but he'd make certain that his people beat the information out of him. I said. He stopped when he heard a click just behind him and felt cold metal touch the back of his neck. I'll take that, a voice from behind him spoke. Francis fixed the blonde in front of him with his best cold stare and slowly lowered the pistol, feeling it be snatched from his hand a moment later. You seem to have me at a disadvantage, Mr. Naruto. Just Naruto. Well then, Mr. Just Naruto, Francis started, resorting to his corporate training. I would offer you a drink but you seem to have found one yourself just fine. He glanced back and found himself staring at another man dressed in tactical gear with a strange mask over his face, shaped like an animal with long ears with flowers painted on it. Would your associate care for one? He wanted to see the face of the man's hustle. He'd make them all pay but the man shaking his head ended the notion. He's good, but how about I pour you one and we can have a chat? The corpo bristled but didn't let it show as he stalked over to his bar. As he did he spotted a white bottle sitting open and felt his blood pressure skyrocket, his company biomonitor alerting him to its increase via a small pop-up in his peripheral. As that, he slowly pointed to the bottle despite already knowing what it was. Naruto followed his finger. Oh that. Found it when I was rummaging through your bar. Been a while since I've had sake. You should have gone for something better, this tasted funny. Francis wanted nothing more than for this man to die a slow and painful death. That bottle had been sent to him by the Emperor Saburo Arasaka himself and was the greatest trophy he had to show off his success. Only 3 others had been given the honor of receiving one of his personal sealed bottles and this uncouth mongrel had opened it, drinking something worth millions and, it tastes funny, was all he had to say. Hee hee, your daughter was right, you do twitch when you get pissed. Hearing that caught Francis off guard. Amelia sent you. He narrowed his eyes at the blonde again. Naruto shook his head and popped another olive in his mouth. No, not exactly. Then why are you here? All he needed to do was activate his neural implant and security would be on the way in less than a minute. Walking up to the bar, he fixed the blonde with the coldest stare he could muster and snatched the bottle of sake towards him. You must have gone through a lot of trouble to get here, surely it wasn't just to drink from my bar. The man took one of the glasses nearby and poured himself a glass. The man had already opened a priceless bottle of sake, he might as well try it himself before having this punk murdered slowly. I wanted to see what kind of man sends assassins to kill his only daughter. I took the chance to look around while I waited and honestly, your home's impressive. The corpo sipped the sake. I've worked hard to earn this. His voice was sharp and cold as he jabbed a finger down onto the wooden bar top. And forgive me if the praise of a common thief means nothing to me. Naruto chuckled, tossing another olive up in the air and catching it between his teeth. I've been called worse things by better people. The pair stared at each other for a few moments. So you know my daughter. He got back on topic, getting a nod from the blonde. Oh yeah, well, not really. Saved her from your goons, they're spattered on some godforsaken rooftop in Haywood right now. You killed them. Naruto nodded, I see. Not only that, I made sure they escaped the city unharmed, well for the most part. Francis hummed, I see, well she's resourceful I'll give her that. He looked at his sake and shook his head, downing it. I gave that girl everything she could have ever wanted. Reaching out, he poured another glass. I won't expect someone like you to understand, but all I did for her, she had the best of everything. I made sure she wanted for nothing, her and her ungrateful mother. The best education, the best clothes, tutors, she could read and write 4 languages without translation soft by the age of 7. The man poured another glass and picked it up, setting it down in front of the blonde who raised an eyebrow at the man. All I asked is that she be a good girl and not bring shame on my family name. She told me all about it. Naruto stated, taking the glass and rotating it around with his thumb and middle finger. You can spin it all you want, but you were keeping her trapped in a cage. Like I said, I don't expect someone like you to understand. Francis sneered, looking down at the glass in his hands, running his finger over the monogram B etched on the side. Maybe she didn't have all the so-called freedom she wanted, but I gave her all she wanted. What else was I supposed to do? Let her roam the streets and end up like her whore mother. He rolled his eyes and gave a humorless chuckle. Actually, I guess that's exactly what happened. She's your child, Naruto exclaimed, looking at the man in shock at him calling Amelia a whore. But the man only shook his head and looked back up at him. She's no child of mine, she threw that away the moment she betrayed me, just like her mother did. He slowly drank down the sake and leaned against the bar. She is her mother's daughter, I guess. Fitting, I suppose. If she wants to whore around with some filthy Valentino like her mother, then she can end up just like her. You mean? Indeed. Francis looked him in the eye and Naruto couldn't see a shred of remorse. Not exactly sure where, but my people dumped them both into the ocean with a pair of concrete shoes, after breaking every bone in their bodies, just like she broke my heart. The masked clone looked between the original and the corpo, wanting to shoot him in the back of the head but didn't. The only reason I'm telling you this, the man continued, is because you're going to share the same fate. Then I'm going to contact my people and have them track that girl down and finish the job. I've already alerted security and they'll be here in less than 20 seconds. Then I guess I need to do this quick then, huh? Slinging the still untouched glass of sake, it shattered on the corpo's cheek, the shards cutting his flesh with ease as sake covered him. The man sputtered, one hand going to his bleeding face while the other clutched the bar to steady himself from the unexpected assault. Hopping over the bar, Naruto grabbed the man by his shirt collar and pulled him close. You fucking piece of shit. He growled out, hoisting the man up straight who clawed at his wrists. You're supposed to protect your child no matter what. Spinning on his heel, the blonde flung the corpo off his feet and sent him rolling across the floor into his living room. You don't try to kill them for not doing what you want. He stalked over to the groaning man, kicking him in the chest. She wanted to be happy. She fell in love. He kicked him again, getting breathless gasps as the man lost his breath and coughed, specks of blood hitting the floor as he wheezed. Francis Bennett, customer number 293817388A Platinum coverage. Your biomonitor has alerted as to critical internal damage. If you are conscious, please assume a recovery position. A trauma team is en route. ETA 1 minute. Came a robotic voice from a bracelet on the man's wrist, a small flashing medical symbol lighting up on it. Nodding to the clone, Naruto reached down and snatched the wheezing man up off the ground while the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. I wish I had the time to make you feel every bit of pain you've inflicted on others, he growled in the man's face, who spat blood at him. You might have platinum coverage, but let's see them patch you up from this. Francis felt himself being dragged, and despite his biomonitor repeatedly alerting him to his punctured lung, he looked to see the man bringing him to the massive windows and tried to fight back. His shoes scraped the floor as he struggled, but his assailant's grip was too tight and all he could do was wheeze and choke on his own blood as the blonde flung him towards the massive window. A large spider web of cracks formed as the corpo slid to the ground with a thump, his biomonitor alerting him to multiple broken bones this time. Wait, he choked out, spitting more blood out, and he raised his hand. You can't do this, the man gasped and coughed as the burning pain worsened. Naruto crouched down next to him, face spattered with his blood. Who's gonna stop me? His cybernetic hand clenched around Francis's wrist, painfully snatching the man up from the floor. The world will be better off without someone like you. Once again grabbing the man by the front of his now bloodstained shirt, Naruto slammed him repeatedly into the glass, causing more and more cracks to form. XXX. Minutes earlier. Hey Dwayne, thought you clocked out already, choom. Looking up from his fifth cup of synth cough, the man looked towards his coworker and shook his head slowly. Evening chance, boss said I had to stick around and cover Saku's shift or he'd tank my next review. And raised his cup, the flimsy styrofoam flexing in his grip. Here's to my third double in a row. His usually slicked back hair looking half-combed and messy. How the fuck haven't you blown a circ yet? His choom asked, logging into his own surveillance term and sitting down to go over the security feeds. Saku's been putting his workload on you non-stop, no way he's getting away with that. The other man nodded, yeah, but the boss keeps trying to cover for him. His sister's kid or something. Don't know what he's planning to do when the higher-ups flag him for inactivity though, no way he's getting past that. But till then we're left holding the bag. Chance grumbled, making the other shrug, how are you okay with that choom? Well Saku might be pushing his workload on me but I'm pushing my load in his mom. You, the man whirled around in his chair, mouth open in astonishment, you mean the boss's sister? He only got a smirk in response, followed by a little wink. The two burst into laughter that was quickly interrupted by an alarm. Oh shit, that's Director Bennett's penthouse. One called out upon reading the alert and in a flurry of motion, one went about alerting the rapid response security team who would be armed and on the move in less than a minute while the other coordinated with the building's manager, who would have to contact Arasaka corporate about the incident later. The pair worked like a well-oiled mech, calling out any needed information while each handling their own tasks. RRT is on the way up, arriving in less than a minute. Arasaka's rapid response team was renowned for their quick deployment, their units basically spending several hours a day on call and stuck in their posts waiting for a call at any time. These gonks either had the best or worst luck considering that they were posted in this building, lucky as they barely had a reason to be deployed and spent a lot of downtime just waiting, and unlucky for the same reason and spent the entire shift in a constant state of boredom but being unable to relax. Trauma team has been alerted and are en route. What the hell, how did someone infiltrate this place? XXX. What's going on? Saka squads are rolling out. Buildings going into lockdown. I can't be stuck here, I'm gonna be late. All around the Corpo housing tower, employees crowded around the doors in little groups all gossiping while armed guards and two Arasaka Minotaur mechs enforced the lockdown. Aside from angry mutterings at being detained inside the building, security made it clear that anyone wanting to leave without clearance would be liquidated without a second thought. Even higher-level executives tried to flex their authority but were soundly told to back off and wait. So here they were stuck in the atrium of the building during the lockdown, unable to leave due to security, unable to access the elevators as only the RRT could use them at the time, and unwilling to take the stairs up to their housing due to how far it was. The atrium was a large open area of the tower displaying multiple cultivated plants below a massive skylight with seating all around. Some employees had taken to starting what little work they could do remotely while others went about trying to contact their management to hopefully not get docked too much on their pay for being late. It was tense but somewhat peaceful as they waited. That was until the skylight above them shattered, sending deadly shards of thick jagged broken glass raining down. A few unlucky corpos found themselves being lacerated by the glass that fell on them. One security guard even had to rush over to a screaming man who got a long gash ripped across his face from not only the glass but part of the metal frame that fell with it. Oh my god. Someone screamed over the noise, making nearby corpos look at the speaker only to see what he was pointing to. It wasn't so much as a body but a broken lumps of flesh held together only by broken cyberware. After the shock had started wearing off, several curious corpos approached to see who the unfortunate gonk was, and at first no one recognized him thanks to the damage. It wasn't until security scanned him did they know just who the person was. Francis Bennett, director of the Arasaka Special Operations Division, was dead. Looking down at his hands, Rico clenched and unclenched hands with a frown as they trembled. A worrying symptom of over-chipping chrome or even an onset of cyberpsychosis that would worry most were it to happen to them. Still won't stop. He heard Ortiz ask as she walked into the room, holding a pair of ice-cold brosifs from her fridge and his pain meds while the TV on the wall played a Real Meat commercial. Fucking fingers won't stop twitching, must be nerve damage. He huffed, clenching his fists and watching how they stopped, but it's only when they relax. Sitting on her couch, still very sore and healing from that gonk shit Faraday pulled, Rico accepted the brosifs from her as she sat down next to him. He set hers down on the coffee table and sipped it while she prepared his pain medicine freshly delivered to him by an old chumba. Can't say I don't enjoy those twitchy fingers, she grinned while opening the bottle and pulling out a freshly rolled ball of black tari res and slapping it into a prepared water bong on the table in front of her. Rico snorted next to her as she leaned back next to him, blowing smoke into the air as she passed it to him. You would. She nodded rapidly at that, holding back a harsh cough as he copied her earlier action and filled his lungs to the max with resin smoke. Those magic fingers got an upgrade, she giggled, those twitches leave me trembling. He leaned back into the couch and she wiggled closer to him, carefully leaning her head on his shoulder while being careful not to bump his still sore arm too much. Just hoping that this is as bad as it'll get. He grumbled, blowing a smoke ring into the air as she placed a comforting hand on his leg. Don't let it brother you chumba, she told him softly, connecting to her vidscreen on the wall and changing the channel to something else. If we have to, well go to the Ripper and find you some new hands if you want. He shook his head, unclenching his fists again before. Nah, kinda like my Ganix hands, same reason I don't was a. His hand still twitching, he laid it on her thigh and leaned his head against hers. Kinda like your Ganix too, she giggles, her hand easing under his arm and rubbing his crotch. You definitely don't need a replacement for this though chum. XXX. 2 days later. XXX. You know, Naruto, when most are told to lay low they usually catch up on their reading, check out the latest BD, or maybe do some shopping on the net. Naruto felt like a academy student again as he sat next to the elderly fixer in his Villefort Valor, hands clasped in his lap as the Padre tried to stare a hole in the side of his head with his disapproving gaze. If zeroing an Arasaka director is your idea of keeping a low profile, he trailed off and shook his head, looking out the window as the streets of Haywood passed by. The chance came up sooner than I thought and I just had to take it. Naruto grumbled, unclasping his hands and reaching into his pocket to withdraw a small black box around the size of his hand. I got you a surprise though. Looking back over, the Padre raised an eyebrow at the blonde, and what is this? Naruto shrugged. I don't know, he admitted, getting a snort from Marcus in the driver's seat which he covered with a cough. Found it locked away in the guy's safe, he handed it over to the man when he held out a hand. It hadn't been the only thing he found in there. He'd taken a little something for himself as well in the form of a stack of Eurodollars that had been next to the box as well as a fancy Tonto knife that now had a new home on his shelf. Taking the box, the man took a few moments to look it over and recognized it as a data drive. There was no telling what kind of paydata may be lurking or what kind of security hid inside to protect it, but he knew a few net runners that would make quick work of it. He didn't show it, but what the blonde had given him could be a major blessing in his line of work. This may have even put him in debt to the blonde depending on what was found. I shall have it looked at, Naruto. Thank you, the man stated, leaning forward and handing it to Marcus who placed it on the seat next to him, but onto the reason I asked you to meet with me. Found something on Militech. Indeed, there are a few different corpos you could seek out to deal with your Militech issue, but one stands out as your best bet. He produced a data shard from his shirt pocket and handed it over to the blonde. Details are on the shard. Naruto took it and slotted it in the slot behind his ear. Meredith Stout. He questioned, seeing a partially glitchy picture of a woman with long blonde swept back hair with thin chrome lines above and below her left eye. Is she wearing a ballistic vest? The corpo world can be just as ruthless as life on the streets, the man mused with a shrug. The only difference I can see is that at least we get to keep our souls. But yes, she's a senior operations manager with the NC branch of Militech, and from what we've been able to gather she's been on a tear through the city trying to find a stolen shipment that was hijacked. No clue where it might be. It isn't in Haywood. I would have already been alerted to any gonk trying to hide a stolen convoy there. It has to be somewhere in Watson if I were to hazard a guess. 3 stolen Militech trucks are far too noticeable to have made it through Night City unnoticed. The convoy was hijacked north of NC before getting too far out of the city, and since there was no way that convoy made it past the checkpoints between the autonomous Free City and the Nusa-controlled territory, the chances of it still being in Night City were high. The Militech trucks they used were rugged and tough, but they couldn't go too far off-road into the Badlands, so there was no chance that the hijackers took them that way. Naruto nodded, and the north side of Watson has plenty of abandoned places to hide something in. He mused. He hadn't been through that area too many times, but it looked like he was about to take a trip there soon enough. Who's the fixer for that area? Rogue Amendiers, the old fixer stated, looking at him with a raised eyebrow and a small twitch of his mustache, the closest to a smirk most would ever see from the dour man. But from what I hear, she may not be so forthcoming this time. Naruto huffed. I'd rather not have to deal with her right now. He groaned. Call him stubborn, but he'd rather handle this whole situation alone than have to deal with that woman now. There is a new up-and-coming fixer making waves in Kabuki, a Miss Regina Jones, former media working for the World News Service. I believe she worked for FTF Radio until N54 News acquired it. Naruto listened and nodded. He seemed to remember hearing that name before on the radio a while back while the Padre continued to speak. She's a decent soul, smart too, here she's making good use of her contacts from her media days. I hate to keep asking you for stuff, Padre. The blonde sighed while leaning his arm on the door and looking towards the fixer, but could you get me in touch with her? Of course. What Naruto didn't know was just how much the old man did appreciate what he did. Aside from handling any and all requests and gigs, not only had Naruto gotten payback for his grandchild in all but blood but helped keep his distant nephew alive while killing the man responsible. Now add in the gift, in the form of a Arasaka data drive belonging to a now deceased Arasaka director, and honestly, he felt that the blonde could ask for more. I will make arrangements, it should not take too long. Nodding, Nato grinned at the old man. Nova, I'll hit the streets and wait to hear from one of you. He couldn't sit around and wait with Militech on the lookout for him. He needed to get ahead of this, and the quicker the better. Hey Marcus, mind dropping me off up here? The man gave a small nod and slowed the car, easing up to the street corner to let the blonde out. Thanks Marcus, he nodded to the man before doing the same to the fixer, later old man. And quickly shut the door, running off with a wave before the fixer could retort and making his way to Watson. Mr. Uzumaki's a rather interesting man, the driver stated, watching the blonde run down the sidewalk with a curious expression on his face while the elder of the two grumbled in the back seat, hard to believe that he was the Shino. Sir. Looking at the man through the rearview mirror, Marcus found him looking directly into his eyes. He may regret most of what did while wearing that mask, but he is still the Shino. Whether he likes it or not, that name will stick around for a long time. The Padre stated, arms crossed. The Shino was the monster that kept the scavs afraid. Scav activity had all but halted for a couple of months, most too afraid to pull off their old tricks of snatching poor gonks off the streets. XXX. V let out a long drawn-out sigh as she sat in her company car smoking another cigarette while waiting for Jackie here in the parking lot of Chubby Buffaloes. Unlike the last time where they were hanging out to chow down, she had reached out and asked him to come meet her ASAP. The harsh smoke burned like hell as she filled her lungs, but that didn't stop her as it helped calm her nerves until she could apply to get chipped with a company limbic implant. Due to her position with counterintelligence, she was eligible to get certain Chrome approved to increase productivity at a discounted price, and like nearly every other member of counterintelligence before her, the first one she applied from was the simply named limbic mesh. Simply put, it helped manage stress and anxiety and vastly reduced the number of stress-related suicides in the past 5 years. Finishing another smoke, she thumped it out her open door just as Jackie pulled in beside her, his bike grumbling and growling before he shut it off. Yo V, what's going on Holmes? You sounded nervous on the holo. He called out worriedly as he leaned on the tank. Hop in Jackie, please. He gave her a look and nodded, climbing off his bike and quickly walking around to the passenger side. What's going on V? He questioned again, after opening the door, climbing in and shutting the door. Things are fucked at work right now, she told him, shutting her own door as she did. My boss is under investigation and so is my whole department. The fuck? You know how that Saka director was flatlined? She questioned, getting a nod from the man next to her. You remember that guy the first hired you to put in the hospital? Another slower nod with a frown. That was the director's driver. Hijo de puta. He groaned, covering his face with a grimace. They are coming after us or something. V shook her head. No, they got a vid of the guy that zeroed him. They don't even care about what happened to the driver. The only reason I brought it up was because the guy that replaced him was planted there by my boss. Get this, he was using him to try and sway the director to name him his successor after he retired. She explained. They found out now we're all up for an internal review. Backquote, you in trouble? He asked, feeling relieved at first when she told him that they didn't care about him putting the driver in the hospital but now worrying for his chum. When she first mentioned what was going down, Jackie had to admit that there had been a moment where he nearly growled, "What the hell did you get me into?" thinking that he was about to find himself on the wrong end of an Arasaka kill squad. But seeing and hearing how anxious his chum sounded, he felt bad for her. I don't think so, fuck Jackie, I don't know. She muttered, leaning back and grabbing another smoke. Whole department is up for review though, so no telling what'll happen. The man watched as she fumbled with the lighter and dropped it. It'll be okay, Mano, he told her gently, taking the lighter and striking it for her. Tell me the deets, what's happening? Everyone in ACI would be under investigation. Several senior members were already walking around as if they already knew they'd be facing a Saka hit squad soon. Hell, if half the rumors are true, then they'd be lucky if that's all that happened to them. Jenkins looked more annoyed than anything and had told her to just keep her mouth shut and nothing would happen, to remember that he always rewarded loyalty. She wasn't worried about what'll come up in the review on her end. She kept her chrome clean, and if anything, she might suffer a dock in pay for some minor infractions of company SOP. Explaining all this, she thumped the ash off the end of her smoke and looked over at him. Only thing I'm worried about is some gonk trying to frame me for some shit they pulled. Well shit chica, if they do give me a ring on the hollow, well bury that fucker so deep they'll pop up under Arasaka's shitter. That got a snort from the woman. Speaking of, she suddenly turned to look at him. Keep this quiet, but NCPD is about to start cracking down around the waterfront. Word is that old Saburo Asasaka is sending someone here to oversee the investigation and the gonks up top want to look good. Who? Hanako Arasaka. XXX. Here you go chum, one hot dog all the way. Naruto nodded to the man working the small stand and slid him the eddies for his food with a grin. Keep the change, chum, he told him, making the vendor's eyes widen before nodding quickly. It wasn't like he'd given the man 100 or anything, but it was definitely more than double the price. My man, I appreciate the fuck out of the chum, the vendor chuckled, a grin of his own splitting his face. Stop by again and I'll make sure you get the best dog I can make, alright. Giving the man a thumbs up, Naruto looked at the hot dog and found that it looked a lot more appetizing than the scop dogs he'd had before. It actually had the right coloring and the bun even felt soft even if it did smell a bit off. Glancing at the small paper tray, which was quickly getting soggy from the scop chili dripping off the bun, he snorted at the logo and the text below it, the thickest dogs and tightest buns in town. After making his way to Watson, Naruto found himself on the corner of Bradbury and Buren, not too far from Misty's Esoterica and Chakra Harmonization in Vic's clinic, when his stomach growled. It wasn't ramen, but it was okay and would hold him over till later. Maybe I'll go to that place I found with Cammy, he mused to himself, walking down the road while chewing his food. Haven't been there in a while. Maybe he'd even find that old man selling kunai and shuriken. He'd found a few places that sold one or two, but they were poor quality compared to the few he got from the geezer and didn't want to run out again. And I tell you, no. The Arasakas are no ordinary clan. Turning the corner, the flashing neon sign of Gamora caught his attention, or better yet, the dancing girls behind the window did. But the loud yelling across from them quickly made him look across the street to find a scruffy man in glasses wearing a thick rubber coat preaching to anyone who would listen to him. While he didn't know much about the Arasaka family, he could agree that they weren't a normal clan. Maybe this guy had some interesting info about them. Vampires. The lot of them. Naruto nearly tripped. Their bodies never age, but notice their eyes. Cold and dead. Their corporation only exists as a cover to hide their wicked means of existence. Or maybe not, he thought, passing by the man who continued to spread his message on the street. He was standing outside of a tiny alleyway right next to Misty's shop, so Naruto quickly found himself by the open doorway looking in, ignoring the man and woman sitting on a graffiti-covered bench about 2 steps away from putting on an open-air sex show. Like the last time he'd been here, the shop was alight with various purples and reds, some black lights here and there that made a few odds and ends glow. While he wasn't really into all the spiritual customs of this place, he could identify with quite a few of them. It was kind of odd how some customs and beliefs could be pretty similar to how it was back home. From the doorway, he could see Misty leaning against the counter nearly asleep, her head slowly bobbing up and down as she fought off the urge to nap. Walking through, a small buzzer went off, alerting Misty to his arrival, who shot up, looking towards the door. "Oh, hey Naruto," she greeted him with a little wave, "here to see Vic." "Hey Misty," he greeted back, stepping into the shop and looking around. "Yeah, I need to see if he has some cybernetics I need." She hid it well, but she seemed to deflate a bit. "Something wrong. Business is slow," she grumbled a bit before putting on a small smile. "Aside from Jackie or Vic, you're the only other person to come by in the last couple of days." Misty looked down and picked a loose string from her purple knitted sweater. "People in this town, they don't really care about connecting to their inner spirit." "Not everyone," he told her. "I ran into a monk a while back, had this whole Zen master vibe and everything." He told her about how he'd ran into him and meditated, then how the guy helped him after Cammy died. "Well, if you ever run into him again, I'd love to meet him." He looked at her as she picked up a deck of cards and started to gently shuffle them. "What's up with the cards?" "These." She held up the deck of purple and orange cards. "They're tarot cards. A long time ago, like hundreds of years ago, they were used to play games. But now some believe tarot is a symbolic map of consciousness that encompasses our journey through life, both spiritually and practically." Seeing his half-confused stare, she got a little grin on her face. "Jackie had the same look when I explained it to him." "Want me to read your tarot?" Naruto thought about it for a minute, then shrugged, a small grin on his face. "Sure, tell me my future," making her roll her eyes. "What?" "It's more than that, Naruto. It's meant to provide insight into our innermost truths of our higher selves." "I don't know about your higher self, but my higher self is usually hungry and sleepy," he joked, making her stop for a moment, roll her eyes and place 4 cards down in front of him. "Oh come on, that was a good one." She ignored his little whine and flipped the first one, revealing a red background of ragged metal buildings, wires, and skies filled with smoke. At the center there's a punk in yellow walking on a rooftop with a dog behind him as he's about to blindly step off the edge. "The fool." "Hey," he whined. "The fool is everyone, including you and me. Each step he takes on his journey feels like stepping into a brave new world. Ultimately, the journey will change him. But as the card shows, he's trustworthy and whose tireless hope will drive him toward his goal." Flipping the next card, she glanced up at him. "Death, and don't worry, I'm not predicting your untimely demise or anything." The card depicted a shadowy cybernetic skeletal figure with glowing yellow eyes licking a raised sword with an organic forked tongue. Death is the card of becoming. It signifies an imminent and difficult transition, even the conclusion of one phase of life and the beginning of another. Inevitably, something gets lost during the transformation, but something else will rise and take its place. The next card she revealed, slowly and deliberately flipping the card, he thought it looked neat, the sun. It showed a cybernetic female dressed in a white and black cowboy outfit riding a golden motorcycle with the night sky at his back, a large planet or moon taking up a large portion of the sky behind her. The sun symbolizes success. It is a card of freedom, renewal and a bright future that lies ahead. The sun also represents truth, for its light will always pull back the curtain of shadow that hides the world's secrets. It also represents greatness and splendor. He hummed, squinting his eyes and crossing his arms as he listened to her. "All right." She waited a moment to let him take in her words. "Last card." She turned it over. The world. The card showed the outline of a human figure with an entire vibrant cityscape inside the silhouette. In the middle of the head is a glowing orb with veins of light working its way down towards the city. The world lies at the end of the fool's long and winding journey. Wiser and more world-weary than he started out, the fool faces a moment of reckoning. He rolled his eyes. "Some of us accept where our journey has led us to, while others embark on a new challenge. One thing in this world is certain, you can't have it all." After a few moments, she started picking the cards up. "Don't take them too seriously though, Naruto. They're meant to help you look within yourself, not be the answer to any problems or questions." He nodded slowly to her questions while she carefully put them away. I'm sure you're ready to go talk to Vic, I won't hold you up. Actually Misty, he started, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, I've been meaning to set something up for Cammy. Some incense and maybe some candles or something, you mind helping me out with that? I think I can help you out with that. XXX. With the whole dust-up between the Valentinos and 6th Street ending almost as quickly as it began, gigs and other biz were steadily popping up again. Hell, it even picked up a bit more than usual with biz that had been put off now flooding the gig pool. Yo Maine, what's up my choom? Looking up from his screamsheet or better yet the article about a version of a mantis blade that could deploy from your leg, Maine saw the crew's resident gun gremlin all but skipping into their old garage hangout with yet another gun he hadn't seen her with before. Hey Becca. Dorio greeted from her side, working the punching bag chained to a rafter in the corner of the room. It had been annoying as hell to get it secured to the point where she wouldn't snap the original chains but they worked it out. New iron huh? He chuckled, making her grin as she held it up. While not a connoisseur by any means, he'd recognize a budget arms power shotgun anywhere. He'd found himself on the business end of one more than once in his time as a edgerunner. Little big for you ain't it? She threw the shotgun over her shoulder as she walked over. Don't know, hadn't shot it yet. As she got closer he saw that the weapon was partially spattered with blood. Some gonk-brained booster didn't need it anymore so I took it. Took it from his still warm corpse more like. Figured I'd give this baby a test shot at one of the junkers outside. Hey don't go shooting my car Rebecca. Came a yell from further back. While they didn't really keep anything too important here, Pilar set up a small techie station to fix his random shit and work on their stuff off and on when needed. Fuck you Pilar. She huffed, turning to where her lanky techhead brother appeared from around a doorway and flipping him off. Ain't gonna shoot up that shitcan my of yours. He returned the motion, his long chrome fingers gleaming in the shop lighting with a little smirk on his face, just making sure, you know how you get ya little porky gremlin. Say that again glitter bitch. She roared, hoisting the budget arms shotgun and shouldering it, how about I test it on you? Eyes wide, Maine watched as Pilar dived back through the door he'd peeked around just before Rebecca opened fire, launching the gremlin off her feet and back outside the building where she disappeared from view with a yelp as he shielded his face with his arms. You good babe. He heard Dorio call out from across the room before he stood up. Yeah I'm Nova. Looking back he whistled at the large chunk of wall that had been blasted off. That might have been a budget arms shotgun but he'd never seen one with that kind of firepower. Mind checking on Becca? She nodded and stepped over to the now open door, which Becca nearly tore off the frame when she was thrown through it. Becca, the woman called out as she walked through, only to see the girl giggling on the ground hugging the shotgun to her chest. You okay down there? The girl turned to look up at her with glimmering pink and green optics, the gun is fucking preem. Well that was unexpected. Both looked over and spotted a familiar blonde wearing a long red synth leather coat with a cybernetic faceplate covering the lower half of her face. Becca waved from her spot laying on the ground. Hey Kiwi, sup? Maine called, said something about a gig. The netrunner mused, arms crossed with a lit cigarette between her fingers. She gave the pair of them a raised eyebrow and turned to Dorio, motioning to the gremlin on the ground. Do I want to know? Becca's got new iron. Dorio laughed, stepping around the much shorter woman and helping her up with ease. Yup. She patted the shotgun. Gotta have guts to fire this bad boy. Check it out. Whirling around, she aimed it at one of the junk cars and fired it again, the recoil nearly snapping her arms this time as she flew off her feet and into Dorio who caught her with ease and held her to her chest like a little gun-toting plushie who giggled. Kiwi blinked at the sight and glanced over to the junker that looked like someone unloaded an entire mag from an assault rifle. Kinda overkill isn't it? Nope. XXX. After helping him pick out several items and offering to have them sent over to his apartment, Naruto happily paid the woman for both his new stuff and the tarot reading. Misty didn't really want to accept the eddies for reading his tarot but his insistence and her lack of customers made her cave rather easily. Hey Naruto. He opened the door and stopped just before heading into the alleyway, turning to see Misty looking at him with her hands in front of her, hands clasped. Can I ask you? She trailed off and shook her head, waving it off. You know what, never mind it's stupid. What's up? He responded, only for her to shake her head. The blonde studied her face for a moment and turned back to the door, sliding it shut before walking back into her shop. Misty gave him an odd look as he paced back around the counter and leaned against it like when she read his tarot. Come on Misty, I know we're not close or anything but a friend of Jackie's is a friend of mine, so what's up? He waited a moment and cocked his head to the side. Someone bothering you? That got a small laugh from her. No, nothing like that, it's just, I'm worried. She admitted, returning to her side of the counter and pulling up a small stool she kept under it. Have you spoken to Jackie lately? He shook his head, which made her frown and nod slowly. I see. Is Jackie in trouble? He really hoped not, but if needed, he'd drop this Militech business for a while to help him out if he had to. But Misty shook her head. I don't know, I don't think so. He was here a little while ago but got a call from his friend. He said. She sounded worried and rushed out. She was rambling a bit, reaching down to pick up a small pencil to doodle on her countertop where the outline of a dragon was sketched on the surface. You know we started dating, right? He hadn't, but honestly he wasn't too surprised. The few times he had spoken to the man, Jackie had mentioned Misty once or twice each time, and looking back, he'd spent several hours hanging out with her while he was getting patched up by Vic, and even though he was in a bad mindset at the time, he'd noticed how they both seemed to look at each other when they thought the other wasn't really looking. I suspected there was a little something going on between you two. He told her, a little smirk on his face. Well, it's only been official for a little while, she admitted, looking away but blushing as she did, but could you talk to him and make sure everything's okay? Naruto nodded, sure thing, and if he's in trouble I promise I'll help him out. Thank you, she gave him a small smile, cheeks still a little red, which stood out against her dark lipstick and eyeliner. I don't want him to think I'm nosy or anything, but I just don't want anything bad to happen to him, you know. He's a great guy. I'll give him a call as soon as I'm done with Vic. I appreciate it, really. With that, he grinned and once again pushed away from the sales counter, heading towards the back door again. Later Misty. Later Naruto. XXX. You hear about what's going down with Jenkins in ACI? Oh yeah, I hear he's getting bent over like a joy toy by Abernathy. Looks like he's fucked when it comes to that promotion to director. Can't say I'm too surprised, relieved actually. Both of them are fucking psychopaths, but I'll take Abernathy over Jenkins being director any day of the week. Hear any deets about the stunt he pulled? No, spill. So the director's driver gets a Santo special out in the streets. Robbed and ended up in the hospital. He had one of those one-time use trauma team packages, so they picked him up before any scav could snatch him. Yeah, heard about that. You saying Jenkins was involved? Probably, but it seems like no one cares about it though. Sucks for him. Gonk was actually a good dude from what I hear. Anyway, the new guy that replaced him was constantly updating Jenkins about the director. Shady but nothing incriminating though. I'm sure half the drivers for the other directors are probably reporting on them too. Yeah, but they didn't end up being thrown out a penthouse window. Yet. Yeah, yet, and from what I'm hearing, Abernathy's using that fact to throw Jenkins under the bus, and that shit's working from the sound of it. Once the investigation's wrapped up, I'm certain that Arasaka's planning on promoting her to the position. Oh yeah, Hanako Arasaka's coming to NC, how exciting. You just want to see her bodyguard in person again. Bite me Gonk, I can enjoy the view all I want. I don't bring up your weird attraction to you know who. I'm sorry, won't bring it up again. Yorinobu Arasaka though. Fuck you. XXX. Director Bennett in his capacity served to help establish a firm foundation for Arasaka concerns, personally overseeing the monumental task of securing the foundation, which is now known as the Arasaka waterfront. He is survived by his only child, Ms. Amelia Bennett, to whom we send our sincerest condolences in. David felt himself lose focus as the holographic form in the center of the classroom droned on and on about some dead corpo he didn't care or know anything about. From the bites of whispered convos he overheard in the halls of the academy, the administration had heard that what was originally assumed to be a suicide was quickly labeled a murder. That signs of a break-in and a struggle had been found, and now the whole company was losing its shit. Apparently it had even made it to the ear of the Emperor, Himself and someone high up on the corpo ladder was even coming in to oversee things. What did he care about all this though? As far as he was concerned, this whole thing didn't affect him in the slightest. Well no, it did give him a free period while the academy gave this long drawn-out announcement, so maybe he did get something out of the gonk's death. My legs hurt, he mused. Naruto had him running and doing stamina building exercises, much to his disappointment, but seeing how fast the blonde could react and move, he kept with it. He wanted to be able to move like that. Sure, someone like the woman Naruto sparred with could probably knock most gonks out with a single blow, but it didn't matter if she couldn't catch them right. Hey Martinez. Glancing over to the seat next to him, he bit back a groan at the blue-haired corpo brat asshole he'd had the misfortune of having to deal with constantly. What is it, Tanaka? He shot back in a low tone as the holographic projection continued to drone. He already had a good idea as to what he wanted. The gonk only ever actually called him by his name when he wanted something. Got anything good? Of course he was right. Tanaka was a son of a bitch any other time, but when he wanted something that only he could reliably get, suddenly he wasn't just a street rat. But that was fine. Tanaka could be a asshole, but he couldn't complain when he gouged the fuck out of him for XBDs. One good thing about these corpo kids, they had money and weren't afraid to flex it. Barely any of his customers tried to haggle with him. Bored. Just needs something new. Thinking, David had to take a mental stock of his stash. He had a few porn BDs, some high-speed chase XBDs ending in a wreck that kicked his fight-or-flight response into overdrive from the feedback. He even had a pair of XBDs left over from the gang war a few months back, which was just a short shootout between two groups of rival gangoons, but for as short as it was, the fight was brutal. Got a preem BD of a shootout between the Tinos and Sixers, he muttered back, sharing a few details to hype it up to the blue-haired bully of his. Last one too, got a chum that wants it and he's offering 500 for it. It definitely wasn't the last one, but it was the last one he was willing to sell right now. He'd been keeping at least one copy of any decent XBD the doc sent him for his collection. 600. Deal, damn, maybe he should have said a higher price. Tanaka jumped on it a lot faster than he expected. Same as usual. The student nodded once and they went back to ignoring nothing else. At least he made some creds and Tanaka would leave him alone for a day or two before going back to being the massive asshole he normally was. They'd meet up after class and Tanaka would transfer the eddies to him and he'd pass over the BD. After he completed the task, Saburo Arasaka personally recognized his achievement and, once again David's mind started wondering, how long are we gonna have to listen to this? He groaned while keeping a straight face. The gonks flatlined already, stop jerking him off. XXX. The older Ripper sat on his rolling stool beside the two desks he'd pushed into the corner of the room. Several small parts and pieces laid out in a neat pile beside several trophies, all lit up by the long red light bars above them that made much of his workstation glow a dim red. How the man worked under such dim light and wearing sunglasses at the same time, Naruto didn't know. As he walked in, a bell rang which he wasn't expecting, making Vic look up from fiddling on tool he wore on his arm. Hey kid, nice to see ya, he called out, tightening a screw with the small screwdriver in his hand. Like the new bell. Took a bit of engineering, but I hooked up the old ringside bell from my boxing days. The man motioned over to the wall where the old brass ringside bell was hanging and Naruto checked it out. It looked like he rigged up a small pulley that would ping the bell whenever someone opened the gate leading in. Pretty cool, he admitted, looking at how Vic had seemed to jury rig it with a few simple parts. How's biz been? I can't really complain too much. Corpos finally took the hint I wasn't interested in working for him and backed off. He mused to the blonde. They'd talked the last time he came in and Vic had mentioned how some Biotechnica Corpo headhunter was trying to recruit him to work for them. Even now he would get a message over the net with the offer still being brought up. So what brings you in today, kid? Chrome acting up at all? Raising his arm, Naruto wiggled his fingers and flexed his cybernetic arm. Nah, feels pretty natural actually. No other issues with the other stuff either. That's good. I'm actually here about some other chrome though. Vic blinked. Really, you're looking to chrome up some more? He crossed his arms and turned to face the blonde fully. Anything in particular? I need something to blur my face from cameras, he muttered loudly enough for the other man to hear, remembering how the fixer queen had mocked him about that. Got anything for that? The man looked thoughtful, rolling over to the other desk and fishing out a data slate. Something with a lens disruptor, huh? He muttered to himself while flipping through a few things on the slate. From where he was standing, Naruto could see a few pictures of different implants that Vic had in stock or access to. Just got in a Kuroshi, it's got your basics and it's compatible with your soft. It's got some basic scanning capabilities and a built-in optical lens disruptor like you're looking. Any cam gets a good look at your face and all it'll see is a blur. He stated, expanding the pic and turning the data slate towards the blonde. It replaces my whole eye, doesn't it? Vic nodded. What if I decided I didn't want it later? He was hesitant on getting rid of his own flesh and blood eye. That's why he stuck with the obsolete hollow lens that fit over his eye like a contact lens. If you did decide you wanted to go back to a Ganix eye, there are labs specialized in cloning body parts. The Ripper explained, there have been several instances where the body rejected the chrome and they've had to get a new one grown and implanted. Not the original. In some cases, but keeping the eye viable for too long is costly. It's cheaper to have a new one grown in cases where the body starts to reject the implant. Sometimes it's day before the body reacts, but sometimes it can be weeks or even months, even with immunosuppressants allowing it to heal perfectly. There are any other ways to do it without chipping in. Once again Vic had to think, it's possible, but the tech's already restricted. Wouldn't even risk bringing it up if you weren't a chum in the first place. The way he said it made Naruto think that he wasn't supposed to have the cyber eye in the first place. Not only that, but this has an uplink to the NCPD database. Nothing too special, but it can identify wanted individuals with bounties. Wait, isn't that a bad idea? Wouldn't they know if someone was looking random people up in their database? He wasn't too well versed on the net, but Cammy had tried to teach him a few things about hacking and eyes, which sadly didn't stick too well if he was honest. NCPD allows it. Anyone doing so is considered a subcontractor. You ID and take down any gonk with a bounty and they pay you the bounty after submitting proof. Crossing his arms, Naruto looked down and considered it. The thought of replacing his eye was both kinda cool and daunting at the same time, but it had been something he'd been thinking about for a while. Ever since Vic first mentioned it when he decided to get the optical HoloLens instead. Alright, let's do it. Grinning back at the blonde, Vic reached over and took a air hypo from his desk, jabbing himself in the arm. Just take a seat in the chair, kid. XXX. After the rest of the crew showed up, they gathered up in the back room of the old auto shop hangout and sat down to go over the details of the gig. Pillar was taking up one end of the couch they'd moved in a while back, leaning against the arm with a lump on his head while keeping his distance from his sister, who was sitting on the arm on the opposite side with her arms crossed, a little pout on her face. Between them sat Dorio, the little gremlin's shotgun leaning against her knee while she side-eyed the girl with a little smirk of her own. She had unloaded the massive shells from the iron earlier to ensure Pilar didn't meet an unfortunate gelding, but when the man opened his mouth, Rebecca proved she didn't need it to be loaded to hurt the man and bashed him over the head with it instead. She'd promised to give it back later. Kiwi, their ever-aloof Ice Queen Netrunner, was leaning against the nearby wall behind them, arms crossed with the last bit of her cigarette burning between her fingers. She would have brought Lucy along again as well, but the girl had other plans for something. Got us a gig from El Capitan. This time, Maine told his crew while sending them the deets over the holo. Some corpo collector's been eyeing a bike and he's paying some preem eddies for us to clep it from some gonk bastard that's been riding it around the city. Sorry I'm late. They heard coming from the front, recognizing Sasha's voice instantly as the Netrunner poked her head around the corner with a catty little smile on her face. I brought a gift though. Nice of you to join us, Maine called out, making her stick out her tongue. No problems getting here. She waved it off. Nah, all Nova. The girl held up a plastic bag, just the gonk at the shop, kept eyeing my ass so I had to drop a little something in his subnet. That made the rest of them snort and shake their heads as she reached in and pulled out a beer, passing the rest over to the others who each got a beer as well. So what's going on? I miss anything? Nothing major, just started going over the deets. Maine repeated that he'd told the others and sent her a copy as well. Damn thing's old as shit. Pilar called out, mind already racing. Doubt the thing has any anti-theft worth a damn on it. The picture they had of the bike was some dusty ad from who knows how long ago plus another from an old showroom. Most newer vehicles had some half-ass security soft on it. Nothing that would keep a determined runner out unless you were willing to pay for the upgrades, but it was usually enough for the run-of-the-mill punk looking to take your shit on a joyride. He'd done just that more than once in his time growing up on the streets. Yeah, well, that should make it easier to get a hold of. Maine crossed his arms and sat down on a small crate. Gig's pretty straightforward. Find the bike and deliver it without any major damage. How major is major? Becca questioned. Scratches are one thing. Bullets and explosions are a no-go, he answered, looking at her over the top of his sunglasses. Replacement parts are apparently hard to source, so clients paying top Eddie for us to keep it in prime condition. Who's the owner? Kiwi asked after a few moments. No clue. Client tried buying it from the previous owner but couldn't make the deal or find it. Guy's been seen driving it around Santo though and it stands out. Sasha, Kiwi, I need you two to work your magic and see if you can hack into the local CCTV feeds and track it. Pilar, you think you can get it going? The lanky tech head snorted. I could get that old thing cranked with my optics disabled. Ooh, what about me? He turned to the gremlin and smirked, knowing she'd like her part in this. Becca, if the gonk that owns it puts up a fight, you get to handle it. She grinned in response, already imagining using her new shotgun on the gonk, once Dorio gave it back, that is. Me and Dorio will handle security. Santo is sixer turf, so we don't want to be hanging around too long there. Alright then, guess I need to go and get prepped for a dive then. Kiwi mused, already thinking of the best ways to break the shitty low-level ice Night City used on their surveillance subnets. It was something almost every runner did at least once, almost like a rite of passage. Sasha nodded, having the same thoughts. XXX. Alright kid, looks like your new chrome is settling in pretty damn well. Laying back on the Ripper's chair, Naruto grumbled and slurred his words as the meds Vic shot him up with started to wear off, which made the man smirk slightly. Looks like the anesthesia is wearing off pretty quick too. Any pain or discomfort? Need a little something to take the edge off while it settles. The blonde blinked several times, his left eyelid blinking closed a little slower than the other. Had Vic not been as professional as he was, he probably would have laughed a bit more at the sight. Nah, it's okay. The blonde didn't feel any pain in his eye but had to admit that the memory of seeing its small mechanical arm slowly approaching his eye a few hours earlier had been pretty fucking scary. Anything I should know about post-op care? Vic finished, getting a slow nod in return from the blonde while wheeling around to his side, tapping away at a small keyboard connected to the machines. Well, naturally I want you to take it easy. Your body's taking to the chrome pretty well, but I'll still get you a round of immunosuppressants just in case. Naruto nodded and watched as several lines of code filled the left side of his vision. Alright, you should be seeing some soft booting up. Vic looked around and hummed, nodding towards his overture revolver he'd set on a nearby table. Once it's finished booting, try scanning your iron. He shrugged and waited, doing as the Ripper said. Once the progress bar reached 100%, nothing's happening. A few more taps at the machine, try now. The vision in his left eye changed and the revolver was highlighted in yellow, a small progress bar rapidly filling up. Oh okay, it's doing something now, Vic. A moment passed and a small window popped up, displaying basic information on his pistol. Manufacturer, model, caliber, basic stuff. Pretty cool, but at the same time he didn't see him using it too often. You also have access to NCPD's subcontractor database too, like I mentioned before. If you scan anyone with a rap sheet, you'll get some basic information on them too. Naruto leaned up and disconnected his personal link from Vic's chair. Oh, and kid, it should go without saying, but don't scratch your eye too much for a day or two, okay? You got it, Vic. He transferred the funds via his holo, Vic nodding as he got them and handing over the inhaler with his immunosuppressants. Feel free to take it easy until you feel ready to get going, kid. Don't want you staggering into traffic cause you're still doped up. The man stated after noticing him getting ready to climb out of the chair. The ninja nodded after thinking about it for a moment, head still a tiny bit fuzzy. Yeah, I think I will. You're awesome, Vic. He settled back in and took a deep breath. This chair's pretty comfortable. Hee hee, Only the best for my patients chum. XXX. Inside the remains of what used to be a old Holonet service provider's office before it was brutally bought out by Other Core, another enterprising young force has been making good use of the old abandoned subnets and connections left to rot away in the building. She'd only been working as a fixer for a couple of years now but had steadily made a representative for herself here in Kabuki. Uzumaki Naruto. Dob. Unknown, looks to be in mid to late 20s but any gonk with the eddies can undergo rejuvenation therapy to look younger. No records before, 74, no real ones anyway. Pops up sporadically here and there but just more of the same scop, nothing. Staring at the holoscreens on the apartment wall, Regina Jones crossed her arms and went over what info she could pull so far from her sources. In her time as a member of the media, she cultivated an impressive amount of sources and contacts, some that hated her, some that tolerated her, but all of them willing to work with her in this city. Makes a break in the merc scene in Haywood working with the Padre there and some small-time fixer, operating and working gigs in both Santo and Haywood. Guy has some type of prior history with 6th Street too. Contacts in 6th Street held areas reported that General Morton himself says, "Leave the little gonkfuck alone. Would love to know why but no one's talking." She had been hearing about a new merc with a solid representative for helping folk. Hell, not too long ago she heard reports that a blonde-haired punk in orange had saved one of the working girls on Jig Jig, beating the shit out of a tiger claw gangoon and throwing him through Wakako's pachinko parlor or something. Guy had guts, and Regina had to admit, she liked that. Had a mainline, Camilla Orta, who was murdered by 6th Street. That's gotta be related to why Morton says to leave him alone. She might have lost her eye but that didn't diminish her ability to read between the lines. Days after the girl died, Sixer gangoons started being slaughtered. He had something to do with that. She was the younger sister of Valentino shotcaller Gustavo Orta, so he's also connected to that gang as well. Also heard they had a bit of a disagreement about something as well after the girl flatlined. Once again, the gonk had balls to go toe-to-toe with two gangoon bosses like that. He's been completing gigs damn near non-stop since his mainline was zeroed. Understandable really, throwing himself into work as a distraction, a tried-and-true coping mechanism all over the world. He's got a solid rep, the Padres' go-to runner it seems. It had been several hours since she got the surprising message that the blonde merc wanted to make contact. Not too long ago he'd not only annoyed Wakako, turns out the gonk he'd thrown around like a old kid's toy was the old bat's grandson, but had pissed of the queen of fixers herself. Most edge runners gossiped like a bunch of old grannies, so rumors got around pretty quick. Gonk had knocked out her hustle and walked out middle finger held high. Son of a bitch had style too. Pissing off two old cunts in less than a few days and not afraid to blacken a few eyes to help out those on the bottom. That alone would have made her give him a shot, not to mention the Padre's recommendation. Using the contact provided by said fixer, Regina made her decision by selecting call on her holo. As always, the user icon for the call popped up and she raised her one good eyebrow at the sight of his. Most mercs had custom icons but she'd never seen a merc have a picture of himself, sprawled out across a bed sleeping with a sheet barely making him decent. A cartoon fox icon covered most of his face but she could see enough to know it was him, but oddly enough, the words, "Cammy was here," was written across his stomach. After a few moments of ringing, she started to wonder if he wasn't going to answer but the icon flickered and the blonde merc popped up on her holo feed. Hello. The blonde had what looked like a fresh cyberware line beside his eye leading towards his ear, the skin looking a little red and inflamed, so he must have just gotten some new chrome recently. Naruto Uzumaki, right? She questioned, getting a small nod from the blonde before getting down to business. Regina Jones, the Padre forwarded your contact, says you have some potential biz to discuss with me. The blonde looked around for a moment before looking back at her through the holo. Yeah, I'm looking for some trucks that went missing. Militech convoy hijacked on the way out of the city. I need to find them. She'd heard about the hijacking a while back. Booster Gong zeroed the entire security team and left them scattered all over the road, but that was old news, so what did this merc want with it though? I suspect the trucks are still in the city, he continued, breaking her from her thoughts, somewhere in the north side, but I don't know that area too well. And you figure with my contacts around here, I might have something. A fair assessment really. Well, I was hoping, he shrugged, giving her a little grin and scratching at the side of his head. Hey kid, what did I say about scratching at the chrome? She heard someone call out over the call, making the blonde snatch his hand away like a child caught by his parents. You gotta let it heal before you fuck with it. Sorry Vic. Naruto called out, looking over to his side and laughing nervously. Vic huh? Regina mused to herself, another good sign in the blonde's favor. Victor Vector was a legend in his own right among certain circles, a ripper with a heart always looking out for his patients and a hell of a right hook. She'd covered the Watson Boxing Grand Prix a few years back when she was still a fresh-faced junior member of the media and the Vector had come in second place in the heavyweight bouts. Impressive considering he kept most of his Yannicks while the other boxers chromed up. If the old Ripper was willing to work on the guy, then that said a bit about his character. Sorry about that, but look, I'm more than willing to pay for the information you have or what you can find. Either that or maybe work something out, but I need to find those trucks or narrow down the search at least. Walking over to one of her many terminals, the Kabuki-based fixer looked over her contacts and looked thoughtful. I'm certain I can dig something up. And as for payment, how about this? As a show of good faith, I'll forward what I find. In return, I'll contact you with a gig in the future. Information in return for working a gig? He questioned, raising an eyebrow which made her nod. All right, the old man says you're a good person, so I'm willing to work with you. He muttered something under his breath that she couldn't make out, but it sounded like he said, unlike the granny in Watson. Was he talking about Rogue? And who knows, maybe we'll work together more in the future, huh? Depends on what my contacts have to say about you, she mused to herself as they ended the call. Most of the information she had on him was old news, hearsay and speculation for the most part. It would take more than a few hours for her contacts to finish digging up any and everything they could on him, but so far he seemed like a good person, as weird as that sounded for NC. But for now she'd dig up what she could about the missing trucks. Someone had to have seen something and she knew just who to ask. Depending on what other contacts found out about him, she'd decide if their working relationship was worth continuing past a one-and-done deal. XXX. He'd originally planned on heading up to the Northside Industrial District, or the NID as some called it, have his clones run around and take a look around, but decided to wait a bit first. He wanted to get used to his new eye and give it a little time to heal before he did anything else, so on the walk back, he played with the scanner, looking at cars, advertisements, dozens of different vending machines that were scattered around the city as he neared the entrance to his mega building. Hey, watch where you're going, asshole. Naruto felt someone bump into him, causing him to blink rapidly as he closed the scanner in a flash to see a woman looking at him like he was stupid as he passed by. Fucking gonk. She thin, wearing a pair of the shortest shorts he'd seen so far and a plastic see-through shirt that showed off the bra she wore underneath. Sorry, he called out, only for the woman to scoff and roll her eyes. Hee hee, don't mind her, chum. Turning, he found the noodle guy sitting in his rusty lawn chair, feet kicked up on a milk crate as he fanned himself with a crinkled paper fan. She don't like anyone, not even herself most days. Hey, Iko right? The blonde asked questioningly, looking back at the woman who crossed the street before turning back, getting a smirk and a thumbs up from the man. Yep, that's me. The cook grumbled, fanning himself. You up for some grub, chum, on the house? When the blonde raised an eyebrow, the man chuckled, yeah, I know. But since you paid for all those guys last time, I figure you deserve a free bowl at least. That, and the blonde had given him more than he needed to cover for those gonks the other day. Thinking about it for a minute, Naruto nodded. Sure, why not? It wasn't exactly ramen, but they were good as hell. Hee hee, that's the spirit. Standing up, the man groaned as he stretched and moved around to the back of his stand. Just sit back and watch the master at work. Crossing his arms with a little grin on his face, Naruto nodded. Alright, noodle maestro, let's see how a master does it. Iko smirked back at him and got the flat-top going. Gonks today don't know shit about good cooking, he mused while picking through his bottles of flavoring. Most of the city eats over half their meals out of some godforsaken vending machine. Hell, most kids don't even know a good home-cooked meal is. Naruto leaned back as the man tossed a handful of something onto the grill and doused it with some kind of liquid, which hissed and produced a puff of steam. Yeah, I noticed most apartments didn't have a kitchen. He grumbled. Like most things in the city, Having a kitchen around here was considered a luxury that most just didn't bother with. The cook nodded. Choom, believe me when I say that my folks couldn't keep me out of our kitchen when I was a kid. He tossed some more ingredients on the flat top and let them cook for a bit, mixing and stirring them around every now and then. You help with the cooking or something? That got a snort in return. Please, I wish. They hated me wanting to cook and considered it below us. Only the help should be in the kitchen. And shit you know, this time he added some noodles to the mix along with another liquid. As he grumbled bitterly, they couldn't stand the fact that I wanted to be a chef. Naruto raised an eyebrow and watched as the man worked the flat top like a master and continued to speak. They even made sure no place would hire me on. I saved up for a long time to get all this. Damn, sorry Choom. Aiko's eyes widened. No, he let out a sigh. No, I'm sorry, didn't mean to ramble like that. Picking up a small piece of what almost looked like meat on the end of his spatula, he held it up to the blonde. Here, give this a try. Naruto picked it up and popped it in his mouth. Damn, that's good. That got a grin from the man. I know right, my own creation. Hey look, don't take this the wrong way, but why are you cooking noodles out here like this? Naruto had to ask, finishing the bite he'd been given. You could have your own restaurant with this. Ha, I fucking wish. Aiko snorted again, rolling his eyes. I can barely afford rent, much less buy everything for a restaurant. The man grabbed a bowl from behind the stall and scooped the food into it. Here you go Choom, a real Aiko special. It didn't look any different from the last bowl he'd gotten, but the smell told him otherwise. If he hadn't stood there and watched the entire time, Naruto would have sworn that the man had thrown some actual meat on the grill instead of what he knew was SCOP. Whatever kind of flavorings he mixed in, put it right up there around Mama Well's level of cooking, not that he'd ever admit it to the woman's face. Hee hee, don't choke on it Choom, the man laughed, watching as he scarfed it down like a starving animal. At least enjoy it a little. Aiko, Naruto slurped a long noodle up noisily. You need to open your own place. Hell, if you could make ramen as good as this, I'd do my best to raise the eddies myself. It's been a while since I made ramen. The man looked thoughtful, smiling. I remember my parents hired this old woman to cook for us. She taught me how to make the noodles and everything from scratch. He sighed and shrugged, but like I said. Naruto cut him off. How much? Huh? How much to open your own place? The man looked at the blonde and got a little nervous at the dead fish-eyed stare Naruto was giving him. I'm not sure. Aiko, I want you to find out what you need to make this happen. He told the cook softly, whatever you need to buy, any equipment or supplies, permits, I don't care, just let me know. The man started to cut in, but Naruto cut him off again. If anyone tries stopping you or causes any issues with you doing that, you just let me know and I'll speak with them. The look in his eyes said that he'd do much more than just speak with them. Ah, yeah Choom, you got it. He could only agree, slightly worried for his own safety if he refused. The guy was a edgerunner, so no telling what he'd do to him if he didn't. Rumor around the mega building said he was a good Choom, but he'd seen gonks with a crazy gleam in his eye his that before. Naruto grinned. Awesome, here let me send you my contact. His left eye lit up as he sent Aiko his info. The man got it and nodded, raising an eye at the icon that popped up but not commenting. Anyone that kept that as his public holo image definitely wasn't wrapped too tight. He. Oh, I can't wait. If your ramen is as good as this, he held up the now empty bowl, then you and me are gonna be great Chooms. Aiko chuckled nervously. Yeah Choom, can't wait. He was starting to regret admitting that knew how to make it now. But hey, if the merc was serious then, he'd have his own place and wouldn't have to be stuck slinging noodles over this jury-rigged cooktop. Hell, that was his dream. The more he thought about it, the more he himself started to feel hope. I'll talk to you later, alright? The blonde called out, stepping over to a full trash can and stuffing the disposable plastic inside, packing it down as he did. Seriously though, let me know what you find out. As the merc left, Aiko plopped back down into his lawn chair with a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe his dream wasn't out of his reach after all. The blonde was definitely, well, maybe not insane, a bit crazy, but if he was willing to invest in him, then maybe he'd have a chance to turn his life around even more. XXX. Returning home to the mega building, Gloria let out a long sign as she pulled off the street and into the parking garage of her building. Work had been a pain in the ass today, all paperwork and forms, accounting for inventory in the rig and doing all that she could not to strangle her supervisor. The bitch had been in a panic most of the day. According to Danny, the performance review went really bad and now she was a hair away from being fired. But all of that was over for today, now she could go home and relax for a while. I can't remember the last time the halls were this clean, she mused to herself, spotting a ragged-looking man scrubbing at some graffiti on the wall next to the stairs. Hey Mr. Naruto, she heard the ragged man call out, making her eyes widen a bit as she spotted a blonde head of hair coming up the steps, and new chrome. She didn't know why she felt nervous as the guy laughed, his fingers laced behind his head as he climbed up the last few steps. Hey Randall, yep, figured it was time. What are you doing? Well, I figured since we were cleaning, might as well get this too, why you know. The guy, Randall, was holding the scrubber nervously as he answered. What do you think? The blonde looked at the half-cleaned patch of cement and grinned, I think you're doing great work Randall. He patted him on the shoulder which made the nervous man smile a little. Any problems while I was gone? No, not really. Those G guys that used to extort us looked like they were sniffing around though. That made Gloria groan internally, those assholes were a pain. Naruto huffed as well, don't worry about them Randall, just give me a call if they do anything stupid okay? The man nodded slowly and Gloria watched for a moment as the blonde gave the man a friendly slap on the back. He looked around and their eyes met, making her give him a little wave. Hey Randall, I'll talk to you later dude, don't work too hard alright? Why you got it Mr. Naruto. Walking over to the woman, Naruto gave her a toothy grin and laughed. Hey Gloria, small world huh? What are you doing here? He looked at her bright yellow EMT jacket and looked a little concerned. No one's hurt are they? Looking down at her clothes, she felt a pang of embarrassment at the sight of her wrinkled work clothes, having forgotten to dry her other clothes the night before she had to wear these today even though she'd slept in them. Luckily they weren't filthy or anything so they didn't stink or stand out too much. Oh, no nothing like that, she told him nodding towards one of the apartment doors a little further down. I live here with my son David. His eyes widened. Wait, David's your son? He questioned. About this tall. He held his hand out a few inches shorter than him. Spiky hair. Goes to Saka Academy. The EMT nodded. Yep, that's my mijo, she told him with a smile and a small laugh. David told me he met you and I gotta say, I didn't expect we'd meet again like this. The woman motioned to the building around them. What are the chances huh? Naruto had to agree. He'd not forgotten about the woman and had hoped she'd give him a call one day so that he could repay her for helping him. Patching him up twice and going out of her way to help him each time. He still remembered her sneaking him that bounce back all those months ago when he woke up on the streets. Not only that but her offering to give him a ride in the ambulance to get him to Cammy's ofrenda so he wouldn't miss it. Had she not, he would have never made it there in time. Actually Gloria, I'm glad I ran into you. He admitted, I wanted to say thank you, really, I know you went out of your way to help me out before and I truly do appreciate it. If you're up for it I'd love to treat you to drinks sometime, maybe grab something to eat. Gloria blinked, is he asking me out? She thought while feeling her cheeks heat up a bit. It had been a long time since she'd gone out, years even. Pretty sure David had only been a couple of years old at the time before she gave up and dedicated all her time to making sure he had all he needed. Naruto saw the look on her face and grimaced before quickly covering it with a laugh. It's fine if you don't want to though, just my way of saying thanks. He quickly regretted asking her like that, it sounded like he was asking her out. She probably thought he was a creep or something. After all, this was like the third time they'd ever spoken to each other right? No, I was just surprised, she admitted, before coming to a quick decision. I think I'd love to go out for a drink. A date was the least she could do after robbing him back then right? And who knows, maybe they'll even have a pretty good time. Are you free now? XXX. You know, if you hadn't said anything I would have sworn that you were David's sister at least. Naruto chuckled as they crossed the road from Mega Building H4 and headed towards the manufactory right up the road. He had thought about heading to the Coyote Coho with her but Gloria didn't want to go far since David would be getting home after a while. She laughed it off, believe it or not, he's my son, she told him as they walked down the sidewalk nearing the chain-link fence that surrounded the warehouse-turned-shopping center. Looking back, it's hard to believe he's about to turn 16 in a few months. He's 15. Naruto gaped, a look of shock on his face which she didn't notice. He'd been under the impression that David was younger, 13 or 14 maybe, but the kid was nearly 16. It must be because of poor nutrition, something he knew all too well during his younger days. The EMT nodded. Yeah, I was pretty young when I had him. I won't say it was easy, but she had a little smile on her face as she thought about her son. He really changed my life for the better. He kept pace with her as they turned the corner, still following the barbed wire-topped fence to the front entrance of the manufactory. Kids can do that, I suppose. Do you have any kids? As soon as the words left her mouth, Gloria winced, remembering that he had lost someone not too long ago from what she could remember. He made a little sound next to her. I did, or was going to. The blonde sighed next to her. I didn't find out until after her memorial though. I'm sorry for bringing it up. Nah, it's all good. The pair reached the entrance and walked through the open gate. You said there was a good place to grab a bite to eat here. He questioned, changing the subject, to which she was grateful. Yeah, over this way. Nodding towards the right, she led him past a small stall to a slightly larger one with red banners hanging from the roof reading, Nagami Market. Me and David stop here every now and then when we get a chance. Hey Philip. Behind the counter was a thin black man wearing a stained apron over a brown and black synth leather vest wearing a trucker's hat. He turned from the datapad in his hand towards the voice and nodded to them. Ms. Martinez, nice seeing ya again. Who's your friend? This is Naruto, moved in down the hall from me not too long ago. She told him before turning to the blonde. Naruto, this is Philip, he makes a pretty good jambalaya but has the best calavera feliz in Arroyo. Jambalaya? Questioned the blonde. Oh hell yeah Chum, you wanna try it? The man questioned, making Naruto shrug after a moment and nod. Gloria hopped up on the stool next to them and Naruto followed suit. Sure, 2 jambalayas and 2 calaveras. He told the man, sure he just ate a little while ago but he had to admit that whatever jambalaya was it smelled good but he had to ask, what is it though? It's a little bit of everything really, the woman told him as Philip popped the caps off of 2 bottles and set them on the counter in front of them. Thanks. Mom's always said that jambalaya is ancient French for, fuck it, just toss in everything. The man chuckled while walking away and returning with 2 bowls. Ain't no set ingredients really, just working with what you got on hand, you feel me? Looking in, Naruto spotted several different ingredients all cooked together with rice. He took a sniff and didn't find it offensive, which made Gloria snicker as she took a bite herself. Damn, it is pretty good, he admitted after the first bite. I told you, she grinned, making the cook nod and give a thumbs up. Naruto took his own beer and she took hers. Thanks for the meal. They clinked the bottles together and took a sip. The two sat there enjoying the food and beer for a while, talking about random things that came to mind, laughing as they told each other funny things that happened, then laughing at him as the spice in the food finally caught up to him and made him start sweating. Gloria had to admit that she had a great time and wouldn't mind doing this again. Brad, hey Brad. Stopping what they were talking about, Gloria looked over his shoulder, making Naruto glance over as well to see what it was. An older Asian man in a dirty tank top working the stall next to them was yelling at a pair of men messing with a bike a little ways away. Hey Daryl, you good chum? Philip asked, leaning over his counter to look at the neighboring stall. The man looked back over to them, an anxious look on his face. Local kid's been up my ass lately. Naruto looked between the 2 men and saw how worried the other vendor was while Philip grimaces and backed away, not wanting to get involved. Even Gloria looked at the man with pity but didn't want to get tangled up with any drama. The man looked around and turned to a man sitting at his own counter. Hey boss, you look pretty tough, mind backing me up with this? Drinks and food will be on me. The guy looked like a member of 6th Street, dressed in camo and carrying a holstered pistol, and only scoffed, dropping a few eddies on the counter. Not my bike, not my problem. The guy gave a defeated sigh and took off the clear yellow visor he wore, tossing it on the counter. Oh well, can't force you anyway. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. I'll just have to handle it myself. Gloria felt bad for the guy. It looked like the two gonks were trying to blatantly steal the guy's bike in front of him. He looked afraid too, which made her feel worse for him, but she couldn't do anything for him. If he got hurt, she'd try and help him with first aid, but that's as far as she could go. As the guy started walking towards the two punks, she heard him calling out to the pair and just looked down at her beer. Naruto looked at the two, seeing how both Gloria and Philip seemed to deflate, which was a complete 180 to how the mood had been moments ago. Was no one really going to step up and help the guy? I'll be right back. He downed the rest of his calavera and set it down on the countertop a little harder than he meant to, the force making the now empty bowl he'd just finished shake. What are you doing? The red-headed EMT asked, looking at him in shock along with the cook as he pushed away from the counter and started to follow the older man. He just turned mid-step and shrugged to her, walking backwards. The right thing. She blinked at him, shocked. David said he'd been helping people around the mega building, but was he actually going to do it without even being asked or asking for anything in return? The man, Daryl, made it over to the two punks messing with his bike a few moments before Naruto did. You lost you damn minds. He yelled at them as he stood in front of his bike, glaring at the one sitting on it. Get your grubby paws off my bike. From where he was, Naruto couldn't tell if these two were gangers or not. He couldn't even see a weapon on them other than a knife on each of them. The first wore a brown jacket with no shirt underneath, showing off some tattoos, while the other had on a black samurai shirt with a studded vest on over it. This is a small price to pay for fucking treason. The punk sitting on the bike growled out while the other one stood up from messing with the side of the bike, crossing his arms and glaring at the man. Daryl shook his head. You still can't let go of that. My sister made a choice to better herself. You should be proud. Proud. The other guy mocked, stepping up to the older man and shoving him back. That bitch sold out to a fucking corp. Now it's time for payback. Daryl wasn't ready for the shove and stumbled back, nearly falling if it hadn't been for Naruto stepping up and catching him before he did. What the? I think that's enough, you two, Naruto told the pair, steadying the man they'd pushed and stepping out from behind him. The fuck you want? This ain't none of your biz, so delta the fuck off somewhere. The one standing there took a step towards the orange-wearing blonde but wasn't prepared for Naruto to mirror his action and quickly backed up. By now, several people around the shopping areas had noticed the commotion and had stopped to watch, waiting to see what would happen and some hoping to see a fight. Over by the stall, Gloria grimaced and hoped nothing bad would happen to the blonde as she stayed back, getting ready to move and hide if guns were drawn. Turning towards the other man partially behind him, Naruto asked, "You okay?" And got a nod in return, then turned to the other two. I'm here to make sure no one does anything stupid. Now why don't you tell me what your problem is? Why are you trying to steal his bike? Brad sneered. Your pal here talked his sister into getting a job with Zetatech. Bitch just leaves and doesn't even say bye. He looked like he was getting agitated and shifted his weight back on the bike. We've been running these streets since we was kids, hacking street vending machines, fucking up corpos, sweat we lived for. Then this scopslinger talks her into working with those assholes. Fuck him and fuck that backstabbing cunt, and fuck you too. Do you even hear yourself? Naruto asked, crossing his arms and shaking his head. You sound like a fucking child, so the fuck what if she decided to work for corpos? You think that justifies you stealing from him? He stopped to point his thumb at the vendor before glaring at the guy on the bike. Well, you know what? I stubbed my toe this morning and by your logic, I'd be justified in breaking both of you in half, right? The two glanced at each other. Yes, sounds fucked up coming from someone else, huh? Now get your ass off his bike and apologize. One of the closer gonks watching what was happening snickered. The one standing beside the bike spat at his feet, making Naruto look down at the wet spot, while he sneered, or what? Still looking down, Naruto's eyes slowly raised to look at them both. Guys, there's two ways this can go now. 1. He locked eyes with Brad sitting on the bike. We'll get off that bike, then both of you are going to tell this man you're sorry for being a pair of dumb fucks, and after that I don't give a damn what you do. He cocked his head, making his neck crack. Or 2, I make you get your ass off his bike and then you'll get on your knees and beg this man to forgive you after I'm done with you. The one standing glanced around nervously, but his chum only started getting red in the face. You care so fucking much about rat fuck traitor. He snarled. slamming the bike's handlebars to the side, making the whole bike shift as he did. Fine, I wasn't planning on dusting this bitch but fuck it, you two can die together. Wait what? Daryl cried out in shock, staggering back in fear as the man climbed off the back. Naruto was moments away from stepping forward to put both men on the ground but the other man stepped up and blocked his friend. Brad, wait. He called out while trying to keep his chum from doing something stupid, struggling a bit against him to hold him back. Yo dude, isn't that the guy everyone's talking about? Brad stopped trying to force his way past him and looked at the man with a confused look. Dude, look at him, blonde guy wearing too much orange. Naruto's sweat dropped, glancing down at his orange and black pants and vest, too much orange. He looked fucking awesome, what did they know? Brad's unnamed chum continued, he beat that juiced up bitch Bess in the ring without even trying, he'll snap us in half. Brad suddenly lost his steam and looked a bit more nervous, tossing his hands up in surrender. Hey look chum, I'm sorry about all that shit I said, the guy bet out, looking at the blonde who raised an eyebrow and shook his head, nodding towards the street vendor. Brad and his chum looked like they wanted to be anywhere else and choked out an apology. You're sorry for. Naruto cut in, smirking at the pained look he got in return as they grumbled. I'm sorry for being a dumb fuck, one started with the other repeating after him, the pair of them looking ashamed and defeated. Turning to the vendor, who looked shocked and close to laughing, Naruto asked, is that good enough for you? To which the man nodded, alright, you two just, fuck off. Come on dude, let's delta. Daryl let out a small laugh as the two gonks ran away, nearly knocking down a passerby who'd stopped to see what was going on while several of the other onlookers laughed at the whole situation. Thanks boss, the older man chuckled, walking up next to the blonde and slapping him on the shoulder, that should teach him a lesson they won't forget. I owe you one though, how about I cover you and your outputs meal huh? Naruto coughed, nearly choking on his own spit. She's not my output dude, he denied only to get a knowing smirk in return from the man, no, really. Sure, whatever you say chum, after all, what kinda gonk would help a random person on the streets if it wasn't just to look good in front of his girl? Naruto grumbled and ignored the man as he nudged him in the side with his elbow. Beep. His grumbling was interrupted by his holo letting him know he got a message, his left eye lighting up as it displayed Regina Jones' name. Got word that some maelstrom gonks are trying to offload some military hardware, gotta be your missing convoy. Your hunch was right, they're holed up in the north side, the old abandoned all foods plant. Deets are attached.